everybody. It's Angel of Yahweh. Getting everything all set up, letting everybody know I'm live. Gonna read out of the Patriotic Almanac. Sorry about not showing up you last night, but I was in a turkey coma and I didn't wake up till this morning. I tried to take a nap and ended up sleeping all night long. So drop that. Go over here to the YouTube so I can grab the link. Here we go. Oh, let me fast forward that. Alrighty. Look at my. Sorry for the turkey coma, as it says. Close player. Sorry. Um, like I said, I was trying to take a nap. Ended up getting into a coma. So I apologize. Let everybody know on Facebook I'm going live. Alright. Delete. Let me close this out. Sorry. Paste. Alright. Sorry, my internet is acting fucking wonky. Live. Now. I'm join. Alright. Alright, we got that going. Alright. So, hey Christopher, how you doing? As I said, I don't know why my speaker's not working, but oh well. Anyways, the 25th, which I was not here. I was in La La Land. It says a rich tradition on Thanksgiving. Our nation has inherited a long, rich tradition of thanking God for his blessings. In 1541, Spanish explorer Francisco Vasquez de Coronado and his men conducted a service of thanksgiving for the abundant food and water they found along the Palo Duto Canyon in Texas Panhandle. In 1564, French Huguenot colonists settled in the area of Jacksonville, Florida, and sang a psalm of thanksgiving unto God. In 1607, the Jamestown colonists arrived in Virginia. They immediately erected a wooden cross and gave thanks for their safe passage across the ocean. In 1619, English colonists in Berkeley Hundred in Virginia decreed that the day of their arrival, December 4th, shall be yearly perpetually kept holy as a day of thanksgiving to the Almighty God. In the autumn of 1621, the Pilgrims of Plymouth, Massachusetts, held a feast to celebrate the harvest and thank the Lord for his goodness. The feast is now remembered as the first Thanksgiving. In 1777, during the Revolutionary War, the Continental Congress designated December 18th, that year, the day for the psalm and thanksgiving and praise. For the Patriot Army, Gitmo back. For the Patriot Army, thanks. Hold on. To victory at Saratoga, the first National Day of Thanksgiving. In 1789, President George Washington proclaimed November 26th to be the day of Thanksgiving for God's blessing and for the new United States Constitution. It wasn't until 1863, the midst of the Civil War, that the country got a regular National Thanksgiving Day. Abraham Lincoln proclaimed that the last Thursday in November, a day of thanksgiving and praise to beneficent father. Succeeding presidents following Lincoln's example, 1941, Congress passed a law officially declaring the fourth Thursday in November as America's Thanksgiving Day. Sorry. In November 20th, and in history, of yesterday, 1758, during the French and Indian War, the British troops defeat the French at Fort de Quince in what is now Pittsburgh. 1783, the British withdrew from New York City in their last military stronghold in the United States during the Revolutionary War. 1920, in Philadelphia, Gimbel's department store, stores began with now the national's oldest Thanksgiving Day parade. In 1963, President John F. Kennedy's body is laid to rest in Arlington National Cemetery. Gitmo, shut it! Thank you. 1986, the Iran-Contra affair begins as President Reagan reveals the proceeds of the secret arms sales to Iran have been used to aid Nicaraguan Contras. Really? Okay, today, November 26th, George Washington's Thanksgiving prayer. Thus, prayer is a from George Washington Thanksgiving Proclamation of 1789. May we all unite in rendering unto God our sincere and humble thanks for his kind care and protection of the peoples of this country, for his great decree of tranquility, union, and plenty which we have enjoyed, for the peaceful and rational manner of which we have been able to establish the constitutions of government for our safety and happiness, for the civil and religious liberty which we are blessed, the means to have of acquiring and diffusing useful knowledge, and in general for all the great and various favors of which he had been pleased to offer up upon us. May we also unite in most humbly offering our prayers and supplications to the great Lord and ruler of the nations, and beseech him to pardon our nation and other transgressions, to enable us all, whether in public or private stations, to perform our several and relative duties properly and punctually, to render our national government a blessing to all the people by constantly being a government of wise, just, and constitutional laws, discreetly and faithfully executed and obeyed, to protect and guide all nations, and to bless them with good government, peace, and concord, to promote the knowledge and practice of true religion and virtue, and increase of science, and generally to grant unto all mankind the degree of temporal prosperity as he alone knows to be best. In American history today, 1778, Captain James Cook discovers Maui on the Hawaiian Islands. In 1789, President George Washington proclaims this day to be National Day of Thanksgiving. In 1791, President Washington holds the first cabinet meeting. In 1863, President Abraham Lincoln begins the tradition of annual National Thanksgiving Day. In 1942, Casablanca, starring Humphrey Bogart and Ingrid Bergman, premieres in New York City. Interesting. Did anybody get my message? Tomorrow is about a woman called Moses, and November 30th is about Mark Twain on Foreign Critics. And that'll be the end of November, and then we have a bunch of prayers. There she is. Hello.
Hello. I got a new channel for you to go look at.
Uh-oh. But sorry for falling asleep. I got into a turkey coma.
Yeah, well, that was what I was hoping.
I was like, I went to take a nap.
Yeah, that's what I figured. We were kind of taking bets on that. You went and laid down to take a nap and went to sleep and didn't get up again.
Yep.
That's what we were
Well, I
thinking.
got up, but it was in the morning.
Oh,
And he's having a war with the cats.
oh,
So,
he is.
yeah.
Gitmo, Gitmo. Oh, Gitmo. What's Mama doing in her glasses? She looks different.
Yeah, these are new ones.
Are they new?
Yeah, they're just dollars. Dollar Tree. They're $1.
Check
They're
out that
cheap.
site. I just put it in private.
There you go. Get, Mom, get back. Back behind me. Back. Thank you.
The
It's hard to grab anything with somebody in my lap going.
That's true. The
That's what you do.
the the first two that he has on here, a November
Yeah.
to Remember and Jason Q, are both quite good. And the one that's over
I
on
like
the
the
right,
title.
God, we need you now. That's that song. Really well done. Anyway, there's a bunch of videos on here, and every now and then he really nails it. The
Mm.
problem on the second one that talks about the new Bible is I've got to put my hearing aid in to be able to understand the other dude.
Uh,
You guys
so
may
which
not.
one, November? Which one should I
I
play?
would play
November?
both. I'd play them both. I really would. The first one's only 3 minutes, and the second one's only 15. So I'd play them both. But unless you can't understand the guest in the in Jason Q, if you can't understand him, then it won't make a lot of difference. But I'm going to put the hearing aid in so I can understand him if you play it. It's just I just couldn't quite. I was also doing something else, so
Hmm.
I'll try not to do that this time. But you know that song, God, We Need You Now?
Yeah, I think I've heard it.
Well, that's the one that's one, two, three, four, five, sixth one over with the clouds. It's so good. I love that song. This one is
Uh, I,
he is really into the kids.
I said
He
go lay down, Gitmo. Go
he's
around the other way, if she won't let you past it. Ariel, leave him alone.
What's Ariel's problem with Gitmo?
Ariel has a problem with everybody
Oh, sorry.
except me. She's territorial.
But for just to find something to play that's short, that'll be interesting, he's really quite good.
There's a new thingamajiggy. What is
What?
slides? Slides. It says Google Slides, your computer. What are
Oh yeah, that
slides?
you should have gotten an email today. I did about the new ways of doing things on I didn't understand it, but and you can
I'm just
do
trying to.
it's weird what they were saying, something about sliding and tabs and brands, and I'm going, yeah, right. I don't do that. I just talk.
I don't even know what slides are, but let me
I
see.
don't either. In the way they explained it in that email, I don't didn't know what it meant either.
All
Because the
right,
only slides I can think about, those little ones that we put in a round thing that you would it would go around, and then it would be up on the screen. And now that's old, but they were in slides, but I don't think that's what they mean.
uh, okay. Apparently, it won't let me do it. So,
What am I doing up full screen?
okay. Let's not try that one again.
I didn't like being full screen. Thank you.
All right. So there's a video file, and then I just don't get the slides, but yeah, it says your computer. Hold on, let me try this. It says we currently support Google Slides, PowerPoint, and PDF. Eh. So you
They
need.
all are in relation. Oh, Ace, not on that ankle. Ace, the wrong ankle. Thank you.
Um, the only PDF I've got is
I
this
got
one.
a bunch of PDFs.
Let me see if it'll let me show it. It's processing at the moment. So.
I don't understand what it said you had. You can upload multiple files at the same time. Simply hold the control key when selecting files from your computer. You X can also drag. Oh, what did you did? Okay.
This is PTSD. Kathy O'Brien. A time to heal.
Right.
If y'all get a chance, I'd highly recommend finding this book. So, that's
You're
been
only
moved to.
talking to two of us, and I already have it.
Yep. Well, Christopher's here. He's
I said
on.
you're talking to two of us. Christopher's here.
I thought you meant me. The two of us, So, yeah.
I've got a toothache from hell.
I'm sorry. I
Luckily, it's on the left side, which means that nerve will die soon.
Here we go.
It's quiet today, not even birds. I had birds, Christopher. I had seagulls.
Yep. Here's.
I always have seagulls.
Why is this not working? Sorry.
But when I would put this channel in your check on when you're looking for something to play that's short and different.
Yeah.
He's got good stuff.
Here we go. Let's try this.
I love his name.
I've seen these before.
I had too.
Let me find a mute.
Now you're gonna need. He
It
talks
is a
in this.
November to remember and important to engage. I
Dorinda!
will regret if I forget to pay attention while enraged. It is a November to remember, to reveal the facts of the vax, as the division is intense, although not close to the max. It is a November to remember, to audit all 50 states, but just 55 from Cali will reverse all mandates. It is a November to remember, as demons distract and divert from Maxwell's trial, disclosing pain, trauma, and hurt. It is a November to remember. The truth and lies are huge and will spin our heads to forget children that are trafficked and abused. It is a November to remember that God has won, but we are the white hats, and there is still work to be done.
Don't want to get
I hate to have to take him down for the song, but you pretty much.
Someone's got something for you. Don't want to get
I hate to have to take him down for the song.
Oh, I think that's me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Someone's got something for you. Don't want to get
It's me. I just took the other one down.
You're good. How you doing? How was your Thanksgiving?
I was excited to see that you were on tonight. Because I'm
I was
getting
in a
ready for
turkey
bed.
coma last night.
Yeah, well, I'm just tired tonight, so I'm like, I think I'm going to bed. Oh, Angel's up. Oh, I gotta go say hello.
I know that you're probably busier than a 1-hour paper hanger at work.
Oh yeah, Black Friday and Christmas and all that jazz coming up.
Yeah, well, I work tomorrow at 7:30. So I have to get up like
Ugh.
4:30, so 4 o'clock.
In the morning?
Yeah.
That's too early, Dorinda.
That's
That's
what
not.
time I get up to go to work. So
I
I can
know,
have
but
like 2 cups of coffee and wake up.
that's it.
For your information, Eric, in the morning I only do Facebook for the most part. I'm talking to Dad. So there. Sorry. I just had to cut that in the butt.
Yes.
Is that your hubby?
Yep. That's my hubby.
Mm.
The love of my life. At the same time.
Yeah, it happens that way a lot.
Get out of my face.
But I overheard him on the
Out
phone
of my face.
earlier when we were having supper. And I heard today that he's going back to work on Monday. So, hey, whatever.
Right. He didn't bother to tell you yet?
No,
Oh, okay.
he'll probably tell me on Sunday that I'll forget.
After all, we only remember the important things.
No, that's important. He's going back to work early. I get a couple more days to myself.
Hallelujah.
Oh, this month has been weird because he had, in October, he had moose hunting. And then he was off of work.
Ow.
How did that work? He was off of
Hey,
work.
Vicky.
And then in November, he went deer hunting. But he seemed like he was home all the fucking time. It's getting a little frustrated.
I can't believe Vicky stayed at the Opryland. That is
There's a
one.
dumb underneath that hotel, by the way.
There's
Dumb
yeah,
underneath there, too. How do you think they got all those kids in there?
yeah.
All right, did I say that out loud?
Well, I did ask my aunt if she
Kathy
knew of,
O'Brien talked about a lot of that. So.
yeah, I asked my aunt if she knew of it because she was involved with the original music shows at Opryland, setting them up, getting them going, and choreographing them, the whole 9 yards. And she did not know. She was not aware of anything below ground. And I pushed her and pushed her. And she would have told me if she'd known about it.
I
So,
mean, they hypnotize you. They wipe your brain. So you don't even know.
clue.
Most people don't because they wipe their brain. They're like Men in Black.
I guess it's as little as she is, she could have gotten anywhere if she wanted to. She's not 4 feet, I don't think.
She's that
Uh,
short?
yeah, she's short. If she's 4 feet, it ain't much more than that. But she was well known in the music industry and was asked to do that to help with make it professional looking. Um, she swears there's nothing under there, so I don't think she saw it, or if she did, she didn't remember it, like you say. Um, but I couldn't. I
They love the
pussyfooted
Men in Black.
around and ain't no rich bitch. Oh, when I stay at Opryland, I used to get to stay free because of her.
Um,
And that was
what's
nice.
up, Vicky?
Hello, Christopher Hedek. I'm from Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, Canada.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's a weird smell outside. It smells very chemically.
Well, what are they dropping on your head?
I have no idea.
Chemtrails are supposed to be clean now, but who knows?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Oh, trust the government.
Mike Morales, I love to hear him talk about chemtrails because he don't believe nothing but they're up there.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, I was like sitting there, I was showing my friend, holy shit.
That's
$4.89 a night. Holy
it,
shit.
yeah, it's that's even pricier than I remember. When I was staying, it was like three something, and I would stay there because it was the best way to get to the airport the next morning. So she'd get me a room, and I'd stay there, and then the shuttle would take me to the airport to catch the flight back to Vermont.
If I had $400, I'd be paying my bills. Getting caught up.
That's higher than I. That's higher than I. I don't ever remember it being that high before.
Yeah.
I just like
Everything's gone up.
she's right about Christmas.
Everything's going up.
It's a wonderful thing to look at.
I made a mistake of going to the store trying to get a computer part today, which they don't carry. This woman's like, "Oh, we don't carry that, but we could order it for you, but we'll charge you extra money to order it." And I'm like, I could do that myself. Thank you very much.
Why would they want to order it and charge you extra money to order it for you?
Does anything make any sense in 2021?
No.
And she was like, I was like, I can do that myself, and I'll probably find it cheaper than what you're selling it in that store. And it did. Saved myself a lot of money. So.
She went to Murfreesboro, back up to Opryland. Now she's headed back to Murph.
So.
It's too bad that she's in Murfreesboro, but I'm not.
No. 1 second. I gotta go get a lighter. Or matches or something.
Hello, Gitmo.
He and Ariel are in a war.
Are they?
And I think Ariel's winning. Because Ariel doesn't give a shit. Ariel's a cat. He don't give a shit.
Nope.
All cats don't give a shit. Yeah. I can't imagine $489 a night for anything.
Yeah. Well,
That's more than my rent. That's more than my rent.
Holy shit. It's not as much as my mortgage. But it's a beautiful place. It's a beautiful. They've got. I'm sure they've got rooms more expensive. The suites are more than that. It'd be interesting to hear it when she gets a chance if they were wearing masks, because from what my sister says, they aren't wearing masks there.
They are?
Are not. She doesn't have to wear one at work, even.
Wow. Nice.
The ones on the floor, on the floor that actually make the yogurt, they got their hands in the yogurt stuff those people have to wear masks, but they had to wear masks before.
Yeah.
It was a sanitary thing for the food. So nothing's changed for them, but she's in the corporate offices area, and she works on getting all the pieces and the parts of the yogurt there on time, which she's pulling her hair out right now for. You can't get truckers to bring them in. It's wild. But the accounting department and supply department, none of them have to wear masks. They're in the corporate offices area, and so they don't have to. And the only people that have to are the ones on the floor that have always had to.
That was Wally World there, Miss Dorinda.
Yes.
How's the Wally World doing?
Oh, excuse me. I apologize.
Better out than him.
I thought that was a perfect answer myself.
Today was Black Friday. So guess what? We were so overstaffed. It was fucking insane.
You're kidding.
No. We had, at one point, we had 8 people in the big self checkout.
8.
8.
8.
That was
We're
it.
lucky if we have 3. That's a miracle if we have 3.
And you got 8 today.
Today we had 8.
Yeah.
And every till was open. And they even opened early today.
Did they sell a lot, do you think, today? Was there a
No.
lot of people other than staff?
I saw 3 TVs go through in one order.
3 TVs in one order? Holy moly.
70 a big fucking TV and 2 small ones. It was $1,200 that they paid. But I didn't really see any too much going out of there that was. But of course, I didn't really look at the flyer either, and I didn't really see what was on sale because I didn't give a shit. Because today's not a big payday for hubby because they fucked up his vacation when he was off last month. So he didn't get paid today.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, yeah. It's like, oh,
That's a good thing to have happen, right? When you
but I got paid, so, and I had saved money in the account, so we're okay. It's not like oh fuck, I don't have enough money for this, I don't have enough money for that. No, I'm good.
Good. You prepped.
I made sure I had enough money in the fucking account. My mortgage is paid. I don't give a shit about anything else.
Yep.
I'll wait 2 weeks and pay the PUC and pay the cable and pay the heat. I don't fucking care.
Right.
I filled up my car to just over 3/4 of a tank today. Cost me $65.
Whoa.
Not bad.
$65 for 3/4 of a tank.
Yeah.
Holy
I was
shit.
pretty close to empty, so that's why I'm saying yeah. But our gas is, let me see, 160 a liter, which times it by 3 is a gallon.
6 something a gallon.
Yeah.
Almost not as. I mean, California is close, but it's not as much there. But I was gonna go get gas today, but I realized I left my laptop at work.
Oh shit.
I had to drive all the way back home. Get my laptop because I forgot I took it there with me.
So did you have good turkey yesterday?
It was all right, you know. I don't know. It was okay.
No fights?
No,
Good.
I didn't talk anything. You know,
Did
they don't listen to me anyway.
you
Got to
get
hold my great
Were you at
niece,
your brother?
my sisters.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's not the one that has your daughter, right?
No.
They live in Mississippi. I can't go there.
Huh.
They won't let me in.
She hadn't been.
Yeah. Oh no. You're not vaccinated.
No.
Oh, sorry, you're not fully until now you got the booster.
I'm pure blood. Thank you very much.
third or fourth booster.
I'm
We
a
got
I'm a
number
pure
4.
I'm a pure blood. I'm a
Me
pure
too.
blood.
I am too,
Me too.
and I'm
Pure
staying that
human.
way.
Yep, exactly. Same here. Uh,
And the oldest blood type known, I'm at 2.
Yeah, I'm the scary one that they want.
Yeah, being a negative, you probably are. Because I still don't know what they want.
RH negative.
Is it just negatives?
RH negative.
it's
There-
RH negative, but especially the AB, which is even the most rare.
AB negative is the most rare.
Yeah,
I don't know what RH negative is technically.
Reese's
like-
negative.
Yeah.
You don't have you didn't come. Reese's is the monkey, which if you're positive, then you have the Reese's monkey trait.
I have no idea, but
The negatives are supposedly alien.
Right. That's supposed to, I don't believe either one of these, but supposedly the negative is monkey blood and the positive is alien blood. And I thought they were looking for God's blood, which would be neither one of those. So if you can't have a positive or a negative, then how come? I just don't think they.
Sorry, Christopher. I thought it was 3 liters. It's 4 liters per gallon.
You got her?
Yep. Hello. Are you in the hotel?
No, this girl did not stay overland at $500 a night. We went to the mall, and then we went. And you go pay, and you can go into Upperland to have all the Christmas stuff up, and it's gorgeous. Oh my God!
You at your sister's house?
I'm at our sister's house now. Yeah.
Ah.
Let me take Lauren and go visit.
Is she awake or is she not awake?
Kinda. Her brother, her nephew. I mean, her son listens to Dave.
Yeah. She don't listen to him?
Dave. Jonathan listens to Dave. Not her.
Doesn't he get his mom to listen to her?
Huh?
Won't he get his mom? Why doesn't he listen to
Because
him with her mom?
He's a truck driver, and he.
Yeah. Oh, that's the best part because he can just drive and listen to him for hours.
Well, he did. That's exactly what he did.
Yeah.
But now he don't work that job anymore. He works at a place called Speedway. He drives for them.
Yeah.
Oh, she froze.
He just lives here in Murfreesboro.
So he went from a long haul to a short haul.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, their house is gorgeous. Oh, I've got to remind me. I got to take a picture for my niece's. Well, she don't live no more. She get married. From the
Does anybody
upstairs.
have the copy of Trump on Hannity? Because I couldn't find it.
Which one?
The one that just happened?
I didn't see it. The
Oh,
last thing I watched
was not.
The last
My
thing
feet are killing me. Yeah, I sent you a couple of pictures on Facebook. Share with you. It's me, my daughter, and then me and my brother in front of opera. The opera.
Okay, I'll show it. I didn't know if you wanted me to show it or if you did want me to show it.
Well, you can.
Okay. Let me.
And I'll show you later the pictures I took in the Upper Line Hotel. Oh my God, it's gorgeous. It's like a hotel, shopping, food, you name it, man. They even got canoeing, a boat ride. You got everything in there.
This is.
Have you not been to Opryland before?
That's the first time. So that's me and my daughter in front of a guitar.
Mm-hmm.
We're Auburn fans, and then me and my brother next to it. He's an Alabama fan. That's the one that lost his wife.
Ah.
Everybody go,
Oh, that's not it.
Where you go? Oh my God, we drove down We drove down Nashville and we saw them people. We said, hell no. I said, now we can say we drove by Miranda Lever's restaurant. We drove by Jason Aldean's grill. We drove by Big Sheldon's restaurant, but we didn't go in. God, with so many people down there. And guess what? No mask. I didn't see any mask.
That's what my
Saw a
and
bunch of idiots.
sister said. She said that she didn't see mask in Murfreesboro nor in Nashville when she went for Thanksgiving in Nashville either.
Now, I did see some people in the darn hotel with them on, but not a lot. Not a lot at all. My brother's so hilarious, y'all. He's just such a nut. Oh, my feet are killing me. At least I'm going to take back me another hot bath tonight. I told one today. I'm going to take me another one. Look, my sister cooked so much food. Did y'all eat?
I took a nap.
I know you did. We ate Thanksgiving breakfast for breakfast. Leftovers for breakfast.
Do you have the copy of Trump on Hannity? Because I don't.
Would I be? Because I haven't been on the computer today. Nothing today.
It was
from Oasis Shoes.
From Tuesday, I believe. Wednesday.
Have you ever heard of Oasis Shoes?
Who?
Oasis Shoes.
No.
Well, 3 pair of shoes. My brother used his military discount, and they had a Black Friday sale. We got 3 pairs of shoes for $124.
I thought you said 124,000. I was like, that's not a deal.
I didn't say that. But guess what? The policy says if you keep the receipt and you don't like them, as long as you don't got blood on them or dog shit on them, you can return them.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I need another walking pair of shoes.
Hey, Jason, how you doing?
Sorry.
Here's a new JP.
I know David.
I like the title of it. The time to stand up is now. Here we go.
I believe you'll either be explaining to your grandchildren what freedom was or what censorship was. I believe freedom of speech is the backbone of all the other freedoms. I believe censorship is a pesticide against the human spirit, and it's better to keep your spirit organic. I believe that only people who have something to hide will work relentlessly to censor those who speak truth. I believe fear is the virus and bravery is the immune system. I believe letting algorithms guide your human interactions is like using soy to make meat substitutes. It's not the real thing. Plus, tofurkey's gross. I believe that either the Matrix is a metaphor for life or life is a metaphor for the Matrix. But either way, a red pill a day keeps the authoritarians away. I believe encrypted messaging is at least as important as being able to go to the bathroom with the door closed. It's no one else's business but yours. Sorry, NSA. I believe freedom of speech requires you to tolerate all speech, not just the speech you agree with. I believe disobeying unjust mandates should be as intuitive as not eating rotten food. I believe the solution for bad speech isn't no speech, it's more speech. Just like the solution for bad sex isn't no sex, it's more sex. I believe the most valuable currency is human connection. Bitcoin is number 2. I believe centralization keeps you in the captivity of someone else's cage, and decentralization crushes the cage and sets you free. I believe fact checkers are an insult to human intelligence, and they'd benefit humanity more if they spent their time planting flowers. I believe the only place censorship has in society is in silent meditation retreats. Even that's questionable. I believe that if every once in a while you're not asking yourself which side of history you're on, then you're probably on the wrong side of history. I believe free speech is what fertilizes intelligence. I believe tech companies should not have your personal data because they don't deserve it. And it's called personal data for a reason. I believe if you don't pay for the product, then they're making you into the product. Even though they don't tell you that, I believe new companies pledging not to censor their users isn't good enough. Companies that can't censor their users is the answer. I believe freedom is the gift that makes life worth living. I believe it's time to wake up and take massive action so your grandchildren won't have to be told what freedom was. Your words, actions, attention, and voting with your money matters. It's time to be bold, brave, live in integrity with your heart, and alignment with freedom. The time is now, my friend. Thank you for watching this video, my freedom.
Hello, Jason. I'm stepping down. I love you all. Take care. Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Love you, darling. Love you.
Love you.
Hey, you guys. I'm gonna stay on here, but I'm gonna go down and visit a little while. I'm gonna come back up in a little while.
All right. I like that speech he had.
I need coffee or something.
I do too. Oh, let me find that video again. There we go. You said the second one?
Yeah, the second one was the one I thought was interesting, but I wasn't sure. I'll put my hearing aid in so I can hear it this time.
I wish he had like closed captioning. That'd be easier.
I know.
So
I hate it because of no closed captions.
here we go.
Well, I hear you've been digging up some stuff this last week.
There's been a lot coming up, and a lot of it has been circled around the whole read the Bible, and the whole just this whole like when they keep on like repeating like read the Bible, it's like okay, there's got to be something with this, but we actually found something that I mean. Let's say, I mean, we all stumble on things on accident. It's just like, it just snowballs into it. We just follow it. We just keep going with it. And what we found was, we found these Bibles. And what they are, so, you know, they have the Y in the brackets, right? The kill box?
Yep.
It's a book.
Wow.
And
Look
what
at
the,
that. How long have you had that? Or did you just find it?
we just found, I mean, I just got them this week. Got them shipped in this week.
That's incredible. So you've been having downloads like Bible, or is it just telling you to go check it out?
The thing is, I mean, when everything starts going through your head, like with the drops, you like go through different drops, and like I've got several drops that and you'll see like read the Bible, and they'll be in full of read the Bible. It's like, which Bible though? I mean, there's so many.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
We happen to stumble on the site, and they had this UCAT Bible.
Interesting. Yeah, we could see it. UCAT Bible.
I'm like, wait a second, I'm like, Dead Cat Bounce, you know, and read the Bible.
So why would I freeze here? Well, frankly, I think Jason Q is brilliant. Sometimes I don't even know if he knows how brilliant he is. So I did a little research on Q, and I could only find one post, one drop that said read the Bible. That was drop 1603. There may be more, but this is the one I found. But this is significant. If we read the last line, it says forced immigration pushers will be exposed, which is very relevant. And it says in parentheses, the why, and the why is emphasized, which I believe is a double entendre. The why, meaning this is what we will learn. Why is this going on? The next line is read the Bible. So I believe this could be a hint to the why, WHY actually being Y in brackets. And this is what Jason Q discovered. And it means read the Bible, the why Bible. You'll understand why next.
And then you look at who published it. It's like Ignatius Press. I'm like, wait, you mean like Ignatius Loyola, like Jesuits? Okay.
Well, Jason does what Jason does best. He gets us thinking. So I went to work. I found that Ignatius of Loyola was a retired army commander who founded the Jesuits with 6 of his students. If you were to do a quick Google search, you may find Ignatius and the Jesuits to be brave, unselfish, loving men, and diligent teachers of young boys. However, if you understand that the top search results are usually what the deep state wants you to believe, then you do a little more digging, such as Jason Q would suggest. And now you will find a completely different story. See, the Jesuits are actually the armed militia of the Roman Catholic Church, and in current day are shrouded in scandal with thousands of child abuse accusations. There's so many that even the mainstream media and the Vatican were not successful in covering it up. It's not surprising considering some believe the Jesuit military order of Rome are the current iteration of the ancient Luciferian priest of Baal, who are known to conduct satanic, ritualistic child abuse and sacrifice. When the Jesuits were founded, they were given just one edict by Pope Paul III, and that was to crush Protestantism. So Protestantism is a form of Christianity that believes that God and the teachings of the Bible must come before the church and before ritualistic traditions. That makes sense. At the time in the 1500s, they specifically targeted the Roman Catholic Church for Reformation as they felt they were putting the church before God. The Jesuits' operational tactics that are successfully used today can be understood by this one quote from Francesco Borgia. He is the 3rd Jesuit superior general. "We came in like lambs and will rule like wolves." See, the Jesuits work in the shadows to continually disrupt society by infiltrating education, government, corporation, and of course, churches. They are a wicked group, and by their own words, are wolves in sheep's clothing. According to scholars, the Jesuits are known for subversion, political infiltration, deception, spying, assassination, and even revolution. They are masters at manipulating others through critical race theory, division, social, and believe it or not, by using political correctness and so-called woke tactics in support of uprisings. Therefore, it should come as no surprise that Pope Francis is a high-level Jesuit from Argentina and may be the 8th and last pope, according to Revelation 17. Their most successful tactic by far has been the subversiveness of education of our youth. Now, it's also been said that the Nazi war criminal Heinrich Himmler used Ignatius of Loyola's template for success as the founding principles for the Nazi SS. And this statement can actually be corroborated by something Hitler said. Quote, "I learned much from the order of the Jesuits," said Hitler. Hitler then continued for a bit with his praise for the Jesuit order and then abruptly stopped as he probably realized his public praising of the Jesuits may give away his plans. Now that you know the history and current construct of the Jesuits, the following may make a lot of sense.
So we started, got it, and picked up and noticed it. It was pressed in San Francisco. I'm like, oh, San Francisco's the same place that they have the Church of Satan. I'm like, and you notice with the red cover, I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah. And the thing on the back, Pope Francis has something on it. Says, you're holding something divine in your hands, a book that is like fire, a book through which God speaks. And I'm like, so you're not referring yourself as God, are you? And then you open it up. And the first thing I'll do is check out, like, who got financed by? Yeah, the Germans.
Oh my Lord.
Everything's, it's so, it is so just mind blowing because you have all these books. They're just, I mean, they say they're from foundations and everything, but they're not. I mean, everybody's German. 2015 UCAT Foundation. And then you think, wait, pray, learned up the meanings. I'm like, I think they're not using these to pray on kids, are they? But not to pray on them, but pray on their minds,
Yeah.
And I was like, well, okay, gotta be. But going into it, you don't want to have that you don't want to have that definite, but then it's like the preface, it's a 2-page with Pope Francis.
Wow.
And then you look at the date, I'm like,
I was just going to ask you that question.
This was March 20th, 2017. And that's when I looked, I'm like, wait a second. When President Trump was at that church, when he walked over there,
That's right.
Bible. And which one did he hold up? He held up the whole Bible. Said it was the Revised Standard Version. And I'm like, wait a second. With him, there's always something.
Yeah.
Move it out like this, right? Look. And I'm like, that's it. Like, you have to complete the circuit. RS, the TU, be completed. TU is 2021.
Oh, wow. Yes.
I said that this is the year. I'm like, wow. I mean, it's mind blowing, but it was the King James version, and you start looking at that, and everybody wants to go by that. I'm like, well, that's not good. Like, you would think the Bible would be like, if it was, created by our Creator, it'd be one and done and have everything in it. But it don't. It's been already written, and once they found the Nagamati and Dead Sea Scrolls, then they had to go back and they had to rewrite everything and rewrite it. You just add to it. I mean, the truth is the truth. You can't get around either way. And it's still that small. Like, it's pretty small to have a lot of truth in it. Because we have another Bible, plus this one is amazing. It's WASPy, right? Now, what this is, it goes over 24,000 years. And I mean, it's only $30 though on Amazon. But the funny thing is that it was actually created in the same year that they started with the King James, 1881.
Oh, really?
Like, that's a mere 18, like you said, the number 18. Remember? Number 18.
That's right.
Something with this, but also the Q.
And like you said, it's 1881. So you have the 18 and then you have the mirror of it, which is 81.
And you think about it, it's like you can't get away from it. Because either way, it's an 18. When you add it up, it's like, okay, it's always going to be.
It's always an 18.
You're not going to get away from it.
Yeah. I found that number to be significant too in my Trump Cruise time travel movie. It's 18 is it. I don't know why. You're probably going to enlighten me, but there's something up with 18 for sure.
Well, and also when you mentioned the Q plus, we dug a little bit deeper. We found this it's called Text by Walter C. Betch. It's like 100. Well, when we print it out, it's 145 pages, but the book is a little bit smaller. This book was one of the most amazing books I've ever read. It took me a while to get through because it's a lot kind of overload. It's like the meaning of life and symbols. We talk about symbols like the H symbol. It's a gate. Like it opens up, and I'm like, it even tells you what Satan's real name is. Calvin Renijan. And then it's all about the 666 versus the 704 code. Like it's all letters with the numbers. I'm like, oh, okay. And it's just like you have to like let it like soak in.
I took those words, you must let it soak into heart. See, we must be aware that we are in a monumental battle, the likes that man has never seen before. This is truly a battle for our spirit and our souls. When those at the highest level in godly positions cannot be trusted and actively deceive and defile us, such as our most cherished, the children, in the name of their Luciferian deity, then we are at a dark and foggy fork in the road. This battle of good versus evil is truly biblical, and you must choose a side. All good people, regardless of ideological affiliation, must come together under the light of our great Lord and oscillate at a very high level of positivity. Always remember, fear, negativity, anxiety, cowardice, and hate is their fuel, and we will not fuel their agenda or comply any longer. We live in the light and strength. See, God has already won, but in order for us to reap the rewards and enjoy the harvest, it is we, the people, that must ante up and kick in. Now, if you look into the mirror, you may notice that you have missed something previously. It is you. That's right, YOU, that is wearing a white hat. May God bless your efforts.
That's good.
I never heard of those many different types of Bibles.
Oh, there's several Bibles. I never heard of the Y Bible, but it makes sense.
Yeah, but
Jason Q is usually very spot on. He does nothing but research. I don't know how he does all that research because I don't have time anymore. I fit a lot of research into a year and a half, and now I don't even have time to even put my own thoughts together.
well, maybe he doesn't have a job.
Or, I mean, it must be nice, to not, It's probably ex-military or something and has money stashed away somewhere.
Well, he doesn't look like military to me.
Yeah, let's see. For the fire to be on fire, chapter 1. No. Lake Fairy wished me a happy Thanksgiving yesterday. That was nice.
Oh, where did she see you?
No, I mean, she sent me a text.
Oh. Wonder why.
I don't know. I told her happy Thanksgiving back. I told her thank you. And here's another United spot. Let's see what this one is. All right, cool. Got you'll like this one. Nancy is stepping down. Yay.
I wish I believed that.
very serious and historical news. Prepare yourselves. This is going to sting a bit. Effective sometime in the near future, I will be stepping down as House Drinker. Now, I know that many of you out there have probably fainted after hearing this tragic and depressing news. If any of you would like a Kleenex to wipe your tears, please feel free to do so. But before you dry your eyes, I want to tell you something, all right? Don't you give up hope. I want to assure you that there is a big, bright light at the end of the tunnel for old Nancy girl. The reason I am stepping down is because I'm stepping up to the big time. That's right, baby. 25th Amendment time. I'm moving on up to the top. I'm going to be the first female president. I'm going to run this country. Hey, you heard me, Peggy. Pick up your Parmesan cheese. Joe. Wait, what? Joe. Joe, you're going the wrong way. All right, you're not supposed to be here. Where are your hands? Somebody come get Joe. Karen. So embarrassing. Can you believe this guy? I mean, just wandering around, not a care in the world. Anyways, back to what I was talking about before I was so rudely interrupted. Now listen, peasants, all right? I know that most of America is going to miss me as House Drinker, but I have a surprise for you. I found a replacement. That's right. When I become president, one of the smartest people I know will take my seat as House Drinker. Peasants, let me introduce my replacement, all right? Da-da-da-da. Come on out, AOC!
Oh my gosh, what a huge honor to be inaugurated again. I've got some pretty big shoes to fill, but I promise you all that I'm a bartender. My first order of business is to put a fence around every house to keep the mosquitoes out of everyone's backyard.
Oh my God. All right, all right. See, I told you.
And I'm going to be the first woman to land on the sun because I'm going to do it at night. Yep.
All right, AOC, what's she going to say?
And I'm going to get rid of cows and cars, okay?
Yep. That's enough.
Yep. And
That's
no
enough
one's ever going to have to work again. I'm going to get rid of food and water and money and jobs and clouds and water. I'm going to get rid of everything.
All right, honey. That's enough. All right. Well, that's about all the time I have.
Does anybody want to drink?
I'm going to see all of you at the White House.
Can I get anybody something?
What about me? Cut!
Nancy is stepping down, please.
Yeah. I wish that was real news.
Yeah,
All right,
I know.
Joe, just listen to my.
Yeah, I know. Here's some new ones. Hold on. Here we go. There's a new one. There we go.
Just right back here, hear a tale of Hollywood pimp who surveys lots of movie stars and chameleon trying to hide with her evil smiling lie, wicked Elaine and Lipsy Sue, the billionaire and Monica Sky, the movie stars, Prince Andrew and Jill's husband, here on Epstein.
Hey, ghost of Jeffrey Epstein, where you been? Just been hanging around. So, what can a guy like me do for fun around here? I think you'll find something to do. Damn! How old is she? I feel pretty, oh so pretty. I feel pretty and witty and gay. Come on, Joe, you can do this. Hey, who said that? I said that. Who are you? I'm you. You're me? Yeah, I'm you. Well, if you're me, then who am I? You're you. Well, you just said it. You're you. How can I be you if you're me? Because I'm you. And who am I? You're me. Well, figured out. Mom always said that I could find Wilson at Epstein Island. Oh, hey, Wilson. I'm looking for Wilson, too. Mark, Harry, and Tony, and Justin, and Roberto. Come out wherever you are, boys. Oh, I tell you, a guy like me can really get some thinking done on an island like this. Just look at this brand new electric car I just made. Excuse me, have you seen my husband? Who's your husband? You don't know my husband, Bill? He's been here like 26 times. Sorry, I have no idea what goes on here. I know what goes on here. Me too. Me too. Hey, Bill, what are you doing here?
I owe Jeffrey some favors.
Nice shot, Joe. Hey, thanks. By the year 2024, everybody's going to have a Joe Biden car. Oh, yeah? Yeah, and he's going to be made and sold only in America. Joe? Yeah? Where are you going to get your batteries? Huh? Where do you think lithium comes from, genius? Oh, damn it. Well, I'll have to get the batteries from China, but I'll sell the batteries in America. Gas is expensive because of Trump. End of quote. Who am I? I ask myself that every day. Where am I? I can't help you because I have no idea where I am. I think I have amnesia. Yeah, I think I got amnesia too. You know, if people stopped being poor, groceries and gas wouldn't be that expensive. Hey, Obama, how's everything going?
Everything's fine. My third term as president is going as planned.
Wait a minute, I thought I was... Oh, never mind. I keep forgetting.
It's Thanksgiving time, and it wouldn't be a proper Thanksgiving unless rich and powerful politicians were still rich and powerful.
So I said to him, I said, get away from me, you peasant. I'm rich. Hey, Nancy, can you pass the ketchup? Here you go, Joe. Thank you. Whoa. Easy there, Dad. Holy crap, Joe. Did you just shit your pants? Check your shorts, Joe.
Was that a fart or a short?
Hey, that wasn't me. It was a ketchup bottle. Ugh, I need to put on my mask. That fart sounded so moist. It wasn't me. Ew, it smells like cow farts in here. What's wrong with you, Joe? Sitting over there just crapping yourself at Thanksgiving dinner? Disgusting. Hey, come on, man. It wasn't me. It was a ketchup bottle. Sure it wasn't, Joe. You sick son of a bitch. Go use the bathroom like a normal person. It wasn't me.
Are you sure about that, Dad? Because it smells like shit in here.
Yeah, I'm sure. I wouldn't crap myself at the table. It's not my style. It's not who I am.
I believe you, Dad.
Hey, Joe, go wipe your butt. Come on, man. It wasn't me.
So even though you might not be able to afford a tank of gas or even a Thanksgiving turkey this year, at least you don't have to smell Joe Biden's shart at Thanksgiving dinner while blaming it on the ketchup.
That's true. At least we don't have to smell it.
Do what?
So at least we don't have to smell them. Like, thanks for the visual. But I had a good time on Wednesday, though. Showed him a shit ton of videos.
And
He's more awake than he was. He also fell asleep. He's like, boy, learning, he's like, talking truth is exhausting. It's like, yeah. Yeah. But he's doing good. He's in the right spot. So I wish I could find that Hannity one. Oh.
I don't.
Rumble. Let's see.
I would think it would be on YouTube.
It's not. I checked.
There's a dozen different Fox and Tucker and Hannity different programs.
Yeah, anything to do with him though is.
Even his show has got one, I think.
Let's see. I'm going to do Hannity.
Yeah, when did you think it happened?
It was on Wednesday.
Oh, I don't see anything that's late enough to be Wednesday.
Yeah.
Wednesday is how many days ago?
It's the 25th. I'm
Well,
just
I've got
seeing if I
one
can find.
3 days ago.
Here it is. The 24th. Former slams by. We're gonna watch this. Hold on.
Okay, go for it.
They take me down. They take me down. I really don't give a crap anymore. Here we go. Oh, go back. There it is. All right, this is the first one. Here's this. There's 3 of them, so we'll see which one's which. I think it's bottom up, though.
Let me ask you about foreign policy, because I'm extraordinarily concerned about what's going on. You got a hostile actor in Vladimir Putin. He now looks like he's now got an army ready to go on the border with Ukraine. You see the hostile maneuvers of China flying their fighter jets and over Taiwan airspace, talking about reunification. Now, I'm going to tie 2 things together. With all of that happening and Joe Biden saying nothing about either, and then we have the incident of Hunter Biden's $1.5 billion deal with the Bank of China, $100,000 shopping spree with a Chinese national, $3.5 million with a Russian oligarch, the former First Lady of Moscow. Why do I believe that if the last name were Trump and it was your son Don Jr. or Eric or Barron Trump or Ivanka Trump, that people would see the lack of action and tie it to the family being compromised? We saw what Libya had in terms of a dossier on Hunter Biden, and it was not flattery in any way, shape, or form. It was a blunt assessment. I worry that the reason Joe won't act is because probably both China, Russia, and these other countries have a dossier on Hunter Biden, and all of those deals, if it was the Trump family, would be investigated. Why no investigation here?
Look, they probably do, and I hope they don't, and I wish the family well. That's dirty stuff. They play a dirty game. If that were my kids, they'd be in jail for the rest of their lives. The game that is being played, everyone knows it's totally corrupt. And the media didn't want to cover it. When the New York Post did incredible reporting, they banned the New York Post from being on big tech, okay? I mean, every form of big tech. I never saw anything like it. They went after the New York Post for doing phenomenal reporting. They're another real hero in this game, along with the names you mentioned and I mentioned. But if you look at Russia, Russia wasn't threatening. When I was there, we were getting along fine with Russia. I sanctioned Russia like nobody has ever sanctioned them before, ending the pipeline, doing all sorts of. I even sent some things to Ukraine. I don't want to fight the battle for Ukraine. They got to fight their own battles. I'm taking people out. Look, we take all of these people out, all of these wonderful soldiers out of the Middle East. We were all set to get out. And then we had that horrible, horrible, embarrassing withdrawal. But take a look at China. You didn't have bombers flying over Taiwan when I was there. They understood. And President Xi understand you can't do that. I got along really great with President Xi and with President Putin. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. Nuclear power.
But I think they believed you.
Not a bad thing.
See, I think they
I'll
believe
give you an
you.
example.
Now, let me ask you this.
Yeah, they did believe me. But
Ronnie Jackson gave you a cognitive test. There's now, and I've been saying this since before the election, that I think Joe is weak, frail, and a cognitive mess. Now, the vast majority of people, John McLaughlin's latest poll, see it the way I see it. You took that cognitive test. I asked Ronnie Jackson. You got 30 out of 30. Do you believe that Joe Biden is showing signs of being cognitively compromised? And should he take the test?
Look, all I can say is I know President Xi, I know Putin, I know Kim Jong-un, I know all the leaders of the world. I got to know them very well. Most of my like, many of my like, although tough cookies, they're all at the top of their game. We need somebody that's at the top of the game. And, you know, maybe it should be mandated that you take like cognitive tests or something. But you can't have the head of China, the head of Russia, the head of these powerful nations being at the top of their game. Look at what's happening. Look how weak we look. Look how we look. You don't think that Russia, China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, and all these other people that hate us, you don't think that they were watching and laughing all the way to the bank? Look at, I mean, with what happened in Afghanistan, when they watched that horrible, stupid withdrawal, I can't believe that the military would have allowed themselves to be put in a position like that where they leave. And I can just see Abdul. He was the head of the Taliban, who I dealt with, and he understood we weren't playing games. Again, no soldier shot. Nobody knows that. Nobody wants to talk about that, 18 months. But I could just see him. Abdul, they come back. Abdul, the American soldiers have left. No way. Are you an idiot? Are you an idiot? There's no way. No, Abdul, I mean it. They've left. He'll say, well, let me check it out. An hour later, he said, they left. Yeah. And they left with all their equipment behind. They left brand new airplanes and brand new everything. They have more equipment. You know, they have 700,000 machine guns and rifles and guns, and many of them are on the black market. They don't need that many. Many are on the black market. We had 28 Apache helicopters, the most incredible machine. And you know who's got them now? 2 of them each. Russia has 2, China has 2, because they're back engineering it so that they can build the exact same helicopter, because it's the most advanced in the world. It's incredible. What
Mr.
we've
President,
done is
last
so
question.
horrible.
I want to get your take on 2 issues. I know after the verdict, Kyle Rittenhouse went to visit you, and I have a picture of it. I want to get your thoughts on the rush to judgment, especially by Joe Biden, because I think Kyle Rittenhouse has a lawsuit against many in the media and Joe Biden himself. Many legal experts agree with my opinion. I want to ask you about that and the tragedy of Waukesha, which is a rap sheet a mile long, driving straight into a crowd of people, and that tragedy. I'll give you the last word on that.
Well, he was out on bail, and he was a rough cookie, and it looked like they caught him in some other act, and he was speeding. This guy was crazy and a real professional criminal and a bad guy. And the good news is he hated Trump, okay? He hated Trump based on early reporting. And he should not have been out. He should have never. Can you imagine? I looked at that car going in. Somebody said 30 miles an hour. That was a lot more than 30, right through the middle of a band of people, hitting them from the back. I've never seen anything like it. It was so, I can't even look. Nobody can look at it. You can't even look at it. So 5 are dead, 40 are badly wounded. The 5 number will go much higher, all because of a bad guy, and he was out on bail, a very low bail. Just a terrible, terrible situation. I mean, just terrible.
All right, and I know you met with Kyle Rittenhouse.
By the way, I have to say, Kyle, I got to know him a little bit. He called. He wanted to know if he could come over and say hello, because he was a fan, unlike the other guy. He came over with his mother. Really a nice young man, and what he went through, that was prosecutorial misconduct. He should not have had to suffer through a trial for that. He was going to be dead. If he didn't pull that trigger, that guy that put the gun to his head, in 1/4 of a second, he was going to pull the trigger. Kyle would have been dead. He's a really good young guy. He's 18 years old, just left Mar-a-Lago a little while ago, and he should never have been put through that. That was prosecutorial misconduct, and it's happening all over the United States right now with the Democrats.
Mr. President, you gave us a full hour, longer than we thought. We appreciate you being with us. Thank you so much. By the way, the president's new book is out, and it's called Our Journey Together. You can get it exclusively on the website, 45 books. During my interview yesterday with President Trump, I asked him about Joe Biden's policies and how they're impacting the country, and here's what he told me. Let me go back to the one question, because you've been there. The policies, if Joe Biden wanted to save his presidency, I could tell him how to do it. He would bring back the Trump policies on the border. He never would have abandoned Americans. He could go rescue the Americans he left behind enemy lines. He can go back to energy independence. He can go back to lower taxes and less regulation, which was your economic policies. So he could save his presidency, but I don't see that happening because this was radicalized more than at any other point in my working lifetime, which is now 33 years on radio and now in my 26th year at Fox.
If he did nothing when he came in, you'd have the strongest borders in history, and people would be able to come in, but they were coming in legally. You know, the other thing nobody talks about, you do, drugs. The drugs are pouring in now at a record rate. I had them at the lowest level they've been in 17 years. The drugs are pouring through our southern border at a level like we've never seen before. All he had to do is come in and do nothing. We had remain in Mexico, and I worked that out with the Mexican government, or I was going to tariff their cars. And I really liked the president of Mexico. He and I had a great relationship, and we worked out. They gave us 28,000 soldiers at no cost on our border while we were building the wall. Remember, most of the wall is built. It could be finished in 3 or 4 weeks. Right now, that steel was put in an area, and it's just sitting there rotting on the ground. It's such a shame.
It's
and
a
it was
waste.
so impactful.
So the policies would stay the same. Let me ask you a question. With how the media treated you, again, I go back to what would you do differently? Obviously, the policies would remain the same. Is there any one big thing that you say, you know what, I'm not going to do this or that?
Well, you know, until I ran for politics, I got the best media. I really did. The media treated me good. I understood that they had some difficulties in life and they were not so straight, but they treated me very well. I guess that's one of the reasons I became president, when you think about it. But I would devote maybe more time to it, but I think to a large extent, you know, I oftentimes experimented. I'd have some people in, I'd give them absolutely perfect answer. I'd give them the time, I'd give them everything, and they'd still write a bad story because that's their genetic makeup. But I think what I would just do is more of the same. I was making the greatest trade deals ever. And, you know, our environment was being protected. Sean, nobody talks about it. We had the best numbers we've ever had last year in terms of clean air and clean water, meaning ever in the last 40 years. I assume before that there weren't so many people, so I guess we had good numbers, right? But we had the best numbers we've ever had.
Am I hearing you right in that it sounds like you would ignore the media more, focus more on the agenda? The agenda obviously works. Let me ask you this, because there is a factor.
I don't think, Sean, if I might, I don't think that I really spent a lot of time in the media. I spent a lot of time on fake investigations.
Well, that's what I want to ask you.
I was being investigated from the day I came down the escalator. And I have to devote time to that. We have one right now going on the Capitol. We have local prosecutors all over the country. If I fly over a state, I end up getting investigated. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen because the local prosecutors work with the federal government.
Let me go back to Durham.
And they're radical left and very dangerous Democrats.
So, and this for me is a little personal because we spent a lot of time making sure we got the right reporting. And I had an ensemble cast. You mentioned some of them: John Solomon, Sarah Carter, Greg Jarrett. I can't mention everybody, but there were a lot of people, Catherine Herridge at the time. And everything that we reported, we got right. Only now, all these years later, this consumed over 3 years of your presidency. And now we know for a fact what we discovered very early on. And that is that the Steele dossier that Hillary Clinton paid for, and with the DNC, bought and paid for, was full of lies. It consumed 3 years of your presidency, and it was all based on a lie. Now, if we live in a country where journalism is that dead, and that even knowing the truth today, only one news organization stepped up halfway to acknowledge the false reporting, how do you overcome that when they're so abusively corrupt and biased?
They are corrupt. They are, and I say it, and I don't want to say it much, but I say it, and I hope in the future I won't have to. They are the enemy of the people. and we could have a country that would be able to heal and get together, except the media foments it. They're so corrupt. And, you know, I came up with the term fake news a long time ago. I don't know if I'll get credit for that, but that's okay. The fake news, but it's really the corrupt news. It's corrupt what they do. And they're so important, it could be, well, important. They used to have a high approval rating. Now they have the lowest. I think they have a lower rating than Mitch McConnell, which is pretty good. I tell you what, they have a rating that now is people have gotten wise to it. They've just gotten wise to it. And it's a shame.
So it's taken less than 10 months for Joe Biden to destroy the American economy. I asked former President Trump about this and more. Take a look. In less than a year, we have the Afghanistan disaster. We have more Americans dead from COVID, with as you were just discussing. We have inflation that is back, an economy that is tanking. Poor and middle-class Americans are dying with high energy prices. We have our borders out of control. We've given up energy independence. Now we have Russia on the border with Ukraine, and we have China saber-rattling with Taiwan, talking about reunification and flying their fighter jets over there. And I think a lot of this was captured in an ad put out by the Save America PAC. I want to play it for you. It's comparing Joe Biden to Jimmy Carter. Let me get your reaction to it.
Decades after Jimmy Carter, Joe Biden picked up where he left off. With America surrendering to terrorists, Biden's foolish spending is causing inflation, which means more pain at the pump, higher prices on groceries, devaluing your retirement savings when you need it most. Once was a mistake. Twice is a disaster. America needs strong leaders, not weak ones.
The similarities, I mean, it reminds me a lot of turn your thermostat down and put on a sweater, and long gas lines, as some of us that are older remember.
Well, Sean, look at the brownouts all over California. It's terrible. I mean, all of this nonsense that they're doing, they want to replace clean fossil fuels where you have it really clean. Natural gas is very clean, but it's powerful. It can take care of and fuel our country. And they want to replace it with wind where they spend billions and billions of dollars in subsidy. They need subsidy for it. And everything comes from other countries. They bring it into our country. I mean, it's just unbelievable. They're thinking. You take a look at where we were, and remember the word inflation or stagflation, if you'd like to say that, which is a step worse. But remember inflation. What's happening now to prices is many times more than any possible tax increase that anybody could give. But on top of that, in this new bill, they want big tax increases. People are going to pay massive tax increases. And I'm not talking about the wealthy. I'm talking about everybody.
Let me ask you this. I know you're not going to answer me on the question of whether you can run again or not because of campaign laws. You have said that you think I'll like the answer. So that gives me some insight to where I think you're going with this. If you do run again, what is one major thing that you would do differently?
So, look, there are many things that I would complete. For instance, the wall was almost completed. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, but they decided not to do it, and they should do it. And, you know, we had the strongest border in history. We have now the weakest border in history. There are many things, many deals I would have done. We were ready to do a great trade deal with Europe because they've been ripping us off almost as badly as China. We had another deal with China coming along that would have been phenomenal that China wasn't happy with. I would have done all of that. The press, I had to devote a lot of time to fake investigations. They were fake. And, you know, it's interesting. The Durham report has it's come out. I wish it could have been a little earlier, but it's unbelievably complete. And I would imagine this is just the beginning of the foundations.
But I want to ask you about that specifically.
No, well, I mean, No, but the
we know the
foundations
Steele
are being
dossier is debunked. The Washington Post had to retract their stories. Where's the rest of the media?
Yeah. They actually have retracted it, and almost all of them are starting to now retract it, and they don't know how to do it because they're very embarrassed. And frankly, they should give back their Pulitzer Prizes. They won Pulitzer Prizes for their coverage of Russia, but you and Solomon and other people were right. You should get the prizes, okay? You were right. You called
By the
it
way,
early on.
that'll make their heads
That's
explode.
because you have
Give Hannity the Pulitzer.
Couldn't find the whole one, but I found,
It looks like he took it and pieced it out.
Yeah. But he's in a blue tie, so we know it's not him.
Yep. I thought the same thing. I didn't like the way his eyes looked either.
That wasn't him. I'm going to play the last one because I just want to say fuck it. So.
Oh, yeah, but I'm just saying that. Why do we know? We could be wrong. It could be him. He could not have a dummy. He might not have a second stand-in that goes and does stuff like that.
How can he be in two places at once?
But we don't know where he was either time. I mean, it's all crazy.
Now you see him, now you don't. Just like when the X-22 Dave said when they said he was out golfing, he was actually in Afghanistan. Can't be in two places at once unless you have a dummy.
Those I don't mind. Those I don't have any concerns about. But when he sits down in front of a TV camera like that and gives an interview, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where he is. They can make it look like he's anywhere he want to make him look like he is, and they wouldn't have to futz with it.
I don't know.
I don't know either. I'm just tired.
I know. I'm ready for this all to be over with. Here we go. We'll see what Mr. Pedophile. Oh, sorry. Epstein. Here we go.
You're being flirted with.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, darling. Thank you.
I'm Jeffrey Edward Epstein, and my residence address is 6100 Red Hook Boulevard in Virgin Islands.
Do you maintain any other residences presently?
I have vacation homes in New Mexico, Palm Beach, New York, and Paris.
Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes.
What was the crime of which you were convicted?
Two counts, one soliciting prostitution and procuring a minor for prostitution.
Did you in fact commit those acts?
I'm going to invoke my Fifth Amendment right.
How many times have you solicited a minor for prostitution?
Same answer.
How many times have you solicited a minor for prostitution in the state of Florida?
Same answer.
Have you ever solicited a minor for prostitution in the Virgin Islands?
Same answer.
That is, you are invoking your Fifth Amendment.
Yes,
right.
Yes, Mr. Squirrel.
Have you ever solicited for prostitution in New York?
Same answer.
Have you ever solicited for prostitution in New Mexico?
Same answer.
Have you ever solicited for prostitution in Paris?
Same answer.
Have you ever solicited a minor for prostitution anywhere at any time?
Again, I'm going to assert my right.
Did you ever? We're going to go off record. So you are terminating the deposition at this time?
Recess the deposition.
What college did you attend?
Cooper Union.
And did you get a degree from Cooper Union?
No, sir.
How many years were you in college?
I believe 2.
What did you study?
Physics.
Well, isn't it true that you were a teacher at the Dalton School in New York after college? It's just unheard of. It's just an unbelievable scheme to have kept going for that long of a period of time. Do you consider yourself to be bisexual?
No.
In any event, you did develop a sexual relationship with Leslie Wexner at some point in time. Is that true?
No.
Mr. Epstein, how long have you been sexually attracted to underage minor females?
Objection. Harassing. Argumentative. Are you kidding?
No, I mean, I don't feel like I'm divulging any secrets here, right?
Move to strike.
Mr. Epstein, were you sexually abused as a minor?
Again?
Were you sexually abused as a minor?
You know, I'd like to respond to all your, if any, questions seem to be relevant, but I would like to respond to any relevant question at this time. However, my attorneys have counseled me that I cannot provide answers to the questions relevant to this lawsuit today. I must accept their advice or risk losing my Sixth Amendment right to effective representation. Accordingly, then, I assert my Fifth, Sixth, and 14th Amendment right to the United States Constitution.
When there's no more room in hell, the dead will walk the earth and tear the flesh from the living.
Let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Nameless, unreasoning, unjustified terror.
there is if you look at his teeth there, they're really, really small teeth.
Don't they do something with the children's teeth?
You see?
Are we stuck?
I don't know why there's no music, but while it's no music, I'll talk. We'll talk. Weird. Usually there's music, but yeah, David, I ate way too much yesterday too, and went home last night trying to take a nap and slept all night long. So. Alright. Sorry. Alright. Silvergirl, or are you just being quiet?
I'm just being quiet.
Oh, okay. Why is he in a hospital with a baby? Yep. Wind tunnel again. I don't know why. The Army Corps of Engineers are inside the wire at Epstein's Island. The guys hired to fill the tunnels are our guys. The earthquake that happened yesterday forced them to stop work for 24 to 48 hours. Working underground after shocks within the time frame, Snowden opened accounts for us to look at because he wrote the security as an admin long enough to wash the fruit of the poison tree. Now have grounds. Now they are fucking raiding Epstein's Island. Think about it. We're a bull in a china shop last night raiding these accounts. Everyone knows now. You think these people aren't trying to get out of Dodge. They won't be allowed to escape. So it's so gross. Those boys had to go through. Is this a Weekend Warrior?
Yeah.
Okay. No wonder the music. Yeah. He's not playing music like he normally does.
I wonder if he finally got the idea that it's preventing it from being played.
I'm just trying to. Or there's no sound to it, which I just think is weird. You know?
But when he plays,
Yeah.
people get strikes and they don't like that. Whereas if he wouldn't put regular music but just weird stuff on it, then people could play it and not be copyright.
Yeah. I posted previously about the tunnel system under Epstein's Island, but spending $29 million to destroy them. So
The person circled is Hillary?
yeah.
Where?
Right there.
Oh, that's Hillary.
Yeah. And that's little boys sitting on buckets because they can't hold their, you know
Yeah.
what?
And little girls too, probably.
Yeah.
Because you really can't tell sex there. They're too
No.
young to be able to determine sex.
Then they shave their heads sometimes.
Yeah.
And those are along the you see that picture where she was circled right there. Those are skulls.
Or what?
These,
Skull?
yeah, they're skulls. I was told they're skulls of little kids.
Have they look like they've been de-haired and
Yeah,
born?
yeah, they're
Oh
like
my
bleached.
God.
They're like bleached. They use them as adornment along the railing. You can tell who's there. Whose artwork looks like that.
Feel pretty written in blood.
Yeah. Who also has artwork like that?
And you're totally over my head.
Marina.
Who?
Marina Abramovich, the satanic artist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The spirit cooking lady.
Okay, that now clicks.
Yeah.
They all run together in my head with sometimes overlap into my father and some of the people he brought around.
Yeah.
I think he actually, in getting to know more about the Satanist stuff, I think he was really into that. It's just that he didn't have the balls to get me in it.
Yeah. There's Rachel Chandler. There, the second one from the left. Rachel
Who's
Chandler on the left.
the dude?
I don't know. But it's Rachel Chandler, and there's a girl with her hands tied screaming. They just love putting it in your face. Oh, there's Podesta, Tony Podesta, Bill Clinton. Looks
And
like a North Korea guy, Kim Jong Un on the right of Clinton, and then there's another person I can't tell who the back turned is. Who took the pic is one through. There's Brittany, Richard Gere. Yeah, he was fucked up.
Yeah.
Models to watch in 2017.
Those are models.
Well, she's the ones she grabbed. Yeah, they don't look very happy or healthy. They look.
Nope.
There it is. Oh, it isn't. Okay, I was wrong about this one. That's not Kim Jong Un. That's Ricardo Chies. It looks like Kim Jong Un. It might be the one they have playing him. George Nader, Rolando Gonzalez Bunster, and then Tony Podesta. So I was right about Bill Clinton and Tony Podesta, but the other two I didn't know. The other three I didn't know. So
I thought Nader was actually Podesta. I mean, Epstein at first.
no. Why did Epstein have a fully equipped dental chair in his bathroom?
I don't know, but I wish I had a dentist.
Because that's how he got those dentures that he was wearing. Because he purposely wore them to.
Good point. Yeah. All the little kids' teeth that they kill.
Yep, he had. Those were his trophies. He put them in his dentures. All serial killers usually have trophies, and that was his. So.
Chris Tucker?
Mm-hmm.
Who's that? Why does that name sticks in my head?
I think he's a comedian.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a picture of all the people on Epstein's book so far. Bill Clinton, George Mitchell, Michael Bloomberg,
Lauren Hutton.
Andrew Cuomo, Barbara Walters, Alec Baldwin, Ralph Nader, Fighters, sorry. No, not Finders, Ralph Fiennes. I don't know who that is.
He's an
George
astronaut.
Hamilton.
George
Hamilton, Dustin
Justin
Hoffman, Kevin Spacey, Liz Hurley,
Lauren
Lauren
Hutton.
Hutton,
That one surprises me. That one surprises me.
Janice Dickinson, Naomi Campbell, Christy Turlington, Henry Kissinger, Joan Rivers, Courtney Love.
I didn't know Joan was involved. I thought she just was involved in outing Mike.
Mick Jagger, Cornelia Guest, Phil Collins, Isaac Perlman, Simon Leben. Isaac Perlman is a famous violinist.
Yeah.
Charlie Rose.
Whoops, you missed one. You missed the last group.
They have to throw that picture of Trump with his daughter in there. It's not real. So.
Jagger, Cornelia,
already been debunked.
Collins, Charlie
The other
Rose.
one's cut off.
Who's on the bottom? Who's on the bottom?
It's hard to see.
Oh, okay.
They cut it off. They cut it off. So.
Okay. No, not yet, Ace.
That's Trump with Ivanka, but he's not doing anything inappropriate. He's kissing her on the side of the head, and he's got his hands on her waist. You know. When they photoshopped him behind the picture of Epstein. Look, same picture here, different picture up here. They photoshopped it. So Trump was not on Epstein's. So when Trump found out that Epstein was accused of having sex with a 15-year-old girl, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago and banned him from it. Right here. It says, when fake news tries to connect Trump to Epstein, be aware of this. Trump is not on the flight log to Lolita Island. Not even once. He hitched a ride back from Daytona Beach to New York City with Epstein's son one time. Trump kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his golf club and banned him for life when he found out Epstein was hooked up with a 14-year-old daughter of an employer. Epstein assaulted a young girl at Mar-a-Lago, and Trump had banned him for life. At Epstein's first erupt, Trump went voluntarily to the police to give a statement. And at that time, police commented, Trump could not have been more forthcoming. Exactly. I keep telling people that he's not connected. It's all fake news when somebody does that. They Photoshop, they do everything, they project their own sins on other people. Yeah. Epstein's pimp girlfriend. She wasn't his girlfriend. She was his handler. She has all the dirt. That's why they're so scared. I just seen a Twitter drop from Miss Clinton that said, "Oh, Ghislaine just killed herself." Oh, wait a minute. That's tomorrow. Look at the island he's on. Little St. James Island. That's Epstein's. You know, if you look up the picture of SpongeBob's address on his driver's license, it's the same address as Epstein's Island. See the skulls? You can see them more clearly now. The skulls. Hey, Willie, how you doing? Why don't y'all come on up? Say hello. We don't bite, you know. More than welcome to come up. Say hi. I dropped the link.
They may not be able to see it. Willie might.
That's gross. Yay! Willie's gonna come up. Ugh. Yeah, sick says oh crap, let me go back to read that. Just to let you know what it said. Sick Epstein, this from Joe M. Sick Epstein had friends at Disney Cruise Lines who delivered children to the island where they would be smuggled into these tunnels. Excessive ventilation systems were built in to accommodate the probable dozens of kids at one time. Fast trial, death penalty. And he shared a link. He says, well, this is disturbing. Q linked Disney Cruise Line to the underground entrances of Epstein's Island, obviously implying child trafficking from the cruise line. Assumed dungeons within the island. Yeah, they went there all the time. They stopped there monthly. I gotta figure out what's going on with your mic for some reason. Not all the time, it's just some of the time, which is weird. See,
Oh, look, his buddy.
guess why Bette Midler screams so loudly? She's best pals with Epstein's child handler, Madame Ghislaine Maxwell. Oh, Bette, it's all making so much sense now. You're gal pals with Epstein's child handler. I get the crazy tweets now. It says, yeah, here in New York City, New York, October 31st, Ghislaine Maxwell attends Bette Midler's New York Restoration Project. Halloween. As Gala and Midler's 60th birthday celebration at Waldorf Astoria Hotel on October 31st, 2005 in New York City. Photo by Patrick McCullen and Patrick McCullen via Getty Images. Makes a lot of sense now. Getty Images. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? They're showing that I guess that tennis court is not a real tennis court. It's like a cover for it's a camouflage or something. Yeah, that's a good question. Why does her set look like Epstein's Island? Hey, how you doing, Willie?
Hi.
Welcome.
Let me mute all my stuff. There we go. You guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay,
How you
fabulous.
doing? I mean,
I love
I'm
you
a
ladies.
second.
Yeah, I love the fact that you're the female version of Hawk and you know, we all have different hours. So Hawk does some early morning stuff. Y'all catch the late. So I never miss what's going on because of the family we have going on.
Where are you from, Willie?
I'm from Minnesota. Can you tell the don't you know accent?
I heard it.
Yeah, Minnesota.
Yeah.
Oh, I had a girl work with. She's from Minnesota. She goes, Minnesota.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Wisconsin. I'm from Wisconsin.
Well, yeah, but that's different. That's like Minnesota. The wester you go in Minnesota, they have the Oda. The more eastern you go in Wisconsin, they got the Oda too.
Yeah.
And I'm like right in the middle, so I got some Oda and some not.
Yeah.
Minneapolis for a while, and
Yeah, that's a liberal hellhole.
Yeah, well, that's it. Them. That's where they belong.
That's the only reason this state is blue is because of that city.
Yeah,
it's
just like
very
Kentucky.
very.
Even though Kentucky is mostly red, it's the major cities are blue.
Yeah.
Well, like
yeah.
Louisville and Frankfurt, where all the main colleges are.
Yeah.
Here's the sad part: is Governor Wells is literally from the town I live in, and this town is as red as you can get. But why is that guy blue?
He got bought.
There you go. Literally, that is true.
Yeah.
Money.
And so now that we're run by Republicans, Walls is powerless, and we love it in this
Even
state
if
now.
he was a Republican, he'd be a rhino.
Right.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, we got I mean, just like at the symposium of Mr. Pillow Guy, can't say his name.
Yeah. I know who you're talking about, Michael.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he showed during his symposium, Kentucky, how our governor stole it one night, just in a computer glitch. I mean, you can actually see it. They showed it.
Yeah, I saw it.
They switched the numbers, like gave Bashir
Yeah.
Bevan's numbers and Bevan Bashir's numbers.
It is very sad what we watched happen, but fortunately, because it happened, it will never happen again.
I mean, people don't know the history. They don't know back in Abraham Lincoln days that during his second election, he lost, and then because of mail-in voting.
Yeah.
And when he found out about it, he had them all executed.
Which was the right thing to do. Which is what we should do now.
If you don't know your history, you're bound to repeat it.
I simply think I agree with you that execution is absolutely the answer. We're done arguing about it.
That's why Trump, his last executive order was to change the manner of execution for the death penalty. He got rid of lethal injection because that's a coward's way out. He made it firing squad,
you gotta feel pain,
hanging, electric chair, and public executions. That was his last executive order. So
yeah, they deserve to
I wonder
feel
why
pain.
he did that.
I agree.
I wonder why he did that.
Well,
do you think we're going to be witnessing some executions?
I think there's going to be a lot of them, but they're not going to show publicly. It's going to happen on the old vacation spot, that island near Cuba. That's why they've expanded it 2 times the size, is because there's going to be a lot of executions there.
Have you met Gitmo? Gitmo!
I know Gitmo. I know little baby boy over there.
Gitmo!
I know all you guys. I know
Gitmo!
I know the little fluff ball and Silver Girls bed. I know them all. I know all of you guys.
Gitmo.
I'm that silent guy who is lurking.
Gitmo.
Hey, Gitmo.
I'm that silent guy who's always lurking, and Magic and Ghetto and all them have figured out that I'm always lurking. I think Silver Girl called me out one time too on Dangerous stream.
Yep. But yeah, Gitmo, he's a good guy. He's just he's excited.
Them Jack Russells. I used to have a Jack Russell, and
he's half Chihuahua, half Jack Russell. Will you stop scratching me? That hurts.
Those I had a full blown Jack Russell, and I had 4 little girls in the house, and they love that little dog. And that little dog ran off one day at 4 a.m. when I was leaving to work. I just shut the door and went to work, and we never saw him again.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm sure he froze to death in a snowbank.
No, someone probably picked him up.
Those Chihuahuas are they're very obedient though. Chihuahua Jack Russell, that's a great mix.
They're too much activity for me, but
well, they got a little attitude, but they're not going to run off though.
No.
Oh, he would if I shut the door. He'd do something.
He'd be gone. Mischievous little guy.
He'd do something. I mean, he may come back, but he'd be off.
Yeah.
Ace actually got shut out of the area that he goes. You come through the carport and there's a door, and I keep it shut. And somebody shut him on the outside of the carport. I was in here, and actually I was in the bathroom, and I heard him barking, and I went, shit. That was the last time that lady worked here.
That's good though.
She'd been warned, and she'd been told, and she'd been here maybe a week. And I said, no, that's the second time you've locked him outside. This time you locked him outside to where he was not safe. You're done. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Yeah, because your pets are your family members. I get it.
Yep.
I worked in that field. I worked in a vent unit. You know what a vent unit is? Everybody's on ventilators. So
Yep.
my
Yeah.
specialty in nursing was respiratory. So
Oh, you
their
understand what they're
pets.
doing to people then?
Oh, absolutely. When this started, I did the 2 week lockdown, and then I just started doing research in my own books and my own education, and I said, this is all bullshit. This isn't real.
Yep.
They're making this shit up. It's not real.
Yeah, just like
Granted,
they killed Alicia and her husband.
but granted,
Ventilating them.
my
A
brother
lot of other
has it. My brother is in the hospital right now, and I've had friends that have had it, and they've labeled it something it's not. It's not what they say it is.
No, it's 5G poisoning.
Well, it's a respiratory infection, and but they don't have a label for it because they never
It's a
isolated
parasite.
it.
It's a parasite. It's not a virus.
That's absolutely right, because they never isolated it where it began. They've never done it yet today.
Oh,
They've never isolated it.
Well, the reason they don't isolate it is because it doesn't exist. It's not a virus. Bacteria will spike proteins that are shedding all over everywhere.
Yeah. She said it. It was what did you say?
Parasite.
Parasite. That's what it is. It's a respiratory parasite. Is exactly right.
Mm-hmm.
And parasites
created from bat dung, and that is scientifically proven. That is all true. That's true.
Right.
It's like Ebola. It's Ebola. It's like Ebola.
And HIV.
They weaponized it.
Yeah.
It even has HIV in it.
Yeah.
Well, that's the vaccine, though.
Yeah.
What they're doing is they're giving you vaccines.
Jabberwocky.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The jungle juice. The jungle juice is creating AIDS. So it's not really HIV, but AIDS is immunocompromised.
Right. Well, that's what they did. During the crisis, the HIV thing back in the 80s, because Dr. Fauci pushed Hep B, Jabberwocky, on and made everybody mandated to get it if you worked in the food industry or any hospital or hospitality services,
medical facility.
Any medical facility or hospitality, like you worked in a hotel, motel, dining room, kitchen, all that stuff, you were forced to get the Jabberwocky, the Hep B Jabberwocky.
Yeah.
And that's
so the new variant out of
the combination of the two, because if you were healthy and didn't have the HIV, you were fine. But if you had the HIV, it made it AIDS. It morphed it to where it added on to their agenda.
Well, I heard today that
they're doing the same exact thing.
I heard the new variant today was stemmed from somebody that was fully vaccinated that actually had AIDS. So this was their goal, and they found it.
Jabberwocky.
Yeah.
But I mean, the same exact agenda that they had back in the 90s with the HIV. Because they always do the same thing over and over again, expecting this different outcome. They always do it. They always play the same agenda. They always try the same tactic. They always play this because he did it in the 90s, but not enough people got sick. Not enough people got their AIDS virus for it to be that deadly. They were hoping it got bigger.
So I heard there was a cure for that 3-letter word or 4-letter word, and they killed the guy. And So I did a little bit of research, and this whole zombie apocalypse thing that they show on TV, I actually believe is that 4-letter word we can't talk about.
Yeah. Yeah. It
It's
is.
simply overloaded immune systems that can't fight off runny nose.
Well, I mean, if you look at all the movies, they all start with
Yeah.
a poke. They all start with a
Yeah,
poke.
yeah.
They start with a disease. They start with, just like that, the one with Will Smith, I Am Legend. They all start with a
Yeah.
poke.
Oh,
Start
yeah.
with a poke.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, I had a friend that I knew for years. His name was Morbid 245 Trioxin. He had it legally changed. He wasn't named that by his parents. But he had it legally changed. And I said, what? Why? And he goes, it's the chemical component in the movies that turn people into zombies.
So I remember that Trump said when this whole nonsense started, remember, I'm a respiratory specialist. He said the cure should not be worse than
Than the
the
disease.
disease.
That's it.
But,
That's a motto. Anyway, so.
But here's the thing: is they keep calling it a disease, but it's a virus. It's not a disease.
It's actually
It's not even a virus. It's not even a virus.
Right. It's a parasite. You said
That's
it
how
earlier.
they confused it. Because they mirror it. If it's not if it's not a parasite, then it's a virus. Well, they mirror it. So if them saying that it's a virus means it's a parasite.
And in history of mankind, they've never been able to kill that.
I mean,
a virus or a parasite, they cannot kill it. All they can do is remove it. It's not dead. It's just now no longer in you.
But I'm just saying, they don't create something without creating the cure. And everything has
yes.
And everything has
Yeah.
I remember the Chinese scientist that had already the cure for this COVID nonsense, and she disappeared.
Oh yeah,
I remember that.
I mean, because what are they're calling this? This is how this is mirrored. What is a opposite of a V?
An A.
No, the VAX. What's the opposite?
Oh, I don't know what you're confusing me. What?
Yeah, she's confusing.
Okay, the FAXINE. We know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, the opposite of that. The opposite of that is the disease.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
They mirror. There was none until they took it. They mirror it.
Well, see, this is where my research went with the flu virus 2. What is it called? Influenza B. Influenza B no longer exists.
Yeah.
Because after science did some research, people that were getting the flu shot were actually the spreaders of influenza B. And so they no longer gave it, so it was gone.
Right.
That's crazy.
Well,
now think about that in this situation. This whole jab juice is actually creating something, not eliminating it.
Absolutely. It's creating new ways, because the spike protein goes in and screws around with your immune system. It can overreact. It overuses it so that when you get something next, you don't have that immune equipment left to function because it's already been overused. And it's like squeezing juice out of an orange. You can only make so much orange juice. And the rest of it is not going to come out of that orange. So the next time you try to get orange juice out and squeeze that orange, it's not going to be there. So the next time you get a hangnail, you're going to die of something because you've got no system whatsoever left. The more boosters, the more vacations and Jabberwockies you get, the more up your nose tests that you get with the poison in it,
I
then
refused to take that test. So I was exposed. Supposedly, I was exposed to the virus. And so I refused to take up the nose thing. So so then because they weren't going to pay for my exposure test, so then it was up to me. And if they list a price, that doesn't make it free. That means insurance pays for it. That isn't free. Free means zero. And so
Right.
so then the only free test was Monday through Friday, and it was a saliva test. And so then they were very upset with us that those of us who were exposed, that we didn't run in and take the nasal swab up my brain cavity. We went in and took the actual free one, and we all had negative tests, but because of their dumb shit, they cost themselves almost half their business. So I showed up to work after my negative test in a full gas mask, straight up gas mask. So I'm fully protected from everything on the planet, even nuclear war. And the guy who refused to let me come to work saw me, and he immediately went, "Oh shit." And I said, "What's up?" And he goes, "Go ahead. I'm open for open ridicule and ridicule, and go ahead and do your part." So then I ridiculed him and gave him shit about it. And then he told me the little story about a day after I was exposed, a guy in the welding department got a cut on his arm, and they had to take him to the hospital. And so the production manager took him, and when he came back, they tried to throw him out too, because he could have been exposed because he went to the emergency room where all the sick people are. So then he said, "Enough's enough. We're not doing this shit anymore. You should call all those people you said they were exposed and let them come back to work. You've now mocked and ridiculed them, and they will not let this go."
yeah,
You know
I
what the first thing they said to me when I came back to work was, "Hey, can you work overtime this weekend?"
Yeah.
This is what my response
Enough
was.
people have to do
I
that. Enough
said,
people, just like that 7-year-old in Florida refused to wear one, and she was suspended or sent home 37 times. And
yeah,
she said, "You can keep suspending me. I'm still not going to do it." And they ended up lifting the mandate
yeah, because
because
she's
of a
absolutely right.
7-year-old.
Because
A
she can read.
7-year-old.
And that's Angel. That's the sad part, is because she can read and comprehend what she reads.
Well, they're teaching
That
children
is,
not to. They're teaching
well,
children not to comprehend, not to read. I mean, these people. Why did they get rid of learning how to read and write in cursive? So you don't know how to read the Constitution.
I remember that conversation you had a while back. Is people, they're not educating them enough to read cursive. I remember that conversation you had. I remember that.
Yeah, because the cursive. I mean, look at AOC. There was a meme. I seen it a couple months later, and it said AOC says it's written in cursive, so I can't read the Constitution behind her. And it's just like.
Yeah. That's that artistic eye, or what they
I
taught
mean,
us in
children can't
grade
even
school.
sign their own name. I've done people's shirts and stuff, and they're like, "I can't read that because it's in cursive."
Oh my God, Angel, that's sad.
I mean,
I'm
go
starting
to
to
a
see a
store
real
and
problem
hand
with.
somebody, go to a store and bring up, just take something really weird priced and hand it, not that something they normally would bring in, and hand them like $20 and then or whatever amount, and then confuse them to where they don't put the amount in.
I did that when I changed my oil, honey. I got my oil changed, and I handed him $50, and he didn't have a goddamn clue what that was.
Right.
$50 bill. I gave him a $50 bill, and he didn't know. Is this real? Are you serious, dude? You've never seen a $50 bill before.
I remember $1,000 bills. You remember those?
Yeah, yeah.
But I've been told
Good.
they never existed. Yes, they
Oh
did.
no. Oh yeah, absolutely they did. My great grandpa used to give them out for gifts.
My dad had a few of them. I remember them, but I've been told several times, but multiple people, that they never existed. It's a Mandela effect.
Yeah, yeah. That is the right word. Yeah, that is it. It's very sad.
I mean, just like
Uh,
that post me and Silver are both seen the interview. There was supposed to be a Trump rally in Texas. Remember, we
Yeah.
both seen it, and then the next day we wake up and we're like, "Oh, we're gonna go. We're gonna," and I rush home to get the rally going, and nobody can find it anywhere. It's like it never existed.
I never
I think I
found.
watched part of it, but they tried to eliminate it. You have to go to the right places, like
No, no, the
Wake Up
rally never
America.
happened.
Do you
one with
do you
Trump?
watch Wake Up America and Wake Up America is it's a
The
live.
17th of October. The 17th of October, there was no rally, but there was an advertisement that there was, and it was also mentioned on the Judy Byington report by the Situation Update. So that's why, and it's like I seen it, she's seen it, and we're all excited. And I'm like, okay, everybody, get your notepads. Let's get our comms written down because there's so many comms. I can't.
Oh
do it
wait,
by
I
myself.
remember that. So my I'm gonna give you some advice. I watched. Did you guys watch the Kyle Rittenhouse thing? I watched
Yeah.
it live on Wake Up America. I
Mhm.
watched it happen in real time because Wake Up America is like a real news network. They're
Right.
they're us. They're us people, and then there's
Right.
us brave people that have cameras that are there, and Wake Up America contracts through them. So we get to see it in real time. So I knew what happened the night it happened with Rittenhouse.
Yeah.
I saw the whole thing happen.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't know where to go, but they're out there. They are out there.
Yeah.
That's why
It didn't Wake Up America on Pluto.
Wake Up America is on YouTube.
YouTube. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Steve. Steve is the host. He used to be a logistics guy for truck drivers.
Yeah.
And now he is a news network. He's got a network that spans all over the country.
Is it all one word?
Wake Up America. It's just pretty much that. Wake Up America. You'll see him. He's an arm wrestling champion, weightlifter. He's a big dude, big bald dude. Just huge.
Okay.
You find
him?
Yeah, I found him.
Yeah. That's the live news network you want to watch. When there's shit going down, I always have an eye on him. When he goes live, you watch his lives.
Put the link in.
I'm gonna drop it in private in regular chat.
Okay. You want me to put it in public?
Because you'll be completely you'll be 2 weeks ahead of the media. You'll already know what happened.
Well, I listened to the X22 report. I like him a lot.
Yeah,
Dave.
He's 24 hours behind. But so if you watch Wake Up America and X22 and Hawk, you catch it all.
Yeah.
And you too. You have some shit on yours.
Have you ever watched David Snedeker? You ever watched David Snedeker?
Yeah. You guys turned me on to that. You guys turned me on to him. Yeah. I like that guy. That guy's really smart.
Yeah, he teaches you the comms and how to read the drops and stuff. I went out to DC
I don't know.
on the 6th. I was in DC on the 6th. So
I don't know which one of you started me on the Enoch thing. I can't remember if it was you but one of you guys got me started on the Enoch thing, and that is very educational.
Yeah. Glad you like it.
Because I can never. Sometimes I can't find you because they've beat you down so much that you're 4 channels back, and I never know where to
I'm
find
7
you.
channels. Seven
Yeah,
channels.
yeah. See what
I'm
I
just
mean?
switching back and forth. But every time I get a strike on one will clear up, and then I'm just bouncing back and forth. So
'Cause
if you're on Facebook, I've got the same name as Angel
I
of
don't go on
Yahweh.
Facebook anymore, sweetheart. After my
All right.
son stopped trick or treating, I stopped going on Facebook, and he's now 9. Oh God, he's almost 20 now. So
Yeah, I've also got Gab. I've got I'm on Celerity. I've got my own Telegram channel. So
yeah, but are you on like Rumble and Odyssey and all them?
No.
not yet, but
You need
I'm
to like
thinking about going.
snag over to one of those. I think Rumble might cost money. Odyssey might be free,
I was thinking
but you
about
can't
doing
live
Twitch.
stream. I think.
Yeah, I was
But
thinking
at
about
least you
going
can
do
get your
live,
message out
or
and say
something.
that we switch. I mean, it's hard to keep track of Hawk, dude. Sometimes. I mean, we're on 9 now. I mean, Jesus criminies.
I've got there's Angel of Yahweh with a dash. There's Angel of Yahweh with a dash 2. There's Angel of Yahweh without any dashes. There's the Patriotic Angels, this one. There's Patriotic Angels 2. There's the Angel of Light, and there's Angels of Time. So,
I think I'm a member of 3 of them.
yeah.
But when I see
So
a silver girl in chat, I always ask,
if you go to
where's Angel?
the
Yeah.
discussion, if you go to like the about in
Yeah.
my YouTube, if you go, there should be a drop down that has a bunch of the links.
Yeah, but sometimes though.
It's not always
Sometimes it has all of them, sometimes it doesn't. Now that I
Right.
know, I can at least go on to at least 3 channels where I'm a member
Right.
of and come find you guys.
Exactly. Or just reach out to Silver Girl or
Most
Yeah,
people.
I got Giggles and Silver Girl on the hook, and that's one of the questions I always ask is where's Angel at? What happened? Where are we at now? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, she does try to keep me informed.
So you said the new could I play the one from 2 hours ago or
I don't know. I thought you might want the General Flynn one, but it's the longest of all of them. I just put some up there that looked interesting, and except for Flynn, they all are somewhat small.
I was
So,
saying,
have you guys ever heard of Salty Cracker?
yeah, I like Salty Cracker. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got the drop pretty quick too. Him and the quartering sometimes have them pretty quick, but Salty and Tree of Logic is a good one too.
Yeah.
Tree and Salty pretty much fight for who gets it first.
Yeah. I was wondering,
Tree is
should I play
ex-black police officer,
Yeah.
female, and she is very more conservative than we are. She flies the N word, and she don't play. You look up Tree of Logic, and you'll like her.
And if you got I was gonna see, should I play like one of these and see what's going on, or will I get like?
See, I love that guy right there, man. That guy you got in the back. He's gonna be president one day. He's not dead.
Oh yeah. We'll do this one.
Yeah. Wake Up America. That's my man right there, Steve.
Am I okay to play, or would it get me taken down?
Oh, you'll be good.
Okay.
He's like a real news network.
All right.
You got your banner running below. You're good to go.
All right. Let me hack him up. There you go.
Ever wonder why they report the same news?
There's no sound.
Yeah.
There's no sound. Hold on.
I love Steve, man. He's good.
Trying to figure out why I don't have a sound.
You'll like him. Now that you subscribed, you'll like him, man. He'll do you live. I mean, literally live footage of riots and shit.
Hold on. Let's. Can you hear it when I play it?
I hear you. Yeah, I hear that 5x5.
I don't hear it.
We hear it.
You should get out of his music, though. You should
I know.
fast forward a minute.
We can hear it very loudly. So
I can't hear it at all. I can't hear it at all. So.
Oh,
and it wasn't echoing, and you were not mute, so something is off on your end.
Yeah.
You were not mute, and it was not echoing.
It's weird.
Yeah.
Let me try this again. Hold on. So.
Just don't play his music. Fast forward out of this music. Because he pays for that music through an artist.
Let me do something. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I need to take Ace out. I'll be back.
Oh, shit, I wanted to talk to you. I didn't want you to leave.
Well, then I'll talk. He's still got his legs crossed. No, he's
so, are you on a CPAP?
Nope.
What's the little pipe thing I see you smoking all the time?
It's a vape for marijuana.
Oh, that is badass.
I can't smoke it because of the damage to my lungs.
Okay.
From polio and other things. And to try to smoke something is extremely dangerous. In fact, if I start coughing. So I had to go to another way of getting some kind of relief. And this works. I mean, it's not a tincture or anything. You actually put it in the bottom of that.
Yeah.
This much of it.
Yeah.
Okay. And
do you get it in like a Vaseline form?
No, it's right there. It's loose.
Honey, I'm blind. I can't see what you're doing.
Yeah, well, it's loose, and it's you just grind it down to where it's small enough to fit in there. And this is not even ground; it's just extra stuff on the sides.
Right on.
Harvested, but it's just pieces, and you just stick it in there and bring it up into your pipe and smoke it off of the pipe.
That's pretty awesome.
Which enables me to get the benefit and get some pain relief, as well as a little PTSD relief and primarily pain relief. And use
does
it that
really
way.
help in pain though?
Yeah.
Like it really does. Better than Tylenol.
Yeah. I have apparently I had somebody working with me, the guy that was a lot like Hawk, except he's not quite as knowledgeable as Hawk, but he was pretty close. And he worked with me for a while trying to find, because the smoking, even the vaping still bothers me, and I don't always get what I need for PTSD at all. But at night, I've got to have something to take the edge off the pain. And because by nighttime, I'm usually hurting pretty bad. And the vibration in the bed is the biggest help. But when you go to sleep, you don't remember to you don't always want to have to wake up every 30 minutes and turn the vibration back on again.
So is it a nerve pain, muscle pain? What is the pain?
It's primarily nerve pain from polio.
Okay, that makes sense.
And it's also abdominal pain from 11 different surgeries following my father's abuse. Did a significant amount of damage. And so I ended up with 11 surgeries. And that is where a lot of the problem is because I don't have anything left in there, including the wall of your abdominal wall. It's not there. And so they had to take it out. Well, it actually disintegrated. And so they had to put wire in there. So I'm basically held together with wire in the abdomen.
So do you still have the gas chamber between?
I do. As far as
Held
I'm
out by
aware,
the held out by the wire mesh.
yeah. But
All right.
the last surgery, they had to actually sew the mesh to the diaphragm, which is why I can't allow myself to cough or do anything like that.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
And because it pulls loose, and I'll just suddenly wake up one morning and the entire side will be a big bruise from what I did the day before that I don't know I did. But sometimes I know when I'm tearing things apart. Sometimes I don't. But the pain is primarily neurological from the synapses with the polio, because I got polio from my parents stuck me in a trial with a live vaccine instead of the dead polio, and so they gave it to us. And
Yeah. My dad had polio, and he caught it, and it affected his bones. So he was lopsided. He was one shoulder was higher than the other. His spine was crooked,
yeah. I got it
And
on the left side. My left side is smaller all the way up and down. It's not that much smaller, but it's enough smaller. And I will have a nerve that will just suddenly die. And usually that's a good thing. I've got one in the tooth now that I'm hoping dies soon. It's on the left, so hopefully it will not last more than 24, 48 hours before it dies.
So do you have my dad has nerve regrowth. Do you have that too?
No.
Where they venture somewhere else, and it's like a river, and they actually regenerate, or are you beyond that?
My understanding is the regeneration came from those people who actually got the real polio, not the Jabberwocky polio.
Okay.
Were not injected with it. But I've got the post polio syndrome, which is everything falling apart and stopping working. So I can't walk anymore. But I was able to up until 20 years ago. But finally, it took me down. It continually.
So before you got the experiment, you were good to go.
But I was 2.
Wow. I'm sorry.
Well, all the parents wanted was money, and there was money involved in it for them.
That's sad.
And it was not safe. There was not very many kids that did get enrolled in it for that reason, although it carried the Vanderbilt University logo, so it got more people, I imagine, than they would have in another hospital. But
I want to thank you for going through that experiment so they made it right. It's very unfortunate that you got damaged, but I still need to thank you for doing your part.
What really pisses me off is Gates is out there doing more live polio Jabberwockies now in Africa, and paralyzing and killing off and sterilizing the kids in Africa using the live vax. I just heard Dr. Artis maybe 2 weeks ago say that the new polio vax for young children is now a 3-step process. The new polio vax is 3 separate vaxes. All 3 of them are live virus in it. And it's supposed to be a minute amount, and it's not supposed to be enough to make you sick with polio. But why are they screwing around when the dead one worked just fine?
Right. Well, yeah, that's exactly right. It's I still think it's what Angel said. It's still we have to figure out how to do population control.
Well, that's what they're doing.
And they're using that as well. I mean, they got like 3 illnesses that can wipe out the human race, and they got to figure out, because there's so many different DNAs and blood types that aren't affected, that they got to figure out all 3 or 4 variants that will affect all blood types, And so we got to do a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and they'll figure it out. Where somebody just needs to put that guy under the prison and be done with it.
Oh, I wouldn't even do that. I wouldn't treat him. I mean, I'm not a nasty person, but I think I think somebody needs to take him, dissect him, and put him under a microscope. Every cell of his body should go under a microscope to figure out if he's human or if he's not human. And if he's not human, then we'll burn what's left of him.
Yeah. I'm with you. He needs to be conscious for that, though.
I know. I agree. We shouldn't think like that.
Pray, if he is human, I pray for his everlasting soul, and I hope that God, it's not my place to judge. That's God's. So
I got to tell you guys a story. So the other day, so it had been last Monday, supposedly I was exposed to the virus, but my brother's in the hospital. He's trached. He's in ICU. He's dying from the virus. So some my dad said, put a holler out to your prayer group and have them guys pray for us. And then a week later, Magic did it too and put out another one. And Monday, my brother got better. Of course, I'm negative. I wasn't really exposed. It didn't really matter, but the prayer for my brother actually worked, and he's no longer in ICU as of Monday.
Power of God.
Yeah. I don't know what to say about it. Prayer works, and everyone should do it.
It does work.
The more voices that pray, the more he listens. What do they have? They had like 790 people in there praying. There you go. It worked. I can't say I don't know what to say. I could have been in the past a non-believer, but this has completely befuddled me, and I guess I changed my mind.
Oh yeah, God is good. God is real, and I mean,
I just
and when you see all that, what why they've done what they've done was to worship the other guy. When you see that Satan is real, God's real, because you can't have one without the other.
Absolutely.
And then
Satan has a louder voice right now.
And the squeaky wheel gets the most attention.
Yeah. But so, behind the scenes, quietly, we are telling them they can just go ahead and jump because we're not having it.
Yeah.
We don't got to be vocal and loud. We just do it quietly behind the scenes. That's how we're supposed to pray, is quiet and personally. And I believe that it's going to change the world.
Yeah. I'm going to play this real quick, so let's see what's going on.
Cool and honest, sometimes to a fault. Unapologetically American. Welcome to Wake Up America with your host,
I love this guy,
Stephen Oatley.
Well, good evening, everybody. I started a little bit early because there's something going on in Louisville that I just wanted to show you, just so you could be a little bit disgusted at just how stupid some people are. So I'm going to cut over this live feed coming out of Louisville, Kentucky. Right now, there's a children's concert / parade, Christmas parade going on, and BLM has decided to show up and disrupt. And you'll notice while you look over the crowd, all the children. This is live right now, Louisville, Kentucky. Louisville, however you want to say it. It's disgusting. It's just you guys can't even hear that, so I'll hold it on so you can hear at least the sound. Even though I don't, it's disgusting. Oh wait, what did I do? There. Sorry, you couldn't hear it, but now you can.
So I know Santa Claus is going to be very generous this year to the children of Louisville.
It's a children's Christmas concert.
And I think he's thinking there's a lot of nice kids this year.
Look at the little kids
How are
here.
y'all feeling over here?
We're excited. We're ready.
It's just disgusting, dude. It's just disgusting. It really is. No matter what you think about it, it's this is not the way to get your message across. It's not the way to get your message across at all. Why are they there? I don't know. Who the hell knows why anybody's anywhere anymore? It just seems like people are just dumb. All right. And the people that are out here protesting outside, chanting BLM, chanting all cops are bastards, all the same stuff that they always chant all the time, but doing it at a little Christmas celebration. I mean, and I'll keep following that. I don't know how long they're going to be live or whether they're going to march. It looks like there's a lot of police at the far end. I'll show it just again, so you guys can see over in the far end, over where my mouse was. If the camera zooms back over, there's quite a few police cars there. There are some police in the crowd too. I've seen a couple of uniformed officers in this crowd. I don't see them right now, but I mean, it's so stupid. It's such a, I mean, you're not getting Christmas. Let me tell you that. You guys got a lot of stuff, but the one thing that this movement is not going to steal is Christmas, at least not for me. And so, we'll keep checking on it because I got a whole show planned. I'm not going to spend too much time talking about idiots that are just ruining kids' future. I would be surprised if they start chanting Santa isn't real or something like that. Just really, stick it to the man. Anyway, my name is Steve. The show is called Wake Up America. It's your evening dose into the weird but true America that we're living in now. Today's going to be interesting because I had something I was going to talk about, and now with this whole COVID reinsurgence and the new variant coming out, and the place is locking down, and the Dow shooting down 1,000 points today, and New York already declaring a state of emergency when there's 8 cases total worldwide. This is pretty big, and there's a lot of weird connections with it. So I'm going to kind of take a gamble. I'm going to try to do, the best I can, so we can't get fact checked or taken down. So I'm going to be very, very regimented in what I talk about during this show as it relates to that story. But first, I just wanted to remind you guys that Spartan Armor Systems is the sponsor for this show. You can visit SpartanArmorSystems.com. If I go over to their website and show you their website, check this shit out. They have all sorts of stuff. Whoops, press the wrong button. So this is their new Ghost Concealment shirt, which is awesome. And this is at SpartanArmorSystems.com. Eat code today or until the 29th, I believe, because they're actually doing a discount, a Black Friday sale, 25% off everything in their store. You can see their store here on your screen. They have the Spartan Armor Level 3 Elefratos set of 2. They got the Armored Achilles Plate Carrier Package, all their sick hats. I actually got one. You could see it over my shoulder, my right shoulder. In the picture, you could see it. But they got a ton of stuff, so make sure you check them out. They're huge supporters of the show, huge supporters of what I do over here, and so I really just encourage you guys to check them out. So one of the first stories I was going to talk about today, it has to be, the breaking news story of what's going on with this Omicron. Apparently, it started off as the new NU variant. So this thing is crazy. So let me read one story. I saw this. Let me try to find the one. So this is what we know so far about the new COVID variant that's rolling markets and air travel. So if you didn't know, the Dow ended, I think it closed 900 points or so. The latest variant of the 900 points down. The latest variant of the coronavirus, which the World Health Organization has named Omicron, has spread from Southern Africa to Europe, Israel, and Hong Kong. Over the last day, countries around the world have scrambled to stop travel from countries such as South Africa and Botswana. And in Israel's case, the entirety of the sub-Saharan Africa. But on Friday, a case was confirmed in Belgium that had no clear link to the region, raising the possibility that Omicron is already transmitting in the community there. It's not hard to see why stock markets, oil, and even cryptocurrencies are all plunging. Kind of weird that he goes to a billionaire hedge fund. Our president goes to a billionaire hedge fund guy, for his holiday. I think it's all too convenient. Anyway, it will likely take weeks to confirm exactly what the variant, otherwise known as B11529, does. But in just a couple of days after it was first sequenced in South Africa, like 2 days ago, the 24th, it was sequenced in South Africa for health experts across the world to call for an air restrictions. The variant has a high number of mutations with 32 in the spike protein, the part that enables infection alone. In other words, it's the most different than any COVID variant we have seen from the one that since it emerged in China in 2019. But if Omicron has made one thing clear, it's that the pandemic is far from over. Didn't Joe Biden just speak yesterday at the parade where he's like, we're back. No, we're not. The WHO classified Omicron as a variant of concern on Friday, giving it a different name from the one many were expecting, which was new. It urged countries around the world to step up their genomic sequencing of COVID samples to better track the variant. After studying the mutation, scientists fear the new variant could partially evade the immunity that people have gained against COVID-19 through either vaccinations or infections themselves. But they're also concerned that it could prove resistant to some treatments because it's according to the Botswana, medical government office, the 4 first cases of it were fully vaccinated people. That's according to their press release that they put out, and everyone can fact check that if you want. I'm right. That's why I said it, because I made sure to check. Anyway, they're also concerned that this could prove resistant to some treatments, in particular the monoclonal antibodies that some COVID-19 patients are fed by intravenous drip. It's likely that the new variant is the driver for a sudden upward trend in South African infections. Nearly 2,500 cases were reported there yesterday alone, with 2 days previously, the daily tally had been under 900. The variant, which had not been identified before that earlier date, is already believed to account for 3/4 of those new infections. This may indicate it outcompete an otherwise a Delta variant when it comes to transmissibility. However, it's not certain as the rise comes against the backdrop of low infection numbers. It remains unclear how the new variant compares to Delta in terms of how sick people can get. And South Africa's low vaccination rate, just 24% of the populace, also makes it difficult to judge how it interacts with vaccines. Many were quick to point out that the variant's emergence confirmed warnings that leaving poorer countries under-vaccinated through rich countries hoarding doses and not allowing generic production of the vaccines creates a breeding grounds for new COVID-19 strains. Now, on Friday afternoon in Europe, the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen proposed suspending air travel to southern African countries from all 27 European Union member states, a measure that had by that point already been taken by Germany, France, the Netherlands, and several other EU countries. Germany, Italy, and Austria have reportedly now also introduced heavier entry restrictions for people who recently visited those African countries. Who is it? Von der Leyen said in a statement, "I have spoken about the situation in several phone calls and video conferences with scientists and vaccine manufacturers, blah, blah, blah. The WHO said travel restrictions should only be imposed after following a risk-based scientific approach and indicate that it's too soon to do so now." The African Union's Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, which is Africa CDC, also said Friday that it strongly discourages the imposition of a travel ban for people originating from countries that have reported this variant. So it's very, 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 I don't care who you are, pretty interesting, right? Or maybe not. But what's interesting is when I was looking up some of this stuff here about this case, let me find this because this was pretty interesting, where they say this originated from, and I'm not going to go into the conspiracy theory. I'm just going to be talking just for a second. So don't get all worked up. But the University of College London professor Francois Bollocks, he's a geneticist or whatever, however you say that. He said that B11529 is a new lineage that has been found in Botswana that carries an unusual constellation of mutations. Now, get this, especially if you understand who Fauci is and what he's done in his life. Given the large number of mutations it has accumulated apparently in a single burst, it likely evolved during a chronic infection of an immunocompromised person, possibly an untreated AIDS or HIV patient. You can't make this stuff up, man. You can't make this up. You can't make it up, no matter who you are. Anyway, here in the United States, U.S. stocks dropped sharply today as a new COVID variant found in South Africa triggered a global shift away from risk assets. The Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped 905 points, or 2.53%, for its worst day of the entire year, closing at 34,899.34. The S&P 500 lost 2.27% to close at 4,594.62, while the NASDAQ composite slipped to 2.23 to finish at 15,491.66. The Dow was down more than 1,000 points at session lows. The downward move came after the World Health Organization on Thursday warned of a new COVID variant that's been detected in South Africa. The variant contains more mutations to the spike protein, the component of the virus that binds to cells, than the highly contagious Delta variant. Because of these mutations, scientists fear it could have increased resistance to vaccines, though WHO said further investigation is needed. On Friday, WHO deemed the new strain of concern and named it Omicron. Now, the UK temporarily suspended flights from 6 African countries due to the variant. Israel barred travel to several nations after reporting 1 case on a traveler. 2 cases were identified in Hong Kong. Belgium also, like we said, confirmed a case. Now, it's kind of interesting. Because at the time that this article was read, Joe Biden hadn't released his statement saying that he also banned travel to those 7 states. And then he urges, even though it doesn't matter. See, I'm being careful of what I say, but he urged people to go out and get vaccinated. There you go. This is bad. New York City's, let me see this. Oh, yeah, here it is. Biden said he delayed African travel ban over Omicron variant on advice of advisors led by Fauci. So, of course, because he then today announced that as effective on Monday, I believe, December 3rd. Well, no, that's not Monday. Monday. What day is that? December 1st? No. What's the 26th, 27th, 28th? There's, yeah, I don't know. But he's stopping travel. Let me see. Precaution will take effect. Oh, yeah. So instead of, the media asked him why they're doing it effective on Monday instead of effective immediately, like several other of the countries have done. And his response was, well, I'm listening to my medical team, my medical advisors. He said he didn't stop it right now because, well, Fauci said you don't need to. Fauci, yeah. Why? Apparently, the journalist asked, why not now like other countries have done? And he said, well, because it was a recommendation coming from my medical team. Fauci is Biden's chief medical advisor and led the half-an-hour briefing to President Biden earlier today. Biden said, we don't know a lot about the variant except that it is a great concern and it seems to spread rapidly. And I spent a half hour this morning with my COVID team led by Dr. Fauci, and that was the decision we made. But Biden seemed to have a poor grasp on travel rules. He misstated the number of countries impacted and said the policy would bar people traveling to and from the region despite official releases only noting restrictions on travel to, not from. Or I'm sorry, on travel from, but not to Southern Africa. He said, I've decided that we're going to be cautious and make sure there's no travel to and from South Africa and 6 other countries in that region, except for American citizens who are able to come back. 8 countries covered by the ban are Botswana, Lesotho, Malawi. I'm butchering all these. Mozambique, whatever. And a couple others. Biden also attempted to reassure spooked financial markets, saying he called the steep drop in stock markets during the holiday weekend shortened session expected because of prior drops after poor pandemic news, and said he was not at all worried. Well, he should be worried. Idiot. Just hours before the new travel ban was announced, Fauci, the longtime director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, gave the impression he wasn't recommending such bans and cited a need for more data. During a CNN interview today, he said there's always a possibility of doing what the UK has done, namely block travel from South Africa and related countries. That's certainly something you would think about getting prepared to do if you're prepared to do everything you need to protect the American public. But you want to make sure there's a basis for doing that, he said. He then added, obviously, as soon as we find out more information, we'll make a decision as quickly as possible. And then like an hour later, Joe Biden comes out and says, oh, we're doing it all. We're locking everything down. So this is kind of interesting, especially considering that New York City or New York State, let me see if I can find that one. New York State under the leadership of Hochul, or whatever the hell her name is, Kathy Hochul, has declared a state of emergency ahead of potential COVID-19 spikes this winter due to the already circulating Delta and newly identified Omicron variants. The declaration, which goes into effect on December 3rd, will allow the state to acquire pandemic fighting supplies, increase hospital capacity, and fight potential staffing shortages. It would also allow the state's health department to limit non-essential and non-urgent procedures in the hospital. She said, we continue to see warning signs of spikes this upcoming winter, and while the new Omicron variant has yet to be detected in New York State, it's coming, she said eerily with a weird twitch in her eye. I made that last part up. I don't know if she twitched. I can only assume she did. She's a Democrat from New York. Anyway, the move comes after the governor said her office was closely monitoring the variant, which was first sequenced in South Africa earlier this week. Now, I don't know why they say earlier this week and not 2 days ago, because it was sequenced on the 24th. Today is the 26th. So it was sequenced 2 days ago. They say earlier the week, like, oh yeah, they did all this research 3 or 4 days ago. No, or, 7 days ago. No, this was 2 days ago that this thing was discovered, and it's causing this much of a panic. It's really reassuring. I'm super happy about this. The variant contains around 50 concerning mutations from the original SARS-2 COVID vaccine that appeared in China COVID virus that appeared in China in 2019, including more than 10 to the spike protein that allows the virus to access human cells, which essentially causes some questions about this vaccine and whether the vaccines that everyone's currently taking right now will do their job against this new, genetic mutation. So you would say, okay, well, I'm sure the drug companies are working on it, right? Well, yeah, they are, but they can't because it's only been around for 2 days. So they haven't really figured it out what they're going to do. I do have an article somewhere about that. I don't know where the hell it was, but Pfizer and Moderna both said it's going to take them about 100 days to figure out what's going to happen with their testing, which is kind of interesting. Meanwhile, I don't even know where this is, but this is what's going to happen in America. And I don't mean to concern you, but it's true. This is what's going to happen. Very soon. It's almost already happening here. I don't even know. This is a foreign country. Police are bursting into a restaurant here to check paperwork. That's going to happen because with automatic rifles. I mean, it's just a normal day and wherever they're from. So it should be pretty interesting to see what's going to happen here because, well, I just don't know. I mean, New York City, we were talking to a friend that lives in New York City, and they can't go anywhere in the city if they're not vaccinated. They can't go anywhere, and they're vaccinated. They're getting ready to do all their boosters and all that stuff. Those people, they're friends on my wife's side, and nice people nonetheless, but now they're like, what the hell? Because if there's another lockdown, what the hell are they going to do? And it's almost like this is planned. I don't know. A lot of people, I see people in the chat saying they don't buy it. They don't buy it. They don't buy it. Hey, you know what? The only thing we can do is just sit back and be like, what the, you know what I mean? That's pretty much it. But speaking of pretty much it, I want to tell you about something that's pretty cool. Where is it? Texas Star Home Improvements. If you didn't know about Texas Star Home Improvements, well, let me tell you a little bit about them. I want to take a minute to tell you about them because they're pretty awesome. They're fans of the show, and they do a bunch of stuff. Here's some of the stuff they do, okay? So if you live in 100 miles of the San Antonio area, here's some of the stuff they do, and it's quite impressive. So they do patio covers and extensions, glass and screen enclosures, concrete stamping and staining, double pane windows, flooring, room additions, metal roofing, hardy board siding, interior and exterior painting. Man, they do it all. Texas Star is a one-stop for all your home improvement needs with 100% financing, nothing down, family-owned, licensed, bonded, insured, and they take care of all HOA fees and permits. If you're within 100 miles of San Antonio, you can call this number, 210-560-2339, 210-560-2339 to a free in-home estimate. And as long as all homeowners are present, you'll get a $25 gift card to our store. How is that not the best deal you could possibly get? So call Texas Star Home Improvements at 210-560-2339. Tell them Steve sent you to get your gift card when you get your estimate. How about that? Holly asked a weird question saying, can I rub your bald head? No, you cannot. That's awfully weird. Anyway, so here's another story I wanted to talk about. There's a mall at a shooting, or a shooting at a mall today. Mall at a shooting. Can you tell it's the end of the day? And just, my dedication to doing this show to you, I'm drinking coffee at 8:14 at night because I'm tired as hell, but I had to do the show because you guys deserve to actually find out what's going on in this country, and you're not going to be able to find it from mainstream media, which is why we do this every single day. Anyway, North Carolina Black Friday mall shooting sends customers scrambling, 3 people shot, and 1 person in custody. A North Carolina mall was evacuated after 3 people were shot on Friday afternoon, according to the police in Durham, North Carolina. They were investigating a shooting at the Streets at South Point. The mall is being evacuated and will be closed while they investigate the incident. Motorists were told to advise the area, and there's no threat at the mall, they said. 1 person is in custody in relation to the shooting, according to Fox 8. 3 people were reportedly shot. A WRAL reporter who happened to be in the mall at the time posted a photo from the scene on Twitter and said that police escorted shoppers out of the mall. Which is kind of interesting. Videos on social media show people frantically running. I can show you some of these. This was in the mall, people running after the gunshots came out. So it's very, very scary situation, I tell you. That's why it's very important to go over and buy the Spartan Armor body armor. You want to go do your Black Friday shopping or your holiday shopping, and you go to a mall. Unless you live rural like I do, you better be wearing body armor and carrying, because it just seems like the mall shootings are super prevalent. They've been happening a lot lately. Durham Police Chief Patrice Andrews said in a press conference that the shooting took place after an argument between 2 groups who knew each other, and that a 10-year-old was injured by a ricochet bullet. They added that they are still searching for additional suspects as well. So that's just be safe. Be safe out there. Really, some crazy stuff. Man, I ran through that. Let's go back and see if, so the Louisville protests are over already. Oh, no. They're still alive. They're still alive over there. But it seems like maybe the protesters are gone, and now it's just police. As you can see, not a lot going on there. Just look at the kids dancing, and they're out there yelling all their BLM bullshit. Fucking sucks. Shit really pisses me off, if you can't tell. Not a big fan of that kind of stuff. I'm just not. What else? So I was going to talk about this shooting, but I want to try to just keep my my social media, tame and beyond, because I'm tired, and I think this is going to be a very quick video, but I am going to talk about this next story. The shooting that took place in, I think it was Lubbock, Texas, on the 5th of this month. Now, you may or may not have heard about it. It's kind of crazy. Now, I am going to show the video. I'm not going to show the moment the guy is shot, but I'm going to show what's leading up to it, because there's a lot of weird things that are coming out with this. Thank you, everyone, for the super chats. I really appreciate that. Someone said, Steve is okay. He's a mouth breather. Why? Oh, yeah, I'm a mouth breather. My nose is always congested. Thank you very much. Are you saying that because of... Yeah, it's just because the mic is turned up. Deal with it. Anyway, this story is weird, okay? This story, and I just got to put it up so everyone can see it. It's just weird, all right? Because apparently this Chad Reed is this guy in the green's name. So he was apparently divorced he was divorced and having a conversation with this. Apparently the story is weird, okay? The whole thing is weird. The video seems staged as shit to me. I didn't think it was a real fatal shooting when I first saw it, because of just how they all react. It was just very odd. But this lady that's over here, that's his ex-wife. He is there at this, I think this is a business and not a home, to pick up his children or his child, I don't know, from their mother, which is his ex-wife's home. She is now with another guy that's his name is Kyle Carruth, and he's this guy that you see right here. she is now with that guy. The weird part is he was also married. His wife has since filed for a divorce, but this whole thing is just weird. It's like something out of a really bad, like, daytime television show, like on Lifetime or some shit like that. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Long story short, this guy, Chad Reed, tries to go over to find his kids. And, well, yeah, you can hear. So I'm going to put it on. And now, guys, I'm going to stop before the shooting, and I'm not going to show it. Everyone can go and find this article, and you can look at the video yourself. But I want to try to keep it. So, like, if they put the age restriction on this video, I'm going to challenge it because I'm not going to show it. But I think it's very important that you hear the argument, and that you hear that this Kyle guy told him several times to get off his property, but then, you know, he fires a warning shot. The whole thing is just very odd, but just watch and listen to how everything is with the cameras. And they not only have this camera, which this is his new wife that's in the vehicle. There's also the Kyle guy is filming from inside, or not him, but somebody else is filming from inside. And I think the ex-wife is also filming. They all have cameras, multiple camera angles for this thing. I think you guys can hear it, but
I'll go get him. I'm supposed to have him at 3:15.
So he says, "Where's my son?" Like, there was some conversation going back between him and Kyle. She says, "I'm going to go get him." He says, "Tell me where he is. I'll go get him. I was supposed to get him at 3:15.
Playing games telling me that I can pick him up at 6. I'm going to have to talk. I already got the pump on the way to your mom's house. Because that's probably where he is. It's not when I'm done working. I get him at 3:15.
So this is where the guy comes out and he's got a gun. Okay. Now, he walked in there. He did say in the very beginning, "Get off my property." And then listen.
At 3:15. I don't care if you wanted to see him or not. I get him at 3:15. If you want to see him, you see him up until 3:15.
Or maybe he didn't come out at that point.
From me, I'm fixing to drag you and Anne Marie and everybody else into court. I'm subpoenaing your mom. I'm subpoenaing Anne Marie's on video. I'm very leave. Do it right. You better.
And then it goes on. They go back and forth. They get pretty close. So as you can see, they get pretty close. That's that main photo that was shared. This guy Kyle fires a warning shot into the ground. The other guy tries to go for the gun at that point. And again, I just can't show it on social media because they'll block the video, and there's no point in doing that. So he tries to go for the gun after the warning shot. The Kyle guy gets the gun, and then just straight up, just like,
"You did it." Not
that's the Kyle guy after he shot him. You know, and he just stands there and he's like, "I'm glad you're recording." And the wife is like, "You did it." This is the crazy part. Like, listen to this. Is that guy's wife?
Kyle, video, Kyle. You did it, not him.
I told all of y'all to leave.
We came to get his son.
He's not here.
They all seem so calm. They just killed someone. Do you know what I mean? Like, they seem like, listen to this.
Call 911. Video, Kyle. You did it, not him.
I told all of y'all to leave.
We
It's just crazy.
came to get his son.
He's not here.
She should have told that.
And here's the thing, though. The ex-wife is filming, too. Like, I thought this was fake. I'll be honest. I watched the video the first time, I think 2 days ago, and I thought it was fake. I thought it was fake because I'm like, okay, you see in the reflection, the ex-wife is filming. This lady that's in the car is the guy that was just shot and killed. This is his wife in the car. She doesn't sound that concerned.
She should have told that.
Y'all should be here.
Right? She doesn't sound that concerned. Her husband is laying dead on the ground. And then the lady inside, or whoever was filming inside from the third angle, it's the same thing. But here's the thing that's crazy. The story gets weirder. All right, so he's not charged with anything yet. This Kyle Carruth, he's not charged with anything yet. They called police. Police came. I guess whatever the case is, it's now 20 days past when this happened, and nobody's been charged for this. Chad Reed was killed. But this is weird because the reason how this video got out was because the Chad Reed's widow, the woman that was in the car, saying, you did it, Kyle, you did it. That lady, she has released a statement and with the video of the shooting. But this is weird. They filed this lady. Okay, so I got to give a little bit of background because this doesn't make a lot of sense. Okay, and maybe you guys be the judge of it, but I find this to be the most concerning thing. Oh, even though someone was shot, I find this to be the most concerning thing. This lady, Jennifer Reed, who's the widow of Chad Reed, she met him in April of 2020. They got married in June. Okay, it started living together and married in June of 2020. Very quick, right? She filed a petition on Wednesday to the courts to try to take custody of Chad Reed's and his ex-wife's children. I know this doesn't make a lot of sense. She is trying. Chad Reed is dead. Okay, her husband. She's not the mother of these kids, and she's only, in fact, known them for just over a year. But she is now trying to go to the courts to take the children from their mom and allow her to raise them, citing that it's not fair for the kids to live in the home of the guy that killed their dad. like, does that make any sense? It doesn't make any sense to me. And then when you add it all to this whole case, it's like, is this real or is this all fake? You know what I mean? It's just very odd. It's just very, very odd to me. Someone said they just killed someone. They will still fight about what's for dinner. Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. The whole mannerism and everything. You know, and then that camera doesn't catch the shots. The other camera that's inside the building does catch the shots. It's just really odd. The local news there spoke to Kyle Carruth's attorney, David Gwynn, who said the video confirms the Lubbock Police Department's thorough work reflects this as a justified homicide. When trespassing, Chad Reed advanced on Mr. Carruth, who was standing within feet of the front door of his home and office employees there. Mr. Reed said, "I'll take your gun and effing kill you with it," and then tried to do so. It was only then and only then that the gun got pointed at Mr. Reed at that fatal moment. Carruth's attorney said Mr. Reed had every opportunity to leave to try to escalate the situation. He was threatening to others. Police have been called and they knew that. Mr. Carruth came out of the door, the gun pointed in the air and told him to leave. Most people would have left. Mr. Reed then chose to advance to Mr. Carruth. They were face to face. Mr. Reed said he'd take the gun and kill him with it. The gun went off into the patio. That still did not deter Mr. Reed, who then grabbed the gun and tried to kill Kyle, according to his attorney. Gwynn said Carruth holds a valid defense under the Castle Doctrine to defend himself or others on his property, and they are looking forward to the Attorney General's office investigating and presenting the case to the Lubbock grand jury. Gwynn says a grand jury could still indict Carruth, but his hope is on careful review of the law. They will not, but it doesn't mean he won't be arrested and charged and convicted later. It's very odd. And I was watching like a legal YouTube channel that was talking about this earlier, and it said even with the Castle Doctrine and all that stuff, because the Kyle guy shot first and gave a warning shot into the ground, that's illegal. And apparently in every single state, you can't fire warning shots, which is really stupid because they could charge you for shooting a gun to deter people from killing you, which doesn't make a lot of sense. But yeah, whatever. So they're saying because of that this guy is likely going to be charged, this Kyle Carruth. So the reason why I'm talking about it is because of the video. The video in itself is just so weird. The way and I know we wrote an article on this today, and it's got the full video in it, if you could find it on Citizen Stringer. But the thing that I find so weird about this case is the fact that everyone was just very calm. Even after a guy literally was shot twice, boom, down, and everyone still was just very calm. The Kyle guy wasn't. He was just like, "I told you guys to leave." And the lady whose husband has now been shot, she's like, "You did it, Kyle. You did it." And I'm like, that doesn't make a whole hell of a lot of sense. You know, but yeah, he kind of did F around and find out. But it's crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Biden said shot warning in the air, blah, blah, blah. I don't even know what that means. But yeah, someone said it's not true. I know at least in Florida, they recently passed a law that allows a warning shot in a situation where you could be allowed to use deadly force. I didn't know that. I was listening to what the lawyers were saying. Someone said he had a court order allowing him to be there. She was obstructing visitation. He will be charged. He did not have a court order. That was not a home. That was a business. He did not have a court order to go there. He had a court order to pick up their children from the house, not a private business. That's the thing that's a little interesting about it. So we'll have to wait and see. My guess is that he's going to be charged. Based on the video. It just seems weird. Like if I was on a grand jury, I'd want to hear this damn case. Or like I would want to be on the jury for this one because it would be interesting to hear the back and forth. And the fact that this guy was still married, the Kyle Carruth guy, he's married. His wife just filed for divorce after the shooting because, she became privy to all this. She didn't know any of this stuff was going on. And I'm like, this is like a daytime, lifetime soap opera here, with really bad actors. And I'm not talking about bad like malicious. I'm talking about like bad. When you watch this video, tell me, does anyone that watched this video, was your first impression that it was staged? Like, honestly, was your first impression that it was staged? Because that was mine. It seemed like it was staged to me. But a lot of you guys are saying you think he'll be charged. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Someone said it's all drama, campfire, crap tag, whatever that means. But someone else said it's odd. Yeah, it's odd. I mean, it really was. And then the fact that the widow of Chad Reed is trying to take custody of kids that aren't even hers, and that she's only known for just over a year. Like, that's weird. She said it just must be awful for those kids to know that they're staying in the home every night with the guy who killed their dad. And I just think it's weird. I think the whole freaking thing is weird. It's just very odd. It's very odd. Someone said my first thought was that the gunshots didn't sound right. Yeah, but I think that was just a video. Someone said the ex-wife is a judge. Wait, whose ex-wife? So Chad Reed's ex-wife is a judge? That's kind of interesting if that's true. Or is it the guy that's getting a divorce? She hyped him up on the ride over there and said he had a gun. He probably didn't think about it because she hyped him up and he got killed. Yeah, because she seems so calm about it. You know what I mean? She seems so calm about it. Someone said, well, they were married for only a year doesn't mean they didn't know each other longer. No, it said they met in April. One of the articles I said, and this is what I started talking, one of the articles that I was mentioning previously, it said that they met or started dating in April of 2020 and they got married in June or July of 2020. So they didn't know each other that long, and the kids didn't really know each other that long. So it's just the whole thing is just very weird. Very weird to me. Someone said Kyle's wife is a judge. Oh, really? His whole thing is just odd. This whole thing is odd. It's just very odd. So, but yeah, someone said it sounded like a BB gun. It sounded like some, but I think that was just a video. I think it's just the way the video was put on. Oh, Cortez Rice is in Louisville, Kentucky. Nice. I don't really care. Let them just protest, wherever they want. Just destroy people's livelihoods. Also, 2 officers were shot yesterday. I think it was yesterday or Friday night. Well, no, today's Friday. So what was it? Thanksgiving Eve, 2 NYPD officers were shot. They're both going to survive, so that's good. One of them actually just got out of the hospital today. I think he was the officer that was shot in the leg, and I think the other officer was shot in the arm. And I believe they did have a suspect in custody. There's something going on in New York City now. There's a video that's posted online 16 seconds ago saying that CIS requested Brooklyn. A woman is in serious condition after being struck by a car on Rockaway Avenue. So that's kind of interesting. Man, we're going to have to wait and see what happens with this Omicron thing, man. Because my guess is that they're going to try to lock down everything. That's my guess. Like this is, they have to. I tell you what, man, because I think they tried it with the BLM protests and all that stuff. So they're going to have to. We're going to have 2019 or 2020 all over again this year. It's going to happen. I really believe it. It's going to happen. They're going to try to do the lockdowns. It's going to be the deadliest variant. Everyone's going to, completely wig out. They're all going to just say whatever they say about the vaccine and its efficacy against this thing. And we'll never actually know the truth unless we read information from other countries, because they seem to be a little bit more honest, at least in the beginning. And then they kind of, be quiet about it. What is this? The Omicron variant. I already read all this stuff, so you guys know. Oh, this is the part. Pfizer, BioNTech, fresh off sky-high profits. They actually were one of the only ones. Moderna and J&J all lost on the stock market today. Pfizer was up 3%, which I thought was very weird. But Pfizer, fresh off sky profits offers government-mandated vaccines, is already mullying a future relaunch of COVID-19 deal to deal with the Omicron variant. It looks like a lesser-known pharmaceutical company, Novavax, however, may beat it to the punch. Novavax said it started working on a version of its COVID-19 vaccine to target the variant detected in South Africa and would have the shot ready for testing and manufacturing within the next few weeks. Keep in mind, they just discovered this shit 2 days ago. And you already have companies that are like, guess what? We're already testing it. We should have it ready for distribution in the next few weeks. What the fuck? Like, what are you talking about? This doesn't make any damn sense. That's why. And then when you add in the fact that they believe that this whole thing could have really just, happened, and with the immunocompromised AIDS patient, like, that's just weird. With all the Fauci stuff, like, I don't care who you are right there. It's got to make you kind of scratch your head and be like, what the hell is going on here? At least that's what it makes me do. Who knows? This whole thing is just, it's frighteningly, eerily similar to what I think is going to happen all over the place. It's just, it's never going to end. This is going to be a never ending cycle of bullcrap. View to a bill said, Steve, love your show, man. Thank you. Anyway, I think it's a Friday night. I don't have a lot to talk about. I think I'm just going to wrap for the day, and I'll probably end up doing a show this weekend, a better one, but I may do it I may record it and then put it out later. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this for the night. I'm going to go home. I've literally been working since 7 o'clock.
One of the things that I thought of, and just don't know why it just now hitting me, with the whole purpose of the Jabberwocky to reduce people's immune system, it is entirely possible that the immune system is getting depleted to the point where it's picking up not new things, but things that couldn't be seen before because the immune system chopped them off and fixed them before anybody got really sick with them. So maybe what's actually happening is, with the decrease in the immune system, people are just getting routine illnesses they would get every day of the week. And the Delta, the whatever this one they're calling this one, it's just things that were out there all the time anyway. And we just don't get sick with them because of the fact that our immune system prevents us from getting sick with them. But after having so many Jabberwockies, you've got no immune system, so you get sick with them. So it's entirely possible this is something that's been around for a very, very, very long time. And we may have all had it a dozen times. We just didn't get sick because our immune system fixed it. So, and Willie, you're muted. And it might be...
Sorry. Simply the runny nose will kill you.
Do what?
Simply the runny nose will kill you.
Yes, with no immune system, you're right.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Angel, you're there, but you're so low I can't hear you.
Yeah, your volume is so down.
Try again. Nope, you're still down. You're blue. Is that better? Nope. You're still really, really low. I mean, I can hear noise, but I can't hear words.
Can you hear me now?
Just
A little better.
barely.
Better? Is that better?
A little bit.
Hold on. Let me do this.
It's almost like you.
Is that better? Is that better?
Mm.
Hey, get out.
Somebody stepped on something.
Yeah, probably did. Probably did.
Speaking
But shut it.
speaking of the jab, this
Wait a minute, echo.
Do I have an echo?
Somebody
No,
got
Vicky
it.
does. Vicky does.
I think it's Ricky.
well, I don't have anything. I'm close then. Well, let me see. Hold up. Wait. I'll come back in.
I don't know if it is her.
Is that better?
Yeah, Angel. We didn't hear nothing you said.
And he's echoing now. Willie, you're
That's
echoing.
weird.
I'm echoing. Why are we all echoing?
Let me change the setting back. Hold on. I changed the setting, so let me check. Is that better?
And you're better. And I'm not echoing.
Okay. It was just a setting.
I don't hear an echo either.
Okay, you're good too, Willie. Molly,
I
whatever.
was just clicking different settings, and I guess it. Yeah. How long is your hair, Willie?
I got a long ponytail out the back.
Oh
Nice.
no.
I got what Stedding would say, the Viking mohawk.
I used to have a mohawk, so.
A button
Anyway,
mohawk.
speaking of Jabberwocky,
Yes, Vicky.
there's this girl. She's big potato head person, and her 13-year already got it. Oh, she was so happy. Now the whole family has it, and her 7-year-old son got it. I didn't say nothing. I just did the angry face.
Wait a minute. Let me recap that and see if I got that right. She had a son who died.
No, just got it.
Just
got
got
the
it.
Jabberwocky. Her oldest daughter, about 13, got it already, but now
So they're all naturally immune to it.
well, not them. She's stupid.
Well,
They all got the poke. They got the poke.
They all got the poke, and so she's excited because they got the poke.
Yeah, the whole family's protected now.
That's not good. No, that's not good.
As I said, I mean, we have free will. We have free will. We have to pick a side. And they willfully chose it. And I don't blame the children. I don't blame the kids at all.
No, of course not.
No, I mean, even young adults in the early 20s, if their parents are really warped and are really into this, even 20-year-olds are not going to be able to think on their own.
I mean, the schools are pushing it. TV is pushing it. All these, you know, everybody's pushing it.
You can say that, but my 18-year-old would tell you to take your jab and jab it right where sun don't shine.
Well, if I had an
raise your children right,
too, because of the fact the way they're raised.
Most people allow a television to raise their children.
Yeah, but there's those of us that beat our children when we were young and they were young, and they'll be Republicans and conservatives forever. So they have a brain in their head so they can think on their own, and they don't believe the media and the school and the college and the government. You just gotta, get into them a little bit.
That's what my dad said. He knocked sense into us.
Yeah.
Well, there is a limit.
Well, there's abuse, and then there's
discipline.
Discipline. There you go. There it is, honey.
What is it? The Bible says that I can always forget the quote about sparing the rod.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sparing the rod is for personal things, not education.
I
I
don't know.
got the I got the rod. I got the rod, and I get it. That's
Yeah.
personal. That's on their end, not on my end. It's not my fault.
Yeah. I know.
When my niece, I'm gonna be back up here on Memorial Day because my niece is getting married, but we have to do a hotel because they got a lot of friends coming in from Denver, staying with them, about 11 people. So we have to
Mhm.
get a hotel.
You gonna stay in Murfreesboro? Or you gonna stay in Nashville?
Nashville because she's getting married in Hendersonville.
Oh yeah, that's on the way
Mhm.
home.
Yeah. So yeah, my
Well, that's a
brother's
good place
staying
to.
at my brother's staying at Opryland. I said,
Yeah,
you stay there, we'll come and visit you.
yeah. Be sure you get a chance. If you get a chance, Vicky, eat at Opryland.
Oh,
Eat.
we are. There's so many eating places there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we eating at the wedding too. And we found out today we went to some place called Chewy's, a Mexican restaurant. It was terrible. If we knew
Oh,
that when we went to the Opryland Hotel, they have a place called Stacks, build your own burger. And my husband would have liked that a lot better. So would I. There's so much eating. It was just like, oh my gosh. But it was
Just
so beautiful, decorated for Christmas. So
oh yeah, I can remember when it was young, when it was being decorated. The first years it was decorated, it was sparse, but it was still beautiful. And I've seen the pictures since, but I don't think. I guess
I took some video with some pictures.
mm,
I'll email them.
I think that it's been probably oh 30 years since I've seen Opryland at
oh,
Christmas.
oh, that's a lifetime.
Remind me of that again. I got another 30 years I did something else, and another 10, 11 years I did something else.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
but it was nice. I tell you what, my legs hurt so bad. Oh, first we walked. My sister got stairs. Not used to stairs. Second of, first we decided we want to walk the mall.
Which
Oh,
mall did you go to?
the Opry Mill Mall, right across from
Opryville.
Opryland.
Okay, okay.
Mm-hmm. And and then let's go to Opryland Hotel. Go shit. I got 8,000 steps in today.
Yeah, so you're good for next year. You're good then.
It's going to be a rough trip back to Atlanta. Let me tell you something.
Oh yeah.
Going down was terrible. We did back ways around the close, and then when we got to see 75, we going fine. Then we got around Chattanooga. It was like two. Oh my God! It's like
Oh yeah,
I've
they
never seen
built
so many
that
cities.
interstate. The
I've never seen.
Chattanooga interstate going to Alabama is that when they first built it, it was stupid. It's got to be even worse now that there's more traffic.
This is the weirdest thing. You're right alone. You're in Georgia. You get to Tennessee. Then you ride around Tennessee. Then you're back in Georgia. Then you ride down alone. And then you're back in Tennessee. And the
It looks
time
Oh,
zones changed. Kept on going, changing.
oh, wow.
It's weird. I said, I called my sister. Is there any other way? She goes, well, yeah. You want to go all the way around the mountain? And my daughter took me up there. And I was shaking the whole time. And my grandson asked me, Nana, is this heaven? It was so
Oh,
high up.
wow.
Could you imagine
Wow.
coming down there? I can imagine coming
What a
down.
what a question. Wow.
Nana, is this heaven?
That's great.
Nonetheless,
That's
we stayed on the interstate. And, oh
that's
my
great
God,
though. I mean,
I'm
what
not.
did you say? What did you say to him when he asked you that, though?
I always wasn't her. Was her? She goes, I don't know, son. I don't think so, grandson. But we got off at Chattanooga. So everybody go to the bathroom. The dog had to do his thing. Oh my gosh! I didn't see one white person. We went to Burger King. I stuck by Rebecca like glue. This guy kept on looking at us, and she went to the bathroom. I went to the bathroom. John waited on her because I wasn't going to leave her at all. It was awful. But once we get back on the interstate and we got on, then the traffic died down. I think we got on 24. I think we got off 75 and ended up on 24.
Yeah, you would have ended up on 24 to go into Murfreesboro.
It's nice here. Murphy girl is really growing, they say.
Yeah.
Yeah, big time. My nephew keeps telling me how certain things that aren't there now that were there last time I was home, and how far the traffic is. And Margaret, my little sister, drives from home every night and from work and calls me about every other night. And so I talked to her for the drive home. It used to take her, and she's not moved, and she's worked in the same place for 50 years, but it used to, we would have maybe a 10-minute conversation for her to get home.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's a 20 to 30-minute conversation. She's not going any different ways or anything else. It's just the traffic.
She said they just got a Costco about 2.5 miles. I ain't seen it. I ain't go that direction, obviously. A new Kroger about 3 miles. Um, Everything's new. You know, all these stores and stuff are new around
They
here.
live north. They live north of Murfreesboro.
I have no idea. Off of Federal Way or something like that.
Veterans Way.
Veterans Way.
Veterans
Parkway.
Way. Okay, they don't live too far from my nephew or from Margaret.
Yeah, I think her neighborhood is right off of the Veterans Parkway. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. That's not. In fact, that's where Jack used to play when he played his guitar.
And they live near Salem Elementary School, across from Salem Elementary. The
That I
new,
don't.
brand new school, elementary school, built the same time the house was.
Yeah, I
'Cause
don't.
that's where my nephew went until he moved to Hendersonville with his mama. So, isn't Nashville closer to Hendersonville than Murfreesboro, right? I hope.
Yeah, yeah.
Good.
Nashville. It's Nashville. Hendersonville is just a suburb of Nashville.
But let me tell you, I'm surprised though. We went to this place in the mall. My brother David, he says, we went there one time. It's called Rainforest. It's like the restaurant's like you're in a rainforest. The fish tanks everywhere. 3-hour freaking wait. I said, I don't want to be in the rainforest that bad, okay? So we
Did you
didn't.
say the restrooms?
Restaurant
Oh,
called the
restaurant.
Rainforest.
Okay. Okay.
And I said, no, I don't think so. Let's find somewhere else.
I don't think that was there when I was there. I'm pretty sure it
Oh
was.
my brother's crazy as hell, y'all. He had his ways, and the ways lady on the little traffic app is Australian, and she kept on going, take left at so and so, take a left, take a left, and my brother goes, hell no, I'm going right. You're telling me the wrong way. He just cracks me. He's just a nut. Cracks
I
me
like
up.
that. My brother's crazy as hell. I like that.
He is. He cracked. Him and Roger getting along really good. They always did. I ain't never seen Roger talk so much.
That's great.
But that's just the way David is. He brings out everybody likes him. You know, he just brings it. He
Right
was in
on.
the Air Force for 20 years.
Right on.
You know, he's the one that wife died a few months, you know, about on my in March. But he's something else. I love him so much. He's
Older or
always
younger?
he's older. He's always been a big older brother.
Oh, nice, nice.
And my sister, she's working now. She works at a damn mental hospital. 65 years old. I go, how in the hell do you work there? She's
Oh, but
they
uh,
spit on her and everything.
those
Where
people
is
that
she
work
working?
in those mental facilities understand society, though. They get it. Those are the smartest, most reality checked people that there are. I
Yeah, well,
know
they need to stop.
quite
They need to
quite a
stop
few
kicking
people
at.
who work
They
in
need to
those
stop.
facilities.
Well, they need to stop kicking at her and spitting at her. What did
Well,
you say?
but it's not their fault though. They're
Uh,
damaged.
I worked in at Greenville Mental Health, and when I was in college, and it was the first time that I had ever seen um, children that never had a chance. They'd come out as there was this one boy, and he was, I think, I was thinking he was like 17 because he was younger than I was. I was a sophomore, I think, when I had that ward and in college, and he was 17, and his body looked like SpongeBob's body, except that the only thing that he had for legs were toes that stuck out from under the bottom of his body. He had arms.
I was in the medical field and we call those barrel chests. Is that what you're talking about?
No, he's not even a barrel chest. And he actually was nothing but a blob of flesh, and he had all of his orifices, but they weren't anywhere where they belonged. Um, and he had toes for feet and legs, and he had arms, but they were not usable. They were flaccid. And he had no head. He had a mouth and eyes on the top of him, and
Whoa.
he was in a regular sized baby bed or crib.
So no neck. No
No
neck.
neck, no neck,
Okay,
no.
okay. I know what you're talking about.
And I'd never seen one that severely disabled, and to the point that it did not look like a human.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
and
Yeah.
there were there were like 25 of us that were working there from the school we went to, and I was the only one who ended up staying in that ward because I was the only one that could handle it. Nobody else could handle it.
We in the medical field call them human slugs.
Yeah, that was one of the phraseologies I used. But I tell you, this kid impressed me. They
Oh,
kept
really?
telling me that he didn't have any cognition, anything, and I kept
Right.
saying, but, and
Okay. Right.
You
I
can
got
communicate with him.
I was able to actually. One of the things I've always, and I don't know why this is true in my life, but um, in spite of my father being a psychopath and everything he did, at one point I was able to actually, I looked in his face and I actually looked in his eyes and I saw his soul. He had a soul in there at one point. My mother, I have never seen hers. I don't think she has one. Um, and this kid had more of a soul and responses in his eyes than either of my parents combined. And I kept talking to him, and he would look at me, and he didn't seem to be able to follow me if I went from one side of the crib to the other, or the baby bed. He didn't seem to be able to follow me. I'd have to kind of twist him a little bit to get him angled right so he could see where I was now. And when I would work on the tubes and stuff on him and clean them out and that kind of thing. And I had to do that from the side of the bed you weren't supposed to be on normally. So when I would go to him, I'd go to the right side of his bed, and I'd talk to him and tell him I was there and dilly dally and yak 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 yak. And then at the point I was ready to actually do his tubes, I had to walk to the other side of the bed. And when I would get over there, it wasn't that he just couldn't turn his head and look at me. He did not have the capacity to know that just because I was out of sight didn't mean I was gone. Out of sight to him meant gone. So when I would reach up and touch him and turn him, and so he could see me again, it was like he'd just brand new seen me for the first time that day. And I could tell that in his eyes.
Literally no neck.
Yeah, no neck. No neck.
I wonder how long he lived.
I don't know, but I was surprised he was 17. And I tried to tell those doctors that there was recognition in those eyes at some point. I knew he didn't recognize much, but
Cognitive response.
There was a response in his eyes, and they just all poo-pooed me out the door. But
Yeah, they didn't care. They would probably get money from the government. They didn't care.
But he was the worst one that I ever saw that I believed had cognition. Now, there were other ones in there that had no cognition that were in worse shape than that, but most of them were just blobs. Periodically, they'd have a face in the tummy, or instead their mouth and eyes and nose would be down where one of them was down right up where the belly. It's almost like the belly button was in the right place, but it was right here under the nose on the belly.
Yeah. They could express pain. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, and but they were really. I didn't understand why they kept them alive while they were alive to begin with. Why would they? I mean, I even back in the early 70s, late 60s, abortion still was done, and kids died, even though it wasn't legal. Everybody knew abortions happened. Why did they let these kids continue to breathe? Did they resuscitate them, or did they come out breathing? I couldn't follow it. Well, I finally got into the records department, and I did some unauthorized reading. These almost every one of those kids that I read about had been resuscitated and brought back.
Oh, they were
all been deceased when born or almost. Yeah. And some asshole brought them back.
It sounded like he was.
What do we used to call them, Silver Girl? Waterheads? What do we call them?
The hydrocephaly was bad, but that's not even the worst.
Isn't that how we normally labeled them? Was
hydrocephaly?
Water?
Yeah, water on the brain. Hydrocephaly.
I know that was when I was a kid.
But those kids had damage to their brains due to the pressure on their brain from the water. You take and put a stent in, and they're fine.
But there's still brain damage, though.
There is brain damage if it occurred prior to the stent. But some of those kids can be drained as soon as they're born and put a stent in immediately, and there is no damage.
Yeah, but how long do they live, though?
They can live as long as anybody else can.
Well, I remember down the street from me, we had one of those water heads, and he outlived the doctor who said he would live 3 years.
Right. They stopped doing that a long time. They stopped saying hydrocephalics would die early because they don't.
Yeah. I mean, and he had a good life. his only deterrent was he couldn't drive. I mean, he literally lived a full life.
Yeah.
He has
And
a big head and bug eyes. Big head and bug eyes.
well, no, they label them water. She said it hydro whatever.
Yeah.
We call them water brains, and they literally label them retarded. And this guy lived longer than the guy who labeled him retarded. So
Don't
that's
you
a
think?
big middle finger. You know,
Well,
that's
they can have everything from a CP type reaction to the water on the brain, or they can go to minor cognitive, minor intelligence, minor physical damage. There are
But
those people
don't you
that, if they're treated quickly enough, and that was one of the things that they were studying in Greenville was hydrocephaly and getting the stents in and how fast they could do it and when did it make the difference and when did it start to not matter.
That's
If you
what I'm thinking. Don't you think that nowadays they know how to go out and drain water off the brain? That's
no,
what they
they
do.
execute them. They don't do that no more.
They
They don't
do
do that
still.
anymore. They execute them. They let them die.
Yep.
That was
Nowadays
back in
they
the
let them
70s
die
what
and they
she's
don't
talking
need
about.
to. But what's so crazy is back then, back in the 60s and 70s, they would save them all regardless. And
Yeah.
most of them needed to be let go.
Yeah.
That would have been the good thing to do. The peaceful thing, the godly thing to do would have been to let them stay dead. They were born dead, leave them dead.
Mm-hmm.
But back then they brought them all back to life. Then
They
they
cared
started
back then.
experimenting on them. But it was the experimenting on those kids that they brought back to life that gave them the answers to the stents and using stents and getting them in fast. But if you bring one of the hydrocephalics back to life after it's born and it's already dead, that is to me going against God's will. Because
And I agree. 100%.
you know, on the other hand, if they're born alive but there's no hope, and you don't add extra resuscitation and you don't add extra oxygen and that kind of thing, they'll pass out. They'll just pass naturally. But then there are
Other than natural medicine, if you have to insert a tube or make a slit, that's not God.
right.
I agree.
And I think it's fair when they do get born that aren't so severely disabled. I think that if they're born, you can put a stent in and the stent fixes them forever.
Yeah. I used to do daycare for a little boy who was a stint baby, and the only thing that was odd about him was he was deaf. Other than that, he was completely normal. So in the
There was
80s,
one
he would
guy
have
they were trying to
they
get.
would have let him die in the 80s, but because of in the 70s, they did their experiments and they did their tubes, like you said. They drained the water off the brain, and this kid was just born deaf. And the guy, I think the guy's a nurse right now.
That would be neat. I think that there is a lot that they can do to help them, but these kids that they had at Greenville, they had no business being alive. And when I got in and got a hold of their records, every single one I looked up had been born dead, and they should have been left that way. Because they could not.
How many did you see that way though? I only see
I had 27.
like 0.2%.
I had 27 patients on the ward that I cared for, and well, that's not exactly the right term, but I had 27 patients that I went and checked on. And the one that I talked about earlier is the one I'd had the most cognitive interchange with. The others I had no cognitive interchange with. There was, like I said, 27 of them, but they were all different kinds. They weren't just one type of disability. They were any kind. It was a home for the people that nobody wanted.
But so in our profession, where would you uh, uh, place the blame for the disabilities? Where would you place the blame?
I consider those kids that I worked with to be mistakes in the formation of the babies. Now,
Genetics.
Were they that way because there was a history in the family? I don't know.
You got to remember, back in those days, women drank and smoked and everything. Meanwhile, they were pregnant.
Yeah, but they were there's asbestos and there's all the drugs that the companies weren't talking about. I mean, I agree with you 100%, but out of those 27 babies, how many of them were damaged?
All of them were damaged.
Wow.
You guys, I am really tired. I'm going to go. I'm going to be on the road
Same
traveling
here.
tonight. So if
Same here. I
come
gotta
in
work
contact-
all day
if-
tomorrow.
if
Y'all want
it's-
to hang out backstage? I don't mind, you know.
No, I gotta go.
No, it's not that big a deal, man.
Nice meeting you, Willie D, and love you,
I'm just
ladies.
glad
Come on up
I finally
anytime,
come
Willie. You
up.
know,
I finally
literally.
got to see y'all ladies, and I watch you guys as much as I can.
You're welcome
you-
anytime. We're up. You're
you-
more than welcome to jump up.
Yeah, most of the time I'm at work, and it's too loud. But I'm
Nice
glad
having
for the invite.
it's nice having someone also in the field that we can poke your brain.
So what do you do?
Yeah.
He's
What
a
do you do, Willie?
respiratory therapist, right?
Well, I was in nursing in a respiratory specialist, but now I work in metal fabrication. So I couldn't do it any longer because Silver Girl will tell you that they pay you to lie to the families, and I couldn't do it no more. I had to get out of the profession.
Now?
I just refused to lie to families. I couldn't do it.
I like the way that guy, Dave Snedeker, had him on here, and I think it was on Stu Peters, and he was a very top respiratory therapist in the hospital, and he quit because he said he knows what it's doing to the patients, and he could not do it anymore.
Yeah,
So he
that's where
went
I'm
to
at. Vicky, that's exactly where I was at. They pay you to lie to people, and I couldn't do it. But I got really close to the families I work with, and they trusted me to the point where they trusted me more than they trusted the doctors. And I took a lot of my patients on motorcycle rides. I mean, these people will never walk and they'll never see free life again. But I threw them on my motorcycle and we went for a ride, and they'll never ever be that free in their life. And those families trusted me, and the doctors and nurses would be in the room, and those people are literally dying. And I know it, and so does everybody else. But the professionals will lie to them. I won't. Give them a little wink and say, 2 hours. Those fucking doctors and professional nurses will say, oh no, there's no time limit. We're gonna save him. He's gonna be good. No, I've been doing this for 4 years. That guy's gonna die in less than 2 hours. Before I get off this shift and get home, that guy's gonna be dead. Sure enough, before I get home, I get a phone call. Hey, Gene passed away. Can you come back? Absolutely, I can come back. Because I'm part of their families. And I couldn't do it no more. I couldn't do it. I couldn't lie to people no more.
Yeah.
But I studied it. I did it. That's what I did I studied for 4 years, but I was in it for 6. So I get everything Silver Girl's saying. I literally am a respiratory specialist. That's why
Well,
when
you
this
should
COVID
be
happened, I
busy.
went,
You would be busy now.
oh yeah. Well, but here's the thing: is because I do trust the real science, and they're not talking about the real science.
And if they
That this
like that,
isn't what they say it is. It is not what they say it is. It's a
when the
pneumonia.
doctor,
It's a Angel said it. It's a parasite that gets in your lungs. It's a uh, how will we say that? Silver girl, a hydrogen parasite. It's a hydrogen parasite which is in your lungs.
Yep.
So that's why the something
works.
the medicine that starts with the I works.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the antifungal medication.
Yeah.
Yeah. All of them.
Yeah. Silver girl said it earlier. It is literally. So did Angel. It literally is a hydrogen fungus.
And
Has
that's
nothing
why
to do with
the body
oxygen.
doesn't work, is because
And
that
I
body
tried it in
don't
the
work on
hospital.
those.
And you know, with COVID, the sickness, that's the first protocol. They're not even doing that. They're just going right straight to venting them and putting Revesador, whatever it's
Well, yeah,
called.
but it's about dollar bills, honey. It's what it's about.
And it helps with their agenda, which is global
Right.
population.
And now they're going for our babies.
Yeah, well,
Oh,
that's
they've been
global
doing that.
population.
They've been sterilizing people too, so they've been going at the
They don't
babies.
want us. They don't want us being rabbits anymore.
No.
Well, so the Chinese went from 1.5 children per family to 3 because of the population decrease. So the Chinese are always ahead of the game. So if you just look at what they're saying, they're trying to decrease the population of the planet, but they want to be ahead of the game, so there's more of them than us.
You know, in China, the one child policies, they've got rid of the girls so much, the men can't find wives.
Yeah, but that's why they
That's why
changed
they're
that
all into
now.
anime, fake girlfriends. Anime is
That
created for men because there is not enough women to go around, so they have fake girlfriends.
right. That's
Oh, you're
exactly
frozen, Angel.
why that they've
Oh.
banned homosexuality in China. It is literally illegal. They will put you to death there
They'll
for
cut
being
you
a
off.
homosexual.
First, they'll cut off your member, and then they'll put you to death.
Yeah.
They wish
They're not messing around. They know it's a depopulation thing, and so they instead of being all about the males, now they're so screwed. They want you to have females.
Yeah, that's why there's all the anime girls look like they're in high school. They have big boobs, but they're dressed like schoolgirls.
Yep. You're exactly right.
Trust me, they're
They're
probably
all
not just you.
pedophiles. They're all pedophile. They're pushing that. They
Well, I
bring
don't
them
even know
on
if that's a
to the. But they
Angel. We
make
need
them
to look.
pedophiles. They
We
make
need to
them be
look that
for it
up.
because they.
I'm sure they're not all just anime. They're
Angel,
No,
we
I
need
mean,
to
but
look
the
it up to
majority
see
of
if
the Asian
pedophile
population.
actually exists in their language. Just to
Yeah.
see if
Well,
pedophile is in the Asian culture. It may not even
right.
be
It's
there.
normalized there. It's normalized because
Yeah.
they pushed it so far that all the girls, like Sailor Moon, she was originally it's not actually anime. The dirty anime is called hentai. The hentai is like all the girls have great big giant knockers, and they're all dressed like Catholic schoolgirls. They all have the
Yep.
plaid skirts. They all have the knee socks. So they're
Oh,
pushing
that's henna.
the
That's
young girls on these
yeah,
guys.
that's
So when you see a
henta.
schoolgirl uniform, you
Yeah.
go insane. So
Oh, that's fucked up, Angel. You're right.
And you notice how
Henna,
short their little dresses
henna,
are all the time.
henta. What is it?
a
HINTA. Henna is pedophilia. That is
hentai or
fucked up.
something. But
That
that's
is
they're normalizing it. Just like in Afghanistan, just like Robert David Steele said, the worst thing to come out of occupation of Afghanistan was with the military because pedophilia is normalized in the village level.
Oh,
There, it's not a
that's what they were
crime,
talking
so
about.
they pushed it.
They were talking. That's where they were talking about the child brides.
Right, and because it's normalized. It's
Yeah,
an
yeah, yeah.
actual it's a normal practice on the village level.
But
So
I did a little bit of research in that, and it was literally about the money. It was about starvation. I'm gonna sell my daughter to you, and she's 4 years old, so I can eat for the next 2 years. So does it really go back to money?
Everything's about money.
I mean, I was listening to this lady. She was an African American lady. She was her name is Queen. I can't remember who was interviewing her, but it was like right after I woke up. So, and she was talking about how why they're so after the melanin enriched people is because the melanin is what adds the anti-aging so much. It accelerates
Yeah, yeah.
because that's why someone who's a darker skin tone, you can't tell how old they are.
They aren't.
That's why Indians never have gray hair.
And oh, they have white hair, but they don't have gray. So
Right. Yep.
solid white, and but they go after they because it's melanin enriched. And she said, and you could tell that in she goes, well, they show like all these people in like Ethiopia and Africa that are starving to death. Is why? Because they will not resort to cannibalism. She said they show them, but she said the melanin enriched people will not eat another person. They refuse.
Who
They
said
would
that
rather
though?
starve to death than eat another person. She said, and throughout all of civilization, especially like if you go to like what was that one
Oh, the
settlers that
Mayans.
disappeared,
Oh
the
shit, you
settlers
have
that
a point.
disappeared in Roanoke, or not Roanoke, but Jamestown.
Roanoke. It was
But they
Roanoke.
all ate each other because they had to resort to cannibalism to survive. She said she goes with melanin
Oh,
rich
that's a good
people,
point.
they will not they would rather starve themselves than eat another person.
What is it that the bad people want us to eat another human person, even if they have to trick us and put it in their McDonald's? What is it that they are trying to do? Are they trying to?
Is it you to sell your soul?
Yes.
God will
Life.
not want you because you've eaten another person.
They want to live for 1,000 years like they used to in the past, and they think that's the solution is cannibalism, but that isn't it. Back in the past, they didn't have all this nonsense about artificial anything. It was all pure. That's why they live for 1,000 years. But they don't see it that way. They think it's a simple bloodline that makes you live for 1,000 years.
But
Where
there's no
Asians,
way that
some of the
those,
Asian people live to be 120 years old because they live a pure life. They don't have chemically
No, we used to live a lot longer than we do now, but through all the poisoning and toxins they put in every possible thing we can ingest and
all of our
breathe,
foods.
or I mean, even the air, the water, they inject us with poison where there's carcinogens all around us. Monsanto
Oh,
just
with the
got bought
water. I
by
never thought
Bayer.
about the water though, Angela. I never thought about that. They put bleach in our water. I never thought
they
about
They
put
that.
put
lithium in
fluoride,
the
which calcifies our pineal gland.
They put lithium in the water. Lithium.
Yeah, yeah. Everything they could possibly do to shorten our lifespan. I mean, all those Rothschilds and Rockefellers are still alive. Don't think they're
Oh yeah,
dead. And
yeah.
my ex, who is
Even the
from
one that looks
Scotland,
like Count Dracula.
I don't care what the news says. He has told me himself. He knows the Queen's mother is still alive.
Well,
Who told
well,
you
He
that?
knows for a fact
so I
his
saw a
mother's still
thing,
alive.
and I saw a thing the other day that, but I didn't hear about this until the other day. But in my own heart, in my mind, that Obama was a fucking Nazi, and
He's
goddamn,
related
come to
to
find out, he's
Bush.
a goddamn ascendant of Hitler.
Yeah,
It was
he
Merkel. It
came
was
over with
Merkel's.
paperclip.
And
Yeah, it was
his
Merkel's.
grandfather's a Bush.
I
Bushes.
couldn't believe that
Mhm.
they actually have facts behind that. Just in my mind, I
And
thought
they're all
that.
Rothschilds or Rockefellers, one way or another.
Yeah. I mean, what do we do to solve this?
I want Angel.
Is the solution mass extinction? I mean, because they're gonna come with us too.
No, this world needs a big exorcism. That's what this world needs.
Yeah.
Oh, there you
Angel,
go.
I
The what do they the rebirth of Christ? What do they call that? The recoming of Christ?
Second
Revelation.
coming of Christ.
coming.
There you go. That's what it is. The second coming. There it is.
If it is time for the second coming, we might as well just lay back and wait for it because there's nothing we're going to do to stop it. But I don't think.
I mean, you
those
gotta
of us
take your.
that
You
are
don't get your freedom back. You have to fight for your freedom.
I said
Freedom is
those of
not
us
given.
if it was
So
already a done deal and this was the end, then there would be no point in fighting. But
No,
if
I'm
I think
still
it's not
fighting.
the end, and we've got at least another 1,000 years of peace after we find it again.
yeah, but
I'm gonna
50%.
go down kicking and screaming. I ain't gonna
No, they
lay
said
there and take it.
50% will are pure and will pass.
But what is pure? Because that's where I come back to the McDonald's thing.
Pure
There
is
are,
a true believer.
well, a pure person then, but we
That
always
means
can ask
all
for forgiveness.
races and all creeds. That means the Muslim Uyghurs. You can call them what you want. If they believe in Christ and God, they will be saved. So 50% of us, they call us all deplorable, racist, and you can give every name you want to, but we're still the chosen ones by God.
But
I'm
the
a pure
fact that
blood.
we
You're a pure blood. We're all pure bloods because we haven't taken their jabs. That's pure.
Yeah.
We're pure because we haven't taken the.
we also haven't consciously and knowingly consumed human flesh, but we have all consumed.
There you go.
But
There you
it
go.
wasn't knowingly. It's like you have to take the
We have
mark.
the free will.
Knowing
Free will. We didn't
Yeah.
know.
we
We
didn't
didn't
know,
know.
and so
Just like all
therefore,
these kids
Oh, y'all, I'm about to fall
that
out.
were forced to take the. We're
Good
not
night, Vicky. I
willingly.
love you. Good night, sweetheart.
Now you two are going to talk
But
to you
they
later.
trick you
hey
into.
Vicky,
Bye,
don't
Vicky. Love
forget
you,
to ask
darling.
your sister or her kids or something that would be in the 30 range if she knew a Jack Frost.
Well, they haven't been living here for about maybe 2 years.
Oh, okay. Then they wouldn't know him.
Hey, Deez, come
Yeah,
on up,
my
darling.
niece is
There we
32.
go. I'm just
Actually,
saying, if the kids didn't
Jack's been
know,
gone a year, but his nephew, his boys are still there, and one.
And ask if they know any Frost. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a Frost would work.
Mm-hmm. All right. Good night, y'all.
Okay.
Love y'all.
Good night, sweetheart.
That's probably the closest I'll get to my nephew ever in this lifetime is her saying something to somebody, her sister.
Okay. I will. Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Good night.
Deeds, I saw you over in prepping.
yeah. So, but I mean, it's just this whole thing is the reason why they trick us and they pull
So,
one over
so,
on us.
so
And
Angel,
we
here's
don't
Angel.
when they think that we don't deserve to get in the washed in the blood and that we don't deserve or God's forgiveness because
So Angel,
yeah.
Angel, here's my thing: is what about the naive that are with us, but just do what they're told? What happens to them?
They'll be judged. It's like we all will.
Oh, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. I like that
But
response.
just
I
like
like that.
Dolores says, There is no God that judges us. There is a God, but God does not judge us. We judge ourselves.
Yeah.
And I mean, everything we've ever done, thought, said, felt, everything, every point in our lives is replayed and for us, and we make that judgment ourselves. And the lesson, each life is a lesson, and if you don't get that lesson, you have to come back.
Okay, so here's my thing: is we are
Until you learn it.
absolutely against the vaccine, right? We those of us that are
Rocky,
against it.
don't
But
say the V word, please.
oh,
Don't say
I'm
the V word.
sorry, the jab juice, the jungle juice. But I have more than half my family members that should take it, but they should have took it the first round.
75% of mine already took it.
Wait, but for the first round, when we didn't know, so now we know, and I call them up and I say, look, we're gonna do an all points bulletin. Don't take any more jungle juice, because they lied to us. Your first dose, yeah, it might have helped you. I mean, look, my brother was dying in the hospital. My parents are they should have taken it. And I have some old work buddies that damn near died from it. And so it was probably at one point in the first 2 weeks, let's say the first 2 weeks, what was that, January of this year, last year? It probably was real, but not anymore.
I think the original Jabberwocky juice was the one that T put out and the military put out, and I do not know how it happened, but both Portland and Seattle filmed the delivery of that initial source of stuff, and
Welcome
both
back anytime.
were delivered in army trucks with the fabric on the side.
Yeah.
In regular boxes, no big deal, just regular cardboard boxes. Now, this is the stuff that's supposed to have been kept at 400 degrees below zero. It was not at 400 below zero. It was not under zero. And it was, in my opinion, what was originally supposed to have been the juice was turned into saline at the military bases and distributed as saline, and their first set of vacations were sailing. And the reason I say that is that there are a lot of people that I know that got that very first one, and got that with no reaction afterwards, no reaction at all since then. And that's the only one they took. But those who took subsequent seconds and boosters are having reactions. So if you got the first one and you didn't have a reaction, chances are you got saline and you're going to be all right.
So I'm gonna tell you a little story. So I'm from the soda, and I am very, very, very close friends with the sheriff in the Sodas County, and he showed up at home one day, and the street was crowded with cars. And when he got to his house, there were military personnel and police personnel and sheriff personnel crowding his house. They said at least 50 people were in his house, and they were handing out vaccine cards. They weren't getting vaccinated. They were just handing out vaccine cards because the medical field said, this is bullshit, and I'm going to give you a bunch of cards for all 400 of you people. And you don't know where I'm at, or I'm a soda, and so that really happened.
Oh, I'm not. Yeah, they had those everywhere, and only certain ones were highlighted as being fakes. Not all of them, and I thought that was interesting. And I think it's because somebody was giving out fake cards to the
You
elite
can get
as
them
well as,
online. You can get them
huh?
online.
Well,
You can get them
my
online.
son was saying that some of his friends went in to get vaccinated, and the nurses
Jabberwocky, please stop
shot,
saying the word. I'm
got
gonna get
jungle
taken down.
juiced, and they just shot it on the floor and gave him a pass. They didn't stick it in him. And this is happening more often. That's reported because it's all in secret. So there's probably 80% of us that aren't, and they're lying to us.
I think
Hey
this.
D's, I love your videos, man.
Did you see his video about Toronto's parade? I mean, march last weekend.
No, the last one I saw was the bike ride in the wilderness. That was a good one. That was the last one I saw.
He's
He's
got
done
more
one.
channels.
He did a protest video.
He gets to keep taken down just like the rest of us.
It's on.
Yeah, I know.
No, it's on a different channel. That's probably why. He's probably not subscribed to that one.
Yeah, he's got
Yeah.
multiple channels. Plus, he's now on BitChute.
Yeah, well, what do you do? Like D's mustard seeds or what? What do you?
These nuts. No.
That was a joke. I'm glad y'all laughed.
We got a sense of humor. I like the sepia. These.
Yeah.
Your filter. I like it. The one you're using now.
How's it going, D's?
Playing with the settings on it. I don't know.
I like it.
It's okay.
You look like
You
you're
look like
disgusted.
you're in the 70s and we're current. So.
Yeah. Like you're smoking weed and we haven't.
Yeah.
I
have.
I was born in 1950.
Look, I can't smoke it, but I eat the shit out of it, buddies.
I have never smoked it, eaten it, been around it, nothing. Until I was 55. And I told the doctor what they could do with their oxy. And started this, and I like it much better than their stupid oxy. Thank you very much.
Oh, I agree, 100%.
I was 6, but it was
Canadian tomatoes.
Oh yeah, we also call these Canadian tomatoes.
Oh shit, yeah.
Because
So this is how I look at it. The natives lived for 4,000 years without pharma, and so pharma can go fuck themselves. We'll go back to native shit. What do? Smoked weed.
Poisonous. That's what they do.
Well,
yeah, there it is, girl.
Dean was telling us one night his he calls them Canadian tomatoes. So now Canadian tomatoes.
Yeah,
green tomatoes.
And that way nobody knows what you're talking about. Canadian tomatoes. We all partake as much as we can.
I love it.
Yeah.
If I had more, I would.
That was nice, Angel. That was very nice.
Yeah.
That she got from her sister.
Damn.
I was going to
It's almost gone. I mean, I've smoked the crap out. This was full.
Yeah, that was full.
It was full.
That was full.
You know, that's what's in D's bug out bag is 8.5 pounds of that stuff. Fuck food.
Main ingredient, right?
Yeah. I'm riding with you, buddy.
Bugging out, like that's like okay, like if you think about it like that, it's a hard thing to do because you know what? Like I've kind of tried it. It's how much can you carry? How much can I carry on a bicycle and how far can I go with it? Pretty much. And
Yeah, but
I don't know. The problem with it then is you need a destination because
so
you
those
run
of
out of
us
food.
from
Hit the line. Hit the state line. We'll come and pick you up.
Oh, you got to
so
start hunting squirrels or
uh
something. Like actually,
so so Silver and I would tell you in the medical world, that's just as important as mustard and aluminum foil.
A little bit of foil causes Alzheimer's.
No, mustard and aluminum foil are for burns.
But don't cook
Uh,
with it because it gives you Alzheimer's.
no.
You want
It's
to put the
literally a
mustard on
medicine
and then the aluminum foil over
for
the top
burns.
for burns.
Okay.
Yeah. In your med pack, you should have mustard and aluminum foil along with a little bit of that green herb.
Is it the wet mustard or the powdered mustard?
It has to be yellow mustard, otherwise it's
Powdered
not.
or wet? Powdered or wet?
It doesn't matter as long as it's yellow.
I've never seen the powdered used, but I would think you could use the powdered. I don't know why you couldn't.
so you can just
You
put
can
a
make
little
paste.
package
Yellow.
of mustard from the.
Yellow
I
hasn't
get
been
them from the
tried.
fast food. I've got some in my fridge.
Yellow mustard is
I don't know how
for
long that'll last.
burns, and aluminum foil protects it from the
Element.
ozone layer and oxygen.
Right.
So it's actually been proven medically 100%. That is absolutely belongs in your med kit. Other than Vaseline, Vaseline isn't even as good as mustard.
Really?
Right.
Yeah. You got to have packets of mustard and a little bit of aluminum foil in there. Is better than Vaseline. Absolutely.
Gasoline is dual purpose though. Start a fire with it too. Well, it's
Yeah,
not a lot
but
of purposes actually.
I'm not cared. If I'm using Vaseline, I already got burned.
Yeah.
I already had fire because I burned myself.
Tabitha
It's
says
winter here. Like it's cold. It's cold here already.
It's
Today
cold
it
here
was like
too.
What's cold though? Tell me what cold is.
okay, it's not freezing. Like it the real feel was negative 10 Celsius.
I don't know what that means in American.
Like 15 Fahrenheit.
Okay, so
Like
it was
the feel, like the
16
wind
degrees
feel.
here yesterday, so I get it.
Yeah, it's cold. And it's like,
Unusually cold. Not
you
this quick.
couldn't survive long in like weather like this, really, because like you need fire. You
Dark
need
winter.
Yeah,
shelter.
but those of us that have lived here forever, 16 degrees isn't really that cold. When
No, but
it's
it's getting
negative 30,
progressively
when it's
getting worse.
negative
It's
30,
gonna get
that's
bad.
when we worry.
It's gonna get bad. It's just starting. I know.
You know, D's, that it's
Dark
16
winter.
degrees here now in November. You know it's going to be 50 degrees below zero in the winter.
Yeah. Dark winter.
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
feel it.
you said it.
Like honestly, last year it was the winter was
Layers.
like it wasn't
Layers.
the winters. It
Layers
was like
and
no
layers and layers.
snow.
That's literally it, honey.
Last year didn't feel like a winter at all, and I don't know. It feels like this
Have
was
you
like
noticed?
twice as bad because of that.
Have you noticed that
normally we get
winters lately have the past like 10? I mean, probably 10 years. The winters have been slowly warmer, and it's like and it's like it's gotten to where they're stopping people from getting used to being so cold.
Okay, so D's, so you and I are kind of from the same region. Normally we get about 7 feet of snow, and lately we haven't been getting 4 feet. How about where you're at?
I'm pretty close to like the city, so I mean.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter though. I'm talking about like
If
the
you go
region.
north, if you go up north a bit, like a few hours, they get a lot more snow than here, and they'll
Yeah,
get
but that
like
doesn't matter though. I'm like southern central Minnesota, And
Well,
we normally get 7 feet of snow. So I'm about,
like the
I
whole
would call it
season,
pretty much
7
even
feet
with where you're
added
at.
up. Yeah.
In the winter season, we should get 7 feet of snow, or it's called a drought. And
I
lately,
don't know
I would say
specifically
in
here.
the last, I don't know, 10 years, it
That's what I
hasn't been
said.
over. It hasn't been over 4.
No. Yeah, there's been
They've been
like
messing with our weather.
when I
Most
was a kid, there used to be pot like I used to have to like shovel to get out of my house kind of thing, and then all this I jumped off my roof into snow kind of crap because there was so much of it. Now, like yeah, now it's like we're lucky if we get snow.
Snow. You're lucky if you need to use a snowblower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
they've been fucking with it. They've been fucking with it
But up
purposely
north,
to
they're
lower
still getting a
our
little
getting
bit of
used to
snow, but like
real
farther
cold.
up north.
I'm with you, Angel. What?
Up north from me, they're still getting a bit of snow, but like
That doesn't matter though. You got to talk about
but
reliving places.
so sorry, up
Like
north,
where people
up
really
north
live,
from
where
me is getting what we used to get here. Now that I thought about
right. So what I'm saying is
Yeah.
we're getting at least half of what we're supposed to get.
Yeah, less than
I
half.
think we're gonna get a full hit of it this year.
Yeah, I think
I
we're
think
gonna
it's
get
gonna be. I
more.
don't think we're gonna get a lot of snow, but I didn't because I miss a lot of Angel's almanac. But just in my gut, I feel like it's gonna be cold as fuck and no snow.
Cold. It's colder without snow too. Is the thing.
We're gonna get ice. We're gonna get ice. I
I
guarantee
hated
it.
Vermont. When Vermont had
Ice
no
is more
snow,
dangerous.
it was miserable. The
It's the
snow
problem
literally kept the houses warmer because the snow was up to the bottom of the windows at least. I'm 6 feet tall, and I was still ambulatory when I was in Vermont. In fact, that's why I left. Was when I went into a chair. I decided I couldn't do Vermont in a
Snow
winter.
anymore.
Yeah,
I get it.
I was in my backyard with a snow shovel shoveling my roof. And the snow, and I'm 6 feet tall, and the snow was above my waist where I was walking in order to throw the snow shovel up on the roof and pull. And
Is that normal in Vermont though?
it's not that was a heavier snow year than normal, but I was out there shoveling the snow off that roof every year because I had to keep the edges free. And so it didn't ice up, and that is a real issue. So they have you do the edges so that the water runs down and it doesn't get stacked up with ice at the end, and then back the water up. And so
that's normal for us. That's normal for us
and
where
so
I'm from.
in order to miss the ice jam, the roof ice jams, I'd go out and shovel off the back of the house. The front of the house, I didn't have to shovel because the way the garage was in the front, it fell just perfect anyway. And I couldn't shovel the driveway anyhow. It was too much. So I had a plow guy who came and did that. So he would take what fell off the roof on the front with him when he plowed the drive. But in the back, I had to shovel every year. And almost every year, it was above my knees every year when I would have to go out, which was usually the month before my birthday. Usually I'd go out the end of February, middle of February, and I'd start pulling off the snow, and just so I could get where the ice wouldn't build up. And when it started getting warmer, I didn't want it melting on the roof and building back up the angle of the roof and just sitting up there.
You don't want ice jams.
Yeah, and we had them all the time in the neighborhood. So, but the one year that was really bad, it was above my waist. But most of the time, it was well above my knee and would reach my hip most winters. And that was routine for the 30 years I lived there.
In Vermont.
In Vermont. Now, I don't know what they've been getting in the last 21 years since I left, but I have not seen pictures of snow coming from my friends or anything. And I had somebody that sent me pictures for the first 10 years until he died. And there was never the amount of snow that was in my backyard showing up in those pictures. So I know that they were getting less snow, at least early in the year. And that's what they count on, is snow early in the year to freeze everything, so you don't have ice jams, so you don't have the river breaking loose and then forming a jam down at the next bridge and taking the bridge out, which it did.
In Canada, all that flooding, it's all like freezing now.
Right.
In BC, and that's never happened like it is. Like, I mean, like, I don't know if you've seen like the videos, but like houses completely flooded. Now it's turning into ice sheets.
Right.
Like what?
Yeah.
Where are you talking about? DC?
Yeah.
Well, they deserve to be underwater, though.
Yeah, but they've been
Yeah,
flooding the dams down there and running the water into DC. And where did Angel go? She went away again. And it froze because it was too cold to do the water thing and not freeze. So it's
Yeah,
an
but
ice
they don't
thing.
even have a clue what cold is, man. Me and
Oh,
Dee's
no.
know
Well,
what cold is.
I have spent a few winters time in DC, and I remember one Super Bowl weekend I was in DC. And
January 20th. I love them days.
and it was not snowing. It was just so friggin' cold that we went out, left the hotel in a taxi, went out to eat, went to get a taxi to come home and back to the hotel. And there were 11 of us. So we were having to hire 2 taxis. They only had one that wasn't frozen up.
One taxi?
One taxi at 11:30 at night that wasn't frozen.
How cold was it, though?
I would guess that it was 20 below in that bracket. It was freaking ridiculous. Yeah. And
that's an average
but
winter.
It was Super Bowl weekend, that I do remember. And I don't know who was in the Super Bowl, but I remember it being that weekend. And it was really frigid. You know those videos of people throwing water up in the air and it freezing in the air? You seen those? They throw up like that, and then the water just freezes.
Yeah, that's a normal thing where I'm from, though.
Yeah, in Vermont too. Well, they were doing, one of the people that was there had never seen that happen before, so my counterpart from New Hampshire decided to show off as usual, and he got a thing of water and he was going to throw it and let it freeze up in the air. And I'm thinking, you fool, it's not cold enough. Well, it was cold enough, but he still managed to get us all wet. He threw it at us, being his usual funny asshole self, and threw the water right at the group of us standing there, thinking it was going to freeze.
That's a dickhead right there.
And my camera's doing its disco ball thing.
What do you got? You got the dance music on or what?
No, I have no idea. Nothing is moving. There's no fan. There's no open windows. There's no nothing. And this thing just every now and then goes disco on me.
Exposure, you can't make up its mind or something.
Well, somebody said it might be refresh rate that the monitor's too close to the camera.
It's all good now.
Well, yeah, because it's the light going in and out, and I was playing around with all the settings on my camera today. and it seems like it's the damn it, lost my words.
I can
The
sometimes make it
contrast.
do it,
I
but
think
like
the more you
Well,
move your hands around, the more it flashes. Same with these too. I noticed that too. Because your hands are like
but
this,
mine can really get going crazy.
Yeah.
and it'll go nuts, because it's trying to
Yeah, yours
focus.
gets like stuck in a loop or something, where it's trying to focus. It can't.
It's all
Angel
good. No one
has
cares.
to restart. She's had to totally drop all the way down, and restart her computer. She'll be back.
Are they having bad weather out there?
I'm just trying to. I'm
I
actually
know.
trying to
I
troubleshoot
know.
the cause.
Yesterday,
It's
let me
weird.
see. Yesterday, the day before, it was
Exposure.
in the teens here. So now she's west of me or east of me. So it's got to be getting cold there because we had it here 2 days ago. It's got to be getting cold there, and that's got to be fucking with her signal.
What kind of camera do you have, Silver Girl?
I love it.
Crazy one.
Do you have like in your computer? Is there settings?
It's just. It doesn't even say what it is.
I think she's just in such low lighting that it is adjusting.
Well, I'm just wondering if there's a setting for auto exposure.
Not
Like,
that I
or
can find.
auto something that shouldn't be auto, maybe, because if it was, it seems like it's auto trying to change the exposure or auto. It's not focused.
Turn off the
auto
auto.
focusing. It's the auto exposure, so it's trying to
It's
adjust the
it's got
exposure constantly.
I can pick a definition of high, standard, or low, and I usually pick the middle.
It just stopped doing
Go
it now.
low.
Well, it just stopped doing its flashy thing.
Yeah,
So
because
did you
she's
just
not
change
moving her
anything?
hands around though.
Move your head. Don't.
I need to go. Okay, now I did a low.
Can I zoom in?
I don't know what it's doing. I
Now
just
move
know
your
it's
hands around though. Now move them around. Yeah, I think it's about the lighting.
Yeah,
I think
you're
the
really
lighting's too
big.
far away.
The biggest thing. Well,
See
the
how
light,
mine never changes and
the light
Dee's
is
never
right
changes.
Yours is
Oh,
you're
yeah,
zoomed
okay.
in, Silver Girl. You're really zoomed in.
I am right now. Yeah, because I've got the camera. Because somebody told me that if the camera could see the computer screen, that it was doing something with the refresh rate. So I shouldn't allow the camera to see the screen.
Yes.
And if I keep the camera right here, it's closer to me, but it's in front of the screen now.
Yeah, every time you move your hands around, the lighting changes though.
I don't, because the light is over there.
Well, it's okay if
Yeah,
the
it doesn't
lighting
matter, though,
changes.
'cause
It's
of
just
your
when it
white
gets
skin.
caught in that loop where it gets weird. As
Yeah,
long as
it's
it's
weird when it does it. I have no idea. My microphone does weird stuff, and I don't know why it's doing that either.
That's because you're too close to the West Coast. That's why.
That's why
We'll call it that.
I'm actually not on mainland U.S.
Yeah, but you're too close to the West Coast.
I'm off of the main. I'm not in the contiguous Washington state. I am on a peninsula stuck out in the Pacific.
I know. I want to come visit you and Virginia Roots. Both live on an island, and I want to come visit.
Virginia lives north of me.
Yeah. I want to come visit. I think you guys are great.
And I haven't met her, but I know she's north of me. And
I'm gonna ride my motorcycle out there this summer, and we're gonna visit.
You know, Tinfoil and Bella and Joyful Diamonds and Virginia, all of them are Washington people. And Chrissy Cat is Chrissy and Hawk are Oregon.
Oh, they're close.
Yeah, they're about well, actually Chrissy's closer to me than Hawk because she lives on the ocean side. Hawk lives inland. And so since I'm on the ocean, right south.
I'm gonna come live with you. I'm a respiratory specialist. I'm just gonna come live with you on your island. How about that?
Okay. I always need help and company. You have to get
I'm
a.
a big dude. I don't eat much, but I love the environment.
You have to get Ace's permission first.
Who's?
You have to have Ace's permission.
Oh, dogs don't like me though.
That's him.
Dogs don't like me because I'm too loud.
He's my medical alert dog, service dog.
My parents just rescued a dog from Vietnam, and I was there an hour today, and at first he hated me, but by the end of the hour, he was eating out of my hand.
Well, poor he's 13, and I do this on purpose. It makes men squirm. And he's had 3 bladder infections and surgery, so they've gone up his wee wee 3 times. So his controlling of his bladder is not the great.
Oh, so he needs Gatorade in his water. You need to put powdered Gatorade in his water to hydrate him so his kidneys and bladders won't fail him because he has such tiny organs. They're not used to that because the water there probably isn't hydrating him enough.
He gets bottled water, the same water I get.
Yeah, you should still put a bit of Gatorade powder in there to hydrate him. That's electrolytes.
I'm a little afraid of that with his CHF. He's also got severe CHF and collapsing trachea and arthritis.
Yeah, but that's still hydration. That's oxygen in the blood, though. I mean, you don't need to put you don't need to put your dose in his water, but maybe a quarter of it, maybe a tablespoon to hydrate him.
Like with Pepto Bismol, his size gets a teaspoon of Pepto if there's a problem. So.
Yeah, but is belly the problem or is hydration the problem, though? 99% of the time, because I worked in the medical field.
Surgeries were for stones, all 3 of them.
Oh, calcium. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
He was put on a different type of diet because of
wow.
bladder stones.
Where's he getting the calcium from, though?
I don't know, but he had 1 surgery before I got him, and I got him when he was 5, and he had one not long after I got him, and then he had one 2 years ago. So, but he's been on the diet ever since I got him. And he doesn't seem to have too much difficulty. The only thing I've had to do is increase his Lasix to cover his CHF.
I would seriously, because of what I've studied, put a tablespoon of Gatorade powder in his water, and that might all change.
I'll look into that. There are a few vets out there who do homeopathic veterinarian medicine, but they're all online. I have to just go there.
Because if he's got kidney issues, he needs super hydration, which what it sounds like. And you don't want to overdose him with hydration. You just want to introduce it a little bit and let his body adjust. And you could literally fix his kidneys, and that could all go away. I mean,
his kidney, all of his kidney blood work is fine. All of his blood work is fine for that.
Yeah, but that's where stones come from, is kidney problems, though.
Right, and papillons are known to have kidney trouble, and cancer particularly.
So I mean, I would literally put a tablespoon of Gatorade in what would you call it, half gallon of water? So it's so minimal it wouldn't shock him.
Right.
And it might literally change his life.
I will check into it. Because he and I have a deal. Neither one of us goes before the other one.
There you go. There you go.
When I lost my last service dog, I lost to also, it was a Papillon, and he died of cancer of the kidneys. And the only thing that's showing up on AIDS is fatty tumors on the sides of his kidneys, but not at the access points. And they don't even appear to be on the kidney. They appear to be just sitting there and not attached.
Not in the kidney, but on the kidney.
They seem to be sitting, not even attached, but just kind of laying on top of it. Yeah. He also has them on sub-Q too.
I would literally look into a tablespoon or a teaspoon of Gatorade in his water, and you might have a puppy on your hands.
Well, every now and then he runs down the hall like he is a puppy, as long as he stays on the carpet.
Yeah. It's usually with them tiny dogs is about hydration because they don't understand that they're dehydrated. That's not in their brain because they're domesticated, and electrolytes usually change their lives. They live 10 years longer than they're supposed to.
I actually have a different type of electrolyte that I use when I start with projectile diarrhea.
That's the same medicine they use for livestock. So you can literally use that for your pets. As long as they're mammals, the medicine is literally the same medicine.
Right.
The only difference is they give the livestock and our pets expired medicine. So you can literally use the same medication you use.
Yeah, I tend to do that. And I'm an animal empath, so he tends to tell me when something bugs him, and he'll actually give me a picture of what it is that hurts or that tickles. He has this tickling that goes on inside, and the tickling seems to be connected to right where his
kidneys are.
No, it's where his hang on, I just blanked.
Liver.
Yes.
His liver, your liver and your kidneys are considered one organ.
Yeah,
if your kidneys aren't working, your liver won't work either.
Yeah, his liver tickles him for some reason.
Yeah. He's dehydrated. That's what it is, honey. It's you need to hydrate him.
What do you think? Yeah, my last dog's name was Dale Big E Earnhardt. And you're old enough to know who that is.
That's awesome.
Give him some Pedialyte.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's human medicine. Angel, you're absolutely right, man. But don't give him your dose. You got to give him a quarter
his dose. Yeah. And he's 10 pounds if I lie a little bit.
When I worked on the hog farm, what we did to cure the croup on the herd was exactly what Angel just said, was Pedialyte. It was just expired for humans. That's exactly when you peeled the label off. It said
all upset about the IVA drug, and it was initially a human drug that was adapted to be horse medicine. It wasn't
absolutely. It's about mammals, not humans. It's about mammals. So you got to think about that the same way. So that doesn't mean you have to wait for the drug to be expired. You just need to, instead of doing a tablespoon for us in a cup of water, you got to do a quarter of a tablespoon for our pets.
Right. Oh yeah, I used drugs on him. I've used Pepto for years. I just had to adjust it when I started getting the little ones. Um, but I like the little ones because I can put them in my lap when I'm in the wheelchair. So
Yeah.
they're definitely under control and nobody's going to step on them. I had a larger dog that kept getting stepped on every time I go out in the wheelchair. And I had to be so careful of where my heels went too. And so
What does a larger dog mean? Was that mean a Labrador?
anything from, um, yeah, Labrador, Golden, a
Okay.
boxer, anything in that bracket.
So like a 50 to 80 pound dog.
Yeah, and under 10 pounds, I can lift under 10 pounds. And they can sit in my lap, and I still have one hand free and drive at the same time in the chair.
So
Where
so the
if I
tiny
got him on
dog
the
gives you the therapy that you need.
right, well, he does what he does is he alerts when my sugar drops, and he alerts when my adrenaline drops, and he knows the difference, and I don't. I can't determine which is which, but he can.
Yeah, he can smell it. Yeah, I
Yeah.
know that.
And the my reaction has to be is one of it's two different, completely different things. So he has to tell me which one.
So can he alert you to which one it is?
It's the way he alerts. When he's alerting for sugar, he's in my face. When he's alerting on the adrenal gland, he's getting me right in the chest.
Oh, that's cool.
He pokes his nose into my right between my boobs when it's adrenal gland, and when it's diabetes, his nose and his face is all over my face.
That's
That's
cool.
just the difference in the way he alerts because he smells the diabetic stuff from my breath, so he goes from my mouth and my nose, and the other he senses but doesn't smell it. I don't think.
Well, I know definitely that the diabetes thing has an odor to a
Right.
dog, but I don't know about the
The
adrenaline. I
adrenal
don't.
gland is one of those things that nobody really knows what the symptoms are, except for those of us who have drops.
Yeah.
And it's supposedly from having them in overuse and not ever getting a rest as a child. When you're fearing for your life every day of your life as a small child, you stay in hyper alert, and that takes your adrenaline gland and it uses it up.
So that literally has to be the whole adrenochrome thing. He
I
can
don't know.
smell it.
I don't have a clue what that would have to do with it. It's just that I need supplements, but they can't figure out how much and how often. Just like I have occasional sugar drops, but not often. I may have one adrenal drop in a month, and that's it.
So what do they give you for that then?
Basically, I have to do these deep breathing things and hang my head upside down and basically calm self down.
So it's a natural thing. There's no medication for it.
No medication for it at this point. They can give you medicine, but normally they don't unless you have it more frequently and at much more severity than I do.
Right on, right on.
But if I'm driving and I have an adrenal drop, I might not be able to find my way home unless I can fix it.
Right on,
I
right
get
on.
real groggy and fuzzy in my head, and
Yeah.
so I have to fix it. And it's a question of, and almost every single time, it's because something has upset me and I've gone into an alert status.
So how often does that happen? Let's just say in a month.
I might have a drop that he alerts on once a month, maybe not.
Oh, okay, all right.
The sugar drops are about once a week,
Yeah.
and it's been more so since I've been having trouble with my gut.
I get that because there's no science behind biology, and you can't study one person's liver or kidney to figure out a sugar thing. I get that.
There's diabetes on both sides of the family, latent diabetes on both sides of the family. Thought I was going that way when I was in my 40s, which is when everybody else did it, but I never did. And now the only reason is because I can't keep food in. Sometimes I'm having so much trouble keeping any food in.
So do you do the toast in the middle of the night thing?
No.
Have you thought about doing the toast in the middle of the night thing?
No, because I normally am not in bed till about 2, so I usually have something right before I go to bed.
Oh, okay. That was a thing for my girl was toast and milk in the middle of the night, so she wouldn't have to take her diabetes medication.
Right.
And
I
it
know
worked.
somebody
It worked until she it worked for for 20 years, and then eventually she just got old and died.
Right. I have a friend that I am dying to get up here. She'll come up when she gets all set. Oh, are you okay? Can Mama put you down? You're too heavy, even at 10 pounds, for that arm to hold you for that long. You have to help a little. You want to go over there? She is starting dialysis. Now, my father worked in dialysis at the VA in Nashville and then was called to help the VA in Minneapolis set up their dialysis unit. So I was kind of got involved in all of that because I hung out. He had me hanging out at the hospital and serving me over to his buddies. So I was at the hospital with the dialysis stuff, and I was fascinated by it back then. I've always been fascinated with anything I could learn. But now my friend just had the surgery, and it's not in the arm. She's now had a tube put in her belly, and she will do dialysis at home every night. She'll hook the tube up.
Yeah, it's a direct stream. Yeah.
And she can go anywhere she wants to. They deliver the medicine and everything, and she can take the machine with her.
Yeah.
And she doesn't have to be at her home dialysis clinic for 10 hours. And I remember telling one patient in Nashville that I was sitting there talking to her because she was bored. And I was trying to get her to see if she wanted to do crochet or knitting, or I could teach her something like that to waste the time with, because she was getting tired of reading. And yeah, I believe in. And I just never heard of it. She's saying it's peritoneal dialysis, and I've not ever heard that.
Yeah.
Nor had I seen it. And so my friend's once she gets all used to doing it and has got a couple of weeks under her belt, she's coming up so that I can see.
So your dad was one of the creators of the peritoneous, whatever that is, dialysis.
The regular he was a dialysis technologist.
Yeah. Many years ago.
Oh yeah, 60s.
Yeah, I get it.
Early 60s.
Yeah, I get it.
And the VA was doing the preliminary, getting it started with all of their World War II vets. And apparently there was a bunch of World War II vets that had gotten into some kind of chemical or had it sprayed on them. I don't remember what it was, but there was some kind of chemical. And
Yeah.
the dialysis clinic was full of these vets, all of them the same age.
Yeah. The Ancient Orange.
No, that was after them. So
Oh.
I don't know what these guys got into, but they got into something.
It began with a P, though. I can't remember what it was, but it began with a P. I remember. I know what you're talking about.
Deez, are you doing any more shoots this weekend?
I don't know. It's cold.
You going to your thingamajiggy?
It's cold.
No.
Oh,
he wants to hibernate.
We
He's stoned. That's the problem.
Well, it's tomorrow at noon, so it means I'd have to go to bed and wake up early and go in the cold all the way downtown Toronto, and then
are you
march
getting
around in the
paid?
cold, really for hours. I don't know.
What time is it there, bud?
Here, it's almost 2.
Yeah, it's almost 2 here. I gotta get going to bed soon.
You're an hour ahead of me.
It's almost 11 my time.
Yeah, it's like almost 1 here. We're like all over the world. I love it.
I hate the West Coast time. I despise it. I love East Coast time. I don't like West Coast time. I don't like Central time because it's nothing. It's in the middle. I like East Coast time. My body works on East Coast time.
East Coast?
Yep. After 30 years in Vermont, I still am on East Coast time. Except that even my time, regardless of where I am, it's up all night in bed during the day. I'm a night owl.
So that must really mess with you while you sleep then, huh?
Yeah, it can. The biggest problem is I can't sleep right now long enough in the mornings because of all these damn Medicare calls. They keep calling, they're going to find you an Advantage program, a Medicare way to do things better, and they're going to do all this help for you, get you some aid help, get you all this help because Medicare Advantage is a wonderful thing. And Medicare Advantage goes by zip code, and it was determined there is not a zip code on my peninsula, and there are 3 of them, 3 separate zip codes. All 3 zip codes have 0 Advantage plans, 0 Medicare enhancement plans, 0 anything. Because there's too many old people that live on this peninsula, and they don't want us qualifying it because we're going to use up the money.
But they still call you, though.
But they call because the insurance companies still want to sell you the stuff, and they don't look it up to know that they are calling a zip code that doesn't matter. I got 30-something calls on Wednesday before Thanksgiving. 30.
That's great.
And they start at 9 o'clock Eastern time. That's 6 o'clock my time. And the phone starts ringing. Open enrollment is a pain in everybody's ass. And if you live in this zip code or any of the others that are bad and have old people in them, you can forget it. But there is a way around it if you're willing to lie. You want to get a mailbox, a post office box, around the corner from where your doctor is, and he's in another state, like he would be in Oregon for me. You can get a post office box around the corner from your doctor, use that as your existing mailing address, and get qualified according to Oregon zip code. But I won't lie.
Just tell them you're 38 and they'll stop calling you.
Right. I now have a new phone that I can put block call. And nobody calls me anyway, so why hell not? Now, this caller's been blocked in the past. It's on your list of blocked calls. No joke. They won't shut up and go away. How long does it take you to get to the site, D's, of the
Depends.
protest?
If I ride my bike there, like an hour and a half.
Oh, it takes that long just to get there.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Well, it's riding on a bike. That would be really cold because you got all that wind chill.
No.
Well, but you're also burning energy, so you're going to be warm that way.
It's cold on your face.
You're not get. He
You
didn't
get
want
cold,
to
and
pay.
then you get cold in your bones. That's the worst part.
Yeah, and you
You
can't get
get
warm
so
after
cold you
that.
can't warm up, and you have to have like a hot shower or something.
Yeah. Or
That's the
And you
bath.
worst.
got to get all the way home to do that.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. When warm food doesn't work, that just sucks.
When I went to
Oh no,
DC on a 6, it was so cold. I was like, oh my God. Because when I checked the weather, it was supposed to have been like 50 degrees that weekend. And it wasn't. Of course, they messed with it. And, I was so unprepared. I was so
well, it's
underdressed.
also I don't know.
That's why I felt sorry for the Viking guy because I seen him and I was like, oh my God, his balls must be inside his body. I mean, because he was wearing just these really thin pants and a headdress, and I was like, "Oh my God, your nuts must be like inside you." And he was like, "Ow!" I'm like, "Okay, whatever." You know, he was just howling. I was like, "Okay, whatever."
Hey,
To each
hey,
their own.
D's. Hey, D's. I always bring the apple cider with me and warm that up, and that warms the soul, man.
Oh, I love warm apple cider with a little rum in it.
I'm
Yeah,
not a rum person.
a
I'm not much
lot
of a
of
drinker
rum.
though.
Well,
This much
I
rum.
never used
Yeah.
anything but 151. So
Ugh.
when I was still drinking, I would use only 151. I made the meanest strawberry daiquiris you ever ate.
Yeah.
I like my weed. Thank you. So.
I was smoking weed back then.
I can't do that. I gotta eat it. I overdose when I smoke, so I'm one of those eaters.
I don't live in a legal state, so it's hard to get.
Yeah, that's a big. I don't know that I want to. I
We're
want to get the hell out of Dodge, but I don't want.
we're
Indiana
not
will be the last.
we're not like these. We can't just go to the gas station and get weed.
Yeah.
It's like
Well,
that.
you know they're going to tell us that we can't smoke that anymore because of the fact that it's causing the poof to spread. Now that'll be the next.
I can't believe it when we were traveling up north
Go right
this
ahead.
summer on the canoe trip. Like, I think it was the canoe trip, but like just going up out of the city, and all of a sudden you're at a gas station. And it's like, we shop. What the?
Yeah.
It's the worst place.
It's like getting. It's like ordering
Bunch of
sushi at
stone
the
drivers.
gas station. You don't want sushi.
Yeah. Yeah, silver. Yeah. Yeah, gas station weed is like chicken at the gas station. You don't buy it.
I saw a gas
They're
station one
opening
time
up
that
all
was
around the
selling
gas stations.
Spam sandwiches. They had wrapped up. They had either the owner, or somebody had wrapped up Spam sandwiches and had them at the counter when you checked out, so you could buy a Spam sandwich. And take it with- I don't even feed Spam to my dog.
I haven't had Spam in forever, and I'm so glad I stopped eating that shit.
My parents fed it to me,
So,
But they stopped. They had to be careful what they fed me because my aunt accidentally made me deviled ham. Remember that ham? That was
oh
pickled
yeah,
ham. It was in that
brown
white
paper
wrapper and stuff.
with the
My
red right.
aunt made me one sandwich of that thing, and it broke me out in hives from head to fucking toe. I swelled up like Violet from Willy Wonka. And
because it
Joe,
wasn't
she
really
freaks
pork.
out, calls my mom and dad, and she's like, I don't know what's wrong with her, but she is just swollen and she's red and she's got all these whelps all over her. And they're like, what'd you give her? And she's like, I made her a sandwich. Never
Okay, if you
touched the
had
stuff
to,
since.
if you were starving, would you eat it? Spam?
No.
No, I know, right? Like, actually, I was hanging out with Dave recently. The video's coming out on Monday. I was hanging out with Dave, and we were at the bushcrafty thing, and it was the last day, and I didn't have it. I'd stayed an extra day, so I was like, ran out of food. It's like, okay. He pulls out a can of no-name Spam. It doesn't even, like, it's not even the name brand Spam. And yeah, he makes he cooks that shit up with some beans, like maple. No, it wasn't even maple beans. It was worse than that. And like some baked beans.
Syrup can make anything taste good, but I would
No,
have
maple beans are all right, but like it was some other kind of beans that were just kind of like weird, tangy or something, and then mixed with like potatoes, and then he mixed it with fried chunks of Spam. And I was actually hungry at that point. So I took my portion and I ate everything but the Spam. I ate like a few bites of that crap and I'm like, okay, I wasn't gagging, but I'm like,
I love it.
If I was starving, maybe. But if I was starving, maybe not. Like
I won't
actually,
eat it.
like
I've
I was
had
kind of
actually had my
hungry then,
boss
and I
came
wasn't
in
gonna
with a
eat
big
it.
bag of McDonald's for everybody, and
But
I was
I
like,
did
I'm good.
know the
Thank you.
second I left the
I don't eat that
forest,
shit.
I could eat whatever I wanted. So if I was
Sell
starving,
human somewhere else,
maybe.
please.
I have to be
Hey.
really hungry though. Like
Hey,
really
hey,
hungry.
D's. Hey, D's. Do you know that they make fish sticks, right? And there's a white foam they scrape off the crap off the top of the fish sticks. That's the unnamed Spam. Did you enjoy it? Did it taste like fish?
Oh.
Hey, you said it right though. When you're starving, would you eat it? Yes. Except I'm with Angel. No, I wouldn't. I'd
No,
starve.
I'd rather eat my
experienced
toenails.
this. I went like I bugged out for the weekend. Didn't bring enough
I'm
food.
serious. I'd rather
And
gnaw
I
on my own
tried, and I was
toenail
like,
than to eat
"Let's
anything
go,
coming
bro."
from that
Basically,
shit.
it was.
Hey,
Oh wait,
Deez,
I
would you
found
eat it
leftover
tomorrow?
beer.
Would you eat it tomorrow, bud?
What?
Would you eat that tomorrow?
Spam.
Whatever the hell that guy fed you. The white foam on the fish sticks that they scraped off. Would you eat it tomorrow?
Honestly, dude, unless I was like ready to eat people hungry, I wouldn't eat that shit. Like, I would definitely eat that before I ate people.
Oh, well,
I got my friend to
There's your
watch
limit,
to
dude.
listen to Rabbi Finkelstein. I got my friend to listen to Rabbi Finkelstein.
I tried.
Have you been?
That was the first time I ever tried that crap. Okay, and I've heard
I
people.
love you, Deez. You're great.
Like it was. I know it was like I've heard people compare this brand of Spam to Spam and say, "Oh, it's the same thing." Well, you know what? It's still crap. Yeah. Yeah, that's where I'm at with that.
Hey, I bought some of that dollar store Spam, and that's for
Canned
the
ham
drifters.
is
And
different.
I'm not eating that shit.
Canned ham is different than Spam.
No. It was dollar
Are
store.
you still eating
canned
ham after what
Spam.
I've showed you?
Okay, yeah, that's the shit that I ate.
Yeah. You don't eat that. You give
Yeah.
that to somebody else to eat.
Hey, you don't eat ham, do you?
Oh,
Still?
that's why I keep it. I was thinking, I think I have like 2 cans of that somewhere. I'm like,
Yeah.
Don't
You
eat
give that
ham.
to somebody else to eat.
yeah,
Don't
I'm
eat
never
ham,
eating
Deez.
that.
Don't eat ham. I showed you what happened with that ham video.
Yeah, but like, it's food.
No,
Oh,
hey, look, dude, I'm with you. I'm not eating it. I'm not eating it.
Like,
I
again,
mean, it's so
I make the
halal, it's not
healthy.
even
I
funny.
know,
Even my
portion
best
size
friend has a hard time eating
in
it.
general,
then
but
you would be eating spam. You can drink
I'm
it,
for like
you'll be all
this.
better, and you won't be hungry anyway. So you won't have to eat any spam if you drink your urine.
And people stop using your microwave.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But like
You're
with the
you're
food
you're
thing,
you're
I try
radiating
to
your
not
pineal
eat
gland
pork.
and you're frying it.
I
Stop it.
try to not eat pork, but like that's only because it's shitty meat.
Yeah, garbage is
But
cheap. But like we said,
well,
even the
everything's so
organic shit is
expensive.
is is just as bad because of all the heavy metals from the chemtrails and all that. It gets
Everything's
everywhere.
gone up in the grocery
There's no
store.
way you can avoid it. It's
Like some
everywhere.
things are almost double the price now at the grocery store already.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Like I can't. You know what manwich is to make sloppy joe?
yeah, yeah,
Doubled the price.
yeah.
It's double the
That's
price
if you're
now.
lucky to even get
That's a
some things.
staple to
Some
me.
things
I
aren't
love
even
that shit.
available.
And it's double the price now. Yeah, to everybody that like it was $1 and now $1.25. Now it's $2 something. To
Yeah, that's
everybody, oh,
Biden.
it's only
That's because
$1.
of Biden.
That's how these people are reacting to this. Oh, it's only $1. It's like, yeah, it's $1 on everything you eat.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just crazy. It's literally fucking crazy. It's like
Frustrating.
I forgot it was, but it was, it's like I had to stop and get some computer stuff, so I went to Best Buy. It could help put my anxiety up real high because everybody. I mean, you could just feel all the energy in there, and it's like
I'm just the most
3/4 of the place is masked, and the other part is masked. And they're all like,
I was at the point where I didn't have to worry about money. My rent was dealt with. I had enough money every month for food, and now it's the pushing point. And it's getting really annoying.
yeah.
They're hammering me because, yeah, I'm the bottom of the food chain. I know that. I don't really give a fuck. I don't care about money. But all of a sudden, now the problem is I can't afford that. All my money goes to food because I like to eat.
Hey, but
Like,
these,
I spend my money on
I learned
food.
from.
I spend my money on me, and now I can't really do that like I was. And I didn't want to have to work because it's all bullshit.
But these,
So
I
happy like
learned.
that. Now
I
they're
think.
they're forcing me to.
Angel.
I don't know what to do though, because they're gonna force me to wear the mask or have the stupid thing.
I just buy the
I'm
right
not
things
doing
where
that.
you could stretch out and to where you can get more bang for your buck. I mean, you're just gonna have
But
to.
these Angel.
It
But
only
these
lasts for so long
Angel
though.
told
Angel.
us
Like
3
I'm
months
chasing the
ago
stairs.
that shop at the dollar store. Do it. That 1 pound bag of beans that costs you $1, you can buy that bag of beans, throw it in your freezer, and then lay it. So you've already eliminated all the parasites. And
I don't have a big enough
if we
freezer.
quietly listen to what they tell us, we're prepared. Like for example, I've listened to all of them, and I have 60 pounds of food, dude. What the hell am I gonna do with that? I'm good. I'm surviving. I'm good. I got food for
Surviving.
me, my parents, my
I know.
neighbors,
There's
my
surviving
downstairs
and there's
people.
thriving though. I don't want to have to turn to that point where I have to start. I'm trying to make everything dollar go as far as it can, but as I'm doing that and the prices of everything continue to go up, I'm just saying there's only so long I'm actually going to be able to continue to do that before it's like, oh shit, like I literally can only
But
afford
the
half the
sad,
food now.
but the
And then
sad
it's just
part,
going to
dude, is
continuously
they
hack
told you
away at
about
that.
this.
see it. I
The
know.
sad part is, dude, they
Feel
told you
it.
about this a year ago, but did
I
you do
know,
something
but
about
still,
it?
when you're poor and you're literally making it month to month. Month to month means you're spending your money to get through that month. Now you have a year.
But here's the thing,
A
you know,
year
you put
to
down
try
the
and
weed for 1 week, and you're good for a month.
Sorry, what? I didn't hear that properly.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude, but if you put down the weed for 1 month, you're
Yeah, I'm
good for.
smoking weed I grew, man.
No. You're
For the
misunderstanding.
last month.
I don't
I've been
literally
smoking
mean
weed I
you.
grew, man, because
I don't literally mean you. I mean society.
No, I get it. Like I haven't even been buying weed.
Stop
The
it.
only reason I got good weed today is because my neighbor gave me some, like a nice friend. Because I've been smoking garbage I grew.
You don't even burn
Because I'm
gasoline,
trying to
man.
be
So I can't even
economical.
pick on you.
I'm trying. I really am. It's hard. Is
So what I'm
saying.
saying is,
Starting to feel that annoying. I don't know
pinch
how to.
here and save there, and but it's not about you. It's about the other people. You're gonna survive because you already proved you have like fucking 38 videos that prove that you can survive, man. It's not about you. It's about those idiots that have no clue.
Oh, I get it. And that is like that's what I mean. And people saying, "Oh, it's only $1. It's only $1. The cost of everything." And these people are going into debt. I'm not in debt. I could say that proudly. I'm poor as shit, but I'm not in debt.
Right.
Could be a lot worse.
Towards my house.
Like I said, if you need a place to bug out, you know, you got friends here. You know, I mean,
I'm the closest.
yeah.
We have lakes that you can't unfish.
Yeah.
What state are you in?
Go across the lakes in the wintertime, like one of the highlights of my childhood. It wasn't childhood. I was in college by this point, but I got to walk out on the Mississippi River, and in the wintertime in Minneapolis, and see ice fishing for the first time. And I was just fascinated by it, and probably not too smart, as heavy as I am, but I walked across. At that point, I was probably 230, 250 at that time, and I walked out across that river like it was always frozen. I mean, I didn't even hesitate, and I walked all the way out to where there was three dudes sitting around the hole and fishing, and I wanted just to see. And so as I got closer to them, they turned and faced me, and I had not moved out of Tennessee yet, so the Southern accent was still very strong. And I said, I just would like to see what you're doing because I'm just fascinated by it. And one of the guys says, oh, honey child, you come right on over here and we'll show you what it's all about. We'll even give you a fish to take home. And so I went over and he got up. And I sat down on his bench, that he was chair thing he was sitting on, and he handed me his pole so I could fish into the water. And it was just the most fascinating thing for me to see the fish and the water down there and the ice that was this thick. I didn't learn until I moved to Vermont, but the ice that was under the top was all blue. And the blue ice is the hardest ice. And I didn't realize that at the time. I was just fascinated by the color. And I sat there until I got a bite and pulled the fish up. And I said, but I don't dare take it home. My parents will kill me. So I'm going to give it back to you. But does the rivers and lakes between Canada and the U.S. freeze over?
Only for you?
in the wintertime so that you would be able to skate your way across one of those in the U.S.
So it's pretty risky.
I just thought
But
because I used to I never did downhill. I
So
like
wait
my
a minute. So
there's
wait.
I like my
sections of
legs
it that
intact,
bleed.
but I love to cross country ski on the lakes in Vermont that were flat. I don't like the up and the down. I'm too clumsy for that. And I walked and everything in my adult years, but I was never graceful. I tended to fall a lot, but I love doing the cross country skiing on the flat lakes. I felt like I was getting out there. I was breathing in the air. I was getting exercise, but I wasn't worried about breaking my bones.
I think it's
And
cold
I just
enough.
thought,
I'm
I
gonna go
don't know
skate
why it
down
hit
the
me
Humber
tonight, but
River
I
here
wondered
in
if there's
Toronto.
any way you could cross country ski yourself over a lake or a river and get into the U.S. that way.
So wait. Let's just wait 1 minute. I'm from the soda. I'm from the Arctic North, and I was born and raised here. And I don't go on the goddamn ice because you're an idiot if you do that. They might say it's 4 feet deep, but that's only in the spot they checked.
I
That's
would
not
only.
where they checked 4 feet from there. It could be an
That's
inch
why
thick.
I'd only do it
Hell
right in the middle of
no!
February.
My
That way.
fucking southern ass
Heck
can
yeah.
go on the ice.
Heck yeah.
Well, I guess my thinking at the time was that I was following their tracks out there, and I was just going where they'd been already. Um, and there was no running water at that point except under the ice. Um, and in Vermont, same thing. When the river froze over, people would walk across it to save time and effort to get to the grocery store. But everybody knew when not to. And
I was looking it up, and every February there's people skating on all the rivers in Toronto, and people walking out on Lake Ontario. Only ever though, like beginning, middle of
but you're
February.
so skinny and you don't weigh anything. You could just walk across.
I ice skates too.
Oh, yeah.
They
There you go.
start ice fishing here on a half an inch of ice. They're fucking retards.
On a half an inch of ice, I'll buy it. But I don't know if it's because it's just out in the country more. There is no cities really in Vermont. Burlington's the closest thing that could be considered a city, and it's really nothing but the town next to the lake. And they scuba doo with the snowmobiles across the lake. And I never got into that. I didn't. But I would, for somebody who would not and was too frightened to do downhill, or even the little bitty downhills on trails and stuff, I loved going across the lakes. The lake up in St. Johnsbury, which is right up next to Canada, it was always frozen over.
I was
And
just gonna say that you would love the northern Minnesota, southern Canada. You would love cross country. You'd love it. It's the greatest environment for that.
well, right now I just want to try to walk again.
Well, we could push you there too.
I want a wheelchair that goes in the sand.
They make them. I have what do you call her? Not a quad. Disabled niece that downhill skis and competition. She does it all, man. There's not nothing she can't do.
Well, I walked in spite of being told I never would, and stayed on my feet as long as I could. And then when post polio hit, and I started losing more and more. I couldn't stay on my feet anymore.
I get it. Tony was 12 years old when she became paralyzed. She was a Olympic hopeful for figure skating, and then she became paralyzed. But that didn't stop her. She downhill skis, slaloms. She does everything that any of us that have two legs do. And I tip my hat to her.
They usually do.
She saved the babies from a horrific accident that would have killed all of the babies in the family. But she was there, and she took the shock to her spine, and it paralyzed her for life. And there's not anything anybody wouldn't do for her.
Oh, I'm sure. Angel, have you gone to bed?
DZ, you need a goddamn haircut. I haven't seen you that messy in a long time.
I'm here.
No, that's good.
No, that's not the other night. He's got a wave, and it goes right
Good.
straight up.
I love you, buddy. I love you.
It keeps me warm, man. I was happy I kept it when it got cold here. All of a sudden I walked outside and I wasn't wearing a hat. And I'm like, kind of like tripped out at first. I'm like, oh, I'm wearing a hat. Okay, I don't need to get a hat.
My son watches you a lot. You should do more videos.
You gotta go to his other
My kid
channel.
lives by you. He's like, he's got a new one. He's got a new one. Jesus Christ, subscribe. What are you asking me for?
Well, you better tell him he's got a new one because he put that one up last week. That was really good. He actually did three videos. It was three videos and combined them.
Oh, I know, because he called me and told me he's had new videos. I know. I subscribe to him, man. Shit, what the fuck's up? He's all about what you do. He loves it. They went, so you know where I'm from, southern Minnesota, and he ran up north. A group of them ran up north where you're at, and they spent a week up there, and that's what they did was they watched your videos, and it was great. I was like, look, just watch these, man. That guy will help you out, man. Just do it.
How old is your son?
He is now 19.
You got some coming up behind you, Dee.
Oh yeah, he's a little bad boy. He would put these to shame, but it's all about the information. It's not about the strength. It's about the information. It's all about what can this guy teach me. My kid knew this when he was 6. It's all about what our elders can do for us. And so now Dee's is just a young little bitch, and now he's an elder and you don't even know it.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Dees is an elder. You're elder. You're an elder. You're elderly to somebody. Of course, that makes me dead, but you're elder.
No, you're just ancient.
I'm ancient, right?
Yeah.
But think about that, Dees. You've got a young whippersnapper down there that looks up at you as his elder. Someone to learn from.
Yeah, no joke.
And I'm glad it's you because they couldn't learn from a better one.
That's like you
like put out your trip, and they're like, look, this old fucker, he ain't shit. I can prove this guy. I can go twice as far and live better. And
Good.
so my
Good. It's a
goal
lot of
as
work.
an elder to my
I
little
thought the same thing when I was watching people do shit.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
a lot of
yeah,
work.
yeah.
Prove it.
Yeah.
Send me the video, kid, once you do it. Because you know what? I just have more respect for that. But at the same time, just saying, it's a lot of fucking work. And yeah, I could have done a lot of things better. And you know what? I will next time. Was I
What
scared to
happened?
put it out though? Fuck no. Everything's
No,
a
so
learning
what you're
experience.
not getting is we love you, and our children love you, and they're gonna be better because of you. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's not no competition. Who's got a bigger dick? It's
No,
not
but
about
like
that.
when you're
It's
sitting
about
there watching a video,
what we can teach each other,
in the back in your head,
and
it's
you
like,
did it, man. You're the bike guy.
it's watching people do the same or similar shit to what I did. It's a lot easier when you're watching a video and you're actually trying to do it.
I tell you what, though, it's just not my kid, though. It's my kid and all of his buddies. You know,
Yeah.
all 30 of them. They go on a bike trip up north. They go on a canoe trip and a kayak trip. They take their bikes and their kayaks and they go up north. But, geez, they watch you first.
Wait, I inspired them to go do that?
Yes.
Oh, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Oh. Wow.
That's that. I don't even know what to say, man. Thank you. Thanks, dude. You help make my son a better man. Thanks, dude. What's up?
Oh.
Thank you, brother.
Love in the room. I love it.
Yeah,
Y'all mind
so-
if I pray and I head because I gotta go to bed.
All right.
Pray us out, Angel.
All right. Dear Yahweh, Yahshua Messiah, thank you for another day, another opportunity to make the world a better place. Thank you for all the communion in here today and bringing us all together and giving us a voice and the ability to express how we feel and our truth and our path and our way of life. May this reach the ears of the people who are still asleep. May it wake their ears. May it at least plant the seeds to may lead to their awakening. Please watch over President Trump, his team, his family, the Q team, the Anons, the autists, all the patriots, and all the people who are asleep. May this war be over as quickly as possible. We all need to have a bit of hope. Give us a little sign. Give us just a tad taste of what's to come. In your holy heavenly time and name, amen.
And God bless Mama Liam's son. Keep him well until she can get him to the doctor and stay with Guardian while she adjusts to the loss of her mom.
Yep. Amen.
Amen.
Love y'all.
Amen.
Love you guys. You
Amen.
take it. I'm glad you came up tonight, really.
Thank you.
Nice talking to you, Willie.
I like to see faces every now and then.
Yep. Anytime.
You see a silver girl and angel. Love you guys.
Love y'all. Good night. Remember, everybody, where we go one, we go all. United we stand, divided we fall. We lose this country, we have no one but ourselves to blame. Angel of Yahweh. Out.